race to turn one. Berwick-Linton sweeping around the front. Randall is in the outside in the orange and pink BMW and gets to second position. The V8 sleuth drone shows the shot as they run up Mountain Straight for the first time of what could more than 130 today. And this is all about survival. They're still rolling through turn one. They're still rolling through turn one. And the leader at Griffin's Bend is Berwick-Linton.
Actually, I think they're still coming out of the chase, the back of the field. They're not quite got the green flag yet, but Berwick-Linton has done a great job. Tommy Randall, he's done a ripper around the outside there, up into P2. Very aggressive at the start. He's going to go after Berwick. He won't let Berwick get away. That's the outside there.
Tipping toes behind, side by side as they run up to the Worth cutting. And then that famous stretch across the top of Mount Panorama. Linton, Randall, Hodges, then McLennan. In fact, Brock Giplin has got some spots. He started the big HSV GTS, and man, they have been punching above their weight this weekend. He started the big HSV GTS, and man, they have been punching above their weight this weekend. He started the big HSV GTS. Be there for a while if we waited for the whole field.
Cold tyres, cold brakes, full fuel, nervous drivers. This is one of the most exciting parts of an endurance race here at Bathurst. You want to be kind, you want to be gentle, everything. You don't want to touch a car, you don't want to come near a fence, but we've of course got this whirl all the way down the mountain, which has certainly put a lot of pressure on it. And I thought it wouldn't take long for Tommy Randall to have a crack at Berwick. Berwick's been kind and nice. He doesn't care whether you lead lap one or not. He wants to lead the one at the end of the day. Have a crack at Berwick.
Running wide, further back was Jason Gomeso in the red Ford Mustang. Berwick fighting back here, drag race with the two BMWs, and they'll go side by side down towards the King, and Berwick gets back in front. So the former winner retakes the lead now. Randall back down the inside. What is this, a sprint race?
Yeah, you can see that one coming. Tommy wasn't going to let that one take that one sitting down, that's for sure. So he's just pushed the pressure a bit harder under braking, got the job done, and he will certainly, from this point, look like he's going to lead the opening lap of the 2025 6-hour here at Bathurst.
Oh no, and the Audi TT is in the lane. This was a late addition to the field just a couple of weeks ago. Daniel Rottoli has put together this team. Some passing going on behind Tom McLennan up the inside of Brock Giblin, and Amar Sharma's going to follow him through in the BMW that will have Jack LeBrock behind the wheel a little bit later on. Shaw just behind Zach Best in the first of the A2 Mustangs. We're one lap down. A long, long way to go this afternoon, but that BMW gets the pass done, and Giblin has dropped a couple of spots there in the big HSV after doing an awesome job in qualifying.
You certainly see the speed difference there quite quickly as Zach Best came out of turn one, and the big BMWs pulled past the Commodore. They've pulled away from the Mustang, but by the end of the top of the mountain here, by the time we get to Forest Elbow, you'll see that Mustang come back at these big cars. That little Mustang's nimble and fast, but as you mentioned just a moment ago, that car is racing under protest, or sorry, wrong word, under appeal today. So they've found a discrepancy with the diff, and they've got an opinion on it. They've put their money up to appeal, so they've got the right to do that. But they'll go and compete for the rest of the day and see how they end up.
Little update, Cameron Crick, 32nd at the end of lap one. 32nd from 66 on the grid. He passed 34 cars in 6.213 kilometres.
Got the record done. That's the most ever, I would imagine.
That is extraordinary. So they are going forward in a hurry. This racetrack's going to change a lot over the course of the day, especially in this early running, Jason, as the clean-up, the oil dry there from the Trico Trans Am Series race earlier gets basically brushed aside with all the cars running. So track conditions are going to change quite a lot, and as more sunlight gets beaten down into the racetrack over the course of the day.
And that's absolutely one very clear point about endurance racing here at Bathurst. I've learnt that over the years, right at the start of the day, the middle of the day, late in the day when the sun's on it, the rubber goes down. That area that actually is covered in cement dust at the moment down the hill, as that cleans up a little bit, that actually will get more grippy. And we've got to move there down the inside. So guys are being very gentle at the moment. Hodges sliding back a little bit. No stress from their point of view. It's a long day at the steering wheel. We've got a long way to go, clearly. So to not get involved in some of this drama, he'll just get the Lubrimax car, the number one car, the car that we've seen cross the line first for the last couple of years. It's being patient at the moment, letting Tommy Randall, Berwick-Linton get away a little bit. But Tom McClellan, he's done a great job to move up to P3 now. And they'll just find their rhythm, settle in, look after everything, look after this tyre. This is the one that we're going to talk about a lot today. We saw a couple of cars blow tyres early in the week, so they've been less aggressive with their setups. They've been trying to find the right pressures, how to manage that tyre. I was having a good chat to Anton De Pasquale, and their front tyre was wearing very badly. Their rear tyre looked amazing. So they've had to tune the car up over the course of the weekend and see how it goes in these longer stints.
Saw in pit lane the Lindsay Kearns Bradley Carr Ford Mustang, one of the contenders in Class A2, which is high performance, normally aspirated vehicles, so big V8 rear wheel drive coupe basically is the theory there in that category, and they're in pit lane very, very early. Brad Carr was very excited about being in this race and back in a V8 powered car, having contested it in BMWs for the last couple of years, but they've struck early dramas. One of the joys of this race though is that you can recover. You're not going to lose too many laps early, Brian, but you can rebound with strategy and safety car over the course of a day.
And for some of those A2 cars, the battle throughout the course of the day is going to be about staying on the lead lap. And unfortunately, I think we're going to have the first safety car of the day with the car stopped down there at Hell Corner. We've got Ian Joyce, the Scott Tidyman entry as well, and that thing is going to be beached after just what's been 15 minutes of this race and safety car conditions already.
This was the car that qualified second in Class B2, and they are well and truly bogged, and we have gone safety car, and 4.5 seconds of race lead that Tom Randall had built up just vanishes in an
Now
instant.
the question for me is, with these big BMWs, will they take this first safety car? No, they can't. The rules don't allow it. I've just thought of that as I've said it. Sorry, I got excited, but I was starting to think strategy for a moment. Oh, we've got a rogue tent on its way down across the circuit. Hopefully those guys caught that. We could see that in the background there. But yeah, from a strategist point of view, that was one thing that you'd be getting all excited about. But of course, the rules say that it has to be after 30 minutes of racing. So my bad, I was getting a little bit excited there because there could have been some interesting strategy plays playing out.
It's going to be something that we'll watch for throughout the course of the day, because depending on what class you're in, therefore dictates the amount of stops you've got to make. So whilst we've got a safety car, we'll quickly run that through for you. So if you're in Class X, you've got to complete 6 compulsory pit stops, and it's a time stop as well. So as soon as you cross the control line at pit entry to when you cross the control line at pit exit, it's 1 minute 30 that you've got to spend in there. Now, if you're in classes A1, A2, and also B1, you need to complete 4 compulsory pit stops in this race. So theoretically, you're going to save about 3 minutes all up if you're in that particular class. Now, in classes B2, C, D, and also E, you need to do just 3 stops in this race. And that's why I think that battle in A2, it's all going to be about staying on the lead lap throughout the course of the day as well. Let's catch up with Ben Bargwana down in the pits.
Just here with this 25 Mustang A2, really disappointing first lap back in the garage. Look, quickly, I can just see some oil on the ground. There's people running around talking about a new engine, things like that. I haven't quite got a total update on this yet, but normally when an engine loses oil, it's not a quick fix. So really disappointing for these guys, but hopefully they get back out.
Ben Bargwana, fresh from Trico Trans Am Series duties. Quick swap of the race suit and into pit lane. This is the thing with this kind of racing as well, Bugs, isn't it? That you can go through a weekend and have a really solid build-up and everything can go well through practice and qualifying, and then you roll the car out and quite mysteriously, it's one of the foibles of production car racing, all of a sudden it goes bad.
Well, we saw that with Barry Clinton a number of years ago, didn't we? They'd been the absolute star all week. I think it was lap 1. The car went to Control Alt Delete and it said, no, I don't want to play. And that's one of the challenges, I guess, of production car racing, because underneath they really are, a lot of these cars will run a standard ECU, so a standard ECU doesn't like cars going fast and around corners and jumping across curbs and things of that nature, so they tend to have a little moment or two where they reset. Some of the bigger cars, the more professional cars, will have Motex and things in them to control that, but there's still a lot of work that they need to do, and we've seen that in the past, particularly around some of these automatic gearboxes. They have their little moment. It's good to see that Commodore will be getting out of the sandpit there, so we'll hopefully get this back underway soon.
Let's go down to Noons.
Richard, supercar drivers should have the weekend off. There's no supercars here, but there's plenty of them. Will Davison's one of them. Eric Linton, he's off to a good start. Are we happy down here at garage number 1?
Yeah, we're off the line. We're off to a good start. So, Bez is a seasoned veteran. Got him back into the start. I started last year, and we sort of figured there'd be yellows. Actually, we thought they were going to come sooner, to be honest. So, Not that we want to sort of use up Bez's time, because he's actually really quick anyway. But, you know, he loves starting this race. It's his show, and he's done what we knew he'd do, get off to a rock-solid start. First yellow, bit of oil down, just a few extra little challenges to spice up what's already going to be a pretty spicy 6 hours.
The last couple of years, you guys have started from pole and it hasn't worked out for you. This year, on the other side of the front row, so maybe there's something in that. You don't need pole to win this race.
Oh, that was strategic, Noons. Sorry, I said pole hasn't worked the last 2 years. So listen, I don't move on the second row, but I'll just put a second strategically. But no, we did say that as a bit of a joke. I don't believe in any of that stuff anyway, but we'll roll with that line. Knowing quality was sort of irrelevant. You know, I've done 4 laps, to be honest, this weekend. There've been some pretty wild ones, those 4 laps, but you know, we know how much is going to go down today. There's going to be so many variables, so much traffic. You know, the reliability on these production cars is a big question mark for everyone. You know, the Hankook tyre we haven't used the last few years, so trying to, you know, weigh up performance versus reliability and safety. We don't know till the race gets on, pull tyres off, have a look and see how aggressive we go.
Any truth to the rumour that Tim Lay, your co-driver, turned 50 this week?
I don't think that's a rumour, so I think that is highly true.
I think it's very much confirmed. Tim Lay, the big 5-0. He's yelling from the pit garage. He can hear us here at pit lane. Goal achieved.
Thanks, Noons. No, the Mayor of Orange definitely did crack the big 5-0 early this week, but told me he feels half that age. So I've no doubt he will still be as incredibly competitive as he always is. It's a good combo. Just a few little housekeeping bits and pieces we're hearing as well. That's a good sign too, and this safety car actually helps the Ford Mustang, so it's bought them a little bit of time and minimises the damage. They've got that car topped up with oil, it seems. Just hearing the Bamako BMW 111 has had some limp mode issues as well. That's the James Meaden, David Murphy, Matt Lewis 335i. That they had issues in qualifying, didn't set a time in the end, and had some ECU issues on that car. It ran in the warm-up, but then the bonnet was up, and unfortunately it seems like they may be out as well with more limp mode issues in that car. Back to Noons.
Names, there's supercar guys, there's Hall of Famers. Just want to pick up a shot here. You might recognise this man with a headset on. Glenn Seaton is back at Bathurst, the 2-time Bathurst 1000 pole sitter. He's on the radio to the number 30 Mustang. That's one of the cars that's contending strongly in A2. Jason Gomes was kicking off. Aaron Seaton, his son, and of course Todd Hazelwood, last year's Bathurst 1000 winner, Trans Am champ, points leader in Trans Am. There's not much else to say about Todd. It's all going so well for him in recent times. But Cito on the headset back here at Bathurst. It's great to see legends of the game involved in these roles, and that's what this 6 hour is really all about.
Currently running 14th. They started inside the top 10 to catch a little glimpse of that car. It's the number 30 Mustang going for a shot there with the white GT stripes. Catch a shot of it on the opening lap, running very, very wide at the elbow at the top of the hill. A little bit of quick watch, Jason, please. I know you've been following the timing order. Where has young Cameron climbed to from 66 on the grid?
There was plenty going on there, and I just kept an eye on it. He kept picking cars off. It's going to get harder and harder as he went up, but bearing in mind we had 3 laps of clean running there, and he's up to 22nd at the moment. So things are looking sharp. This would have closed it all up for him a little bit. There's the old... At the end of the day, when you come to an endurance race, there's nothing like having the chalkboard in the back of the truck, because that's the one that you have to drag out when you've got radio issues.
Hearing one more lap behind the Bathurst Mazda safety car, and we'll go back to competitive racing. It's 22nd in here, 2.5 laps really of green flag running for Cameron Crick. And again, this is safety car will help them too, because it condenses everything. The Commodores managed to limp itself back to pit lane, so they'll be able to go to work and hopefully get the number 3 car back into the race. And Class B, not a massive number of cars, so if they could get that car back out, keep circulating, who knows, they could end up with a trophy at the end of the day.
Yeah, I've just picked up there too that Zach Best obviously is in that Class A2 Mustang. He's currently 8th on the road. Tim Brook, that's the car, the 50 car, that as we know was like the old days of Bathurst. They were sitting at the back gate there, all dressed in driving suits. The car filled up, ready to go, just in case someone pulled out as a reserve. And as it happened, that opened up for them on practice 3. So they rolled that car out for qualifying. They hadn't done really any laps at all, but currently sitting in 9th and 2nd in class, down to Noons.
Barks, I thought we've talked so much, and we will talk a little bit more about tyres during the day, the hand-cooked tyres. These are what they look like. You can tell us some more here, but of course, unlike other categories, it's not a slick racing tyre. There's grooves, there's tread on these ones, a little bit different. You might be able to talk a little bit more to how that reacts and responds for the drivers, but we're going to talk about it. You can't see the tyres while they're on the car, so I thought I'd take you to the garage of the number 90 BMW to see what they actually really look like when they're not on the car.
Yeah, thanks, Nunes. Obviously, 6 sets of tyres that you get for each car for the course of the weekend. So the 25 car there, they did get it out of pit lane, but it looks like it's back in pit lane again. But it is an all-weather tyre. It's what they class as a dot-rated tyre, so we don't run on slick racing tyres. That means that during the course of the weekend, you can stay on that tyre whether it's wet, dry. Of course, some guys try and keep a very fresh set, just in case it does rain, because there is that cleaner and sharper edge on the tyre that will get rid of the water if it's required. But obviously that tyre will, you know, they've been talking about it. As I said, I mentioned Anton. He showed me their front tyre was wearing quite badly on the big BMW. So over the course of the weekend, we'll see how that plays out. But we did see some flat tyres early in the week. At the same time, I stood back and watched cars come down pit lane, and there's a varying number of cambers, aggressive styles of setup, trying to chase that lap time, or do they just back it off? We look at the lap times at the moment at 2:24, so we're 5 seconds a lap slower than qualifying as the safety car pulls away, and we're going to get back under green racing, and hopefully we'll see some clean running now, and we're not far away from the pit window opening.
Exactly right, about 8 minutes away from that, so Thomas Randall will lead this enormous field back to the control line. Interesting to note here for the high-tech Alls Bathurst 6-hour, like in most other forms of motorsport here in Australia, no overlapping. Obviously, prior to the control line, no passing either, and the officials will be looking at that so carefully this weekend, because we saw so many times last year that was a critical factor in this race, and because once we get later on in the race and more safety car restarts, you've got to contend with the slower cars as well, and making sure that you don't overlap or pass them too. So back underway here at the High-Tech Alls Bathurst 6 hours, still 5 hours and 36 minutes to go, and Beric Lidson already trying to be a pest in the mirrors of Thomas Randall in front of him as the field work their way back through Hell Corner once again and up Mountain Straight. This glorious sight at Mount Panorama, and the Riccini 999 entry trying to look, in fact that's Paul Riccini just in further behind, trying to look down the inside there at Hell Corner with that Harding performance, the Mark 8 Golf R, making sure that it didn't turn in on him there, as well as Beric Lidson is still aggressive. This is a nice opening start here for Beric, and it's playing into their wheelhouse. An AM driver, I guess you would say, up against a pro, still right in underneath that rear bar.
And even though it's BMW versus BMW, as we get the traffic jam up to Griffin's Bend, and we'll get you up to speed with where Cam Cricks, because he's already got some more spots. The M3, traditionally very quick in a straight line, potentially quicker than the M2 this weekend. So that's a strength. But what it is something just to file away for a little bit later on in the day. For when we get down to the inevitable arm wrestle with 30 minutes to go, that this race has delivered in spades over the last couple of years. So Randall leading to the top. Linton, Tom McLennan, Young, Porsche Painted Dixon Carrera Cup Australia racer, then Simon Hodges, then Amar Sharma, then Tom Shaw. And it's busy across the top. The Commodore just running through the escape road. That was released from pit lane, having had its service, having been stuck in the gravel trap, and bringing out that first safety car. So everyone trying to duck and weave their way around the lapped Class B contender.
Tom McClellan there, he's now putting a little bit of pressure on Beric Linton. We saw him make the move on Hodges, and he's now going to want to try and push his way up. But that battle that you mentioned earlier, was traffic already becoming a bit of a problem. That battle you mentioned earlier, when you see Will Davison this afternoon versus a Tommy Randall versus a Ojeda, let's chuck a Jack LeBrock in there. It's going to be pretty exciting with these big BMWs if we've got them all lined up. They've made their way through the day to see where their strengths and weaknesses are. But Tom McClellan here, I think he's going to start putting a little bit of pressure on Beric. He want to move forward and run with Tommy Randall.
A strong lineup for them this weekend with David Russell in amongst that lineup as well. Of course, David's got so much experience up here at Mount Panorama. He's made 15 starts in the Bathurst 1000, so that combination is really nice here this weekend. We'll see what Tommy McClellan can do here, because he might be half a chance of getting Beric towards this next lap or two. Interesting to note as well, for Simon Hodges, he's having to get a little bit defensive with Sharma in behind him. And we saw at Forest Albert a moment ago, Carl Begg have a moment as just in front of him, Tim Brook locks up the left front in that number 50 A2 Mustang, and he's going to have his work cut out now for him as they head back up Mountain Straight, because Zach Suter and Carl Begg might be half a chance of trying to nip him off as well.
There's a lot of updates going on our race management channel we've got happening. We'll bring you up to speed. Let's just have a look at the restart. So this is that number 54 Mustang that Jason talked about before. Tim Brook behind the wheel. Hugely experienced guy. Been racing Trans Am for the last couple of seasons. Lots of starts here at Mount Panorama. There's been a bit going on. So we saw that Commodore in pit lane. That's been given a penalty for an unsafe pit release, having fixed their damage and pulled all the dirt from the front of that car. And then we're hearing that two of the Mazda RX-8s had some nose-to-tail contact on the restart. So a bit of friendly fire there among the Rotaries, which will be very disappointing for all the fans of that brand.
I did see that car coming up the mountain there with its one headlight smashed and a bit of a front bar, and I was wondering what happened there, but unfortunately it looks like the Jackson, Bray and Totani car is the one with that little bit of damage. It's a bit of a pity for Maisie Place there. She does a great job running that car. She was excited about trying to run more cars this year. She's on the tools down there. She's so proud of a little race team, and to have that little drama early, they'll fix it. They'll get through and keep that car running all day.
I spoke to Maisie before the start and apparently cannot watch the start or the opening.
So nervous.
Terrified, nervous. Do you know what the solution she's found is? She disappears into the truck and cooks. She said, I'll disappear, I'll cook food for the entire team until I'm confident enough I can go and watch from back in the garage.
Is there any chance she can provide...
catering,
yeah.
please. Yeah. So, well, that's, well, she just verified that she probably made the right call. So early damage, hopefully they can get that car fixed. The Class C fight with the Mazdas in the mix there with the HSV Astras and the Volkswagens is going to be one to watch, as will Class D. Tom Randall has pulled that margin out and in fact has gone very, very close to the lap record and actually breaks the lap record out in front. 2:23.6 for Randall. That is the fastest lap of the race and the fastest ever in racing conditions. 3.5 seconds now to this battle for the second and third position between Barrett Clinton and Tom McLennan. Then it's Simon Hodges, car number 1, defending champions twice over. Sharma next in the Tiger liveried car. Tom Shaw in car 115 is next. Then Brock Giblin in the big HSV. Back to Zach Best leading the A2 class. Zach Suter and Carl Begg rounding out the top 10. Cameron Crick is 11th.
There you go.
66th position in 7 laps of motor racing. That is not a bad return, and I would love to be a fly on the wall on that team's debrief tonight when they download the in-car and sit back with a few refreshing. I'm sure they'll go to Reckless Brewing, being the Bathurst team. They'll head down there and get some local beverages and just debrief what will be a fairly insane opening couple of laps for Cameron.
Well, that goes to show you, doesn't it? We're about a minute or 2 minutes away from the pit lane window opening, so for their strategy and so forth, and they've made it almost to the top 10. So by the time we get to the pit stop strategy, if there's another safety car around there, they're back in the game, and it's only taken them the first half hour of the day. So really, it's important to qualify well, but yeah, it's not the most critical element of the 6-hour endurance race.
Just having a little bit of damage there on the Class C Volkswagen Golf R, as we've got 3 wide here as we take the drone shots here heading up Mountain Straight. The car had a little bit of damage on the right front. James Keane, Trevor Keane, Shane Fowler was joining the team this weekend as well, and a local entry of course from Orange. They've had some support from the Central West here this weekend as well, but the opening few laps probably not gone the way that they would have hoped for.
Look at this traffic side by side at the top of the mountain. It's early on in the day, boys. We don't want to be doing that too much, that's for sure. But the traffic jam throughout the field, it's exciting. And the problem is when you start getting these class cars mixed, they're very different speeds in different areas. A Toro 86, for example, is actually faster from the top of the mountain down through the S's there to the Forest Elbow than some of these big V8s and so forth. So the traffic jam becomes a bit of an issue early on. As the day plays out, everyone starts to find their position. It's a little bit safer for everyone racing. But certainly these opening laps, we've experienced it before. It's a high-risk area, particularly after a safety car and the field settles down again.
It's funny, I was talking to Alice Buckley about that very point earlier on in the weekend. She was having a laugh and a joke around with me. She goes, these big V8s, they just thump past me going up down the straight, so then I have to sit there putting around, going across the top to wait behind them. She goes, I don't want to make a daring move because that might just end the weekend.
One of my very first Bathurst back here in 1992 in a little Corolla against all the big Group A cars, a bit the same. The little Corolla was fast down the hill, down through the dipper and that sort of thing behind big Commodores, but they blast past you on the straight like they had 10 more gears.
Side by side, Tom Shaw and Sharma having a scrap. This is for 5th and 6th place. That little hold your breath moment at the top was the great Brian Smith in the AA Racing BMW, a car that just moments ago was awarded our best presented team thanks to Super Cheap Auto. 90% of, I think, the voting panel there went there because they've got a giant Easter bunny on the side of it. But it fit. But they have
giving away Easter eggs.
They have done a really nice job, that team, and a big overnight repair with their sister car, which was the Honda Integra that had a crash early yesterday. Side by side, A1 BMWs squeezing up through the cutting, and the kink just before it.
It's a battle for the class lead in the early stages at the moment as well with Gillis and Bacchini. We saw Paul have that moment at Hell Corner a couple laps ago. He's had his work cut out for him in the opening stages of this race so far, and that battle continuing on, and it might just be going on for the next 5 hours and 27 minutes.
Two hugely experienced guys. Cody Gillis has been running Trans Am cars for a while, and Paul Bacchini built a really nice race team here. That's the sister car that we were talking about, car 142, with the bumper bar hanging off. Now, all the damage was on the front of that car from the big crash up at turn 2 earlier in the weekend. So they've got a bit of repairing to do. This car was taken out of the precinct overnight. It was taken up to a crash repair shop in Orange. Some members of the team drove to Sydney to buy some front K-frames, the front chassis rails for it. But the level of detail is such, the guy who ran the crash repair shop in Orange said, I've actually got this paint colour code. I'll paint the engine bay for you back in its original colour while I'm here. So you would never know, Ben Barguana, that car has been damaged. Down to you.
Yeah, here with Maisie Place, team owner of the number 80 RX-8. We saw some damage. Do you want to give us an update what you think's happened?
So Hayden is out in the car, and just on the safety car restart, they all checked up and he had nowhere to go. We're a little concerned because that is where the oil cooler sits, so we don't want to have a kinked oil line or something like that because it could cost us a motor. So yeah, we're going to leave the car out, see how it goes, but we have all the tape ready here for when it comes in, we can pick that bumper back up, and yeah, hopefully everything will be all good with it.
All right, well, best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Great chat. She has got a fleet of racing cars and does an outstanding job in RX-8 competition. There's a bit going on. Cameron Crick's just absolutely smoked the lap record and has climbed himself up to 6th position in the D.A. Campbell transport car. Now, there was a slow-moving BMW there. Was that the Speed Cafe car? Tumbling down the order. We'll come back to that. Young Oscar Target yet to jump in. Carl Begg was starting the race there. Rob Gooley was really excited about the performance. So they've got to lap traffic already, and they're dealing with those at the top. The other little box we need to tick is we've got our first compulsory pit stop, and Tom Randall has gone to pit lane straight away. Window open. They've got him in noon, so this is a strategic ploy from GWR.
No, it's worse than that, Rich. They have made the ploy to get Thomas Randall out of this car. They don't have communications with Cabbage, who stepped on board. He's been signalling the crew that I can't hear you, I can't hear you. He's leaving the lane now and heading back into the race. So Thomas Randall's out at 92. You mentioned the Carl Begg number 60 BMW. That car was the first outright car to come in a couple of minutes ago. So it's already been in the pits just before.
So them moving slow, thanks Noons, was them exiting pit lane and going slowly, just getting up to temperature.
Just had a very graphic example. One of the biggest parts of our day now is this traffic difference between these fast cars, the big BMWs, the V8s, and the small cars. So you see Ben down there having an understanding with Tommy Randall what's happening with that car. But this is where the traffic, we knew it would start playing into it. There's the 118, Cameron Crick. He's on fire. He's set the lap record. He's done a 22.8. That car is now in a position where he's putting pressure on the Hodges car, the one car, remembering that car started from pole position. So Crick's there. He's having a little sniff around the back bumper and see if he can find a way through into the top 4. That's 34 minutes into the race, starting on, what was it, 193rd or
yes.
something? Yeah.
Yeah, basically started in Kelso. They were on the other side of the Macquarie River. And this is the battle pack, three-way battle pack. Shaw, Hodges and Crick. Oh, no. Crick's gone. He's got past the defending champions. He's 4th on the 10th lap of the race. Surely you'd just be the last of the X-Class cars to pit, just so you can say we went from last to first on lead. Surely you would.
Well, at the moment, obviously, there's a little bit of strategy playing out there with Tommy Randall getting out of the car. And, of course, we've seen a couple of the X-Class cars stop. So, understanding they've got those 6 stops. To get a few of them out of the way early is a really handy thing to have. And you can see Crick has certainly made that move happen. Hodges given him space, given him room. They don't need contact or tyres damaged or any rubbing at the moment. And we've got another X-Class car in pit lane here, the Giblin Madden HSV supercharged big V8, very fast, very competitive car.
They have done an outstanding job this weekend, really professional. Brock Giblin's put together a great little race team. He's 10 years on from a remarkably large accident at Sydney Motorsport Park. His production cars rolled over at turn 1, was on fire, suffered burns to 70% of his body, and they have been super competitive, and he's just happy to be here. Noons?
Just a quick update on that 10 car that you've seen just leave the pit bay now. No tyres, top up of fuel. One of the mechanics, they actually put a towel over the rear tyre to stop any of that fuel splash from when that fuel hose is disengaged. All the little details, they all matter. Good stuff. You just got to remember to take the towel out before the car leaves.
And Noons, the 50 Ford Mustang. This was an active sub, a super sub that was called in just for qualifying, following the withdrawal of the number 24 BMW after a big practice crash on Saturday morning. That car in pit lane, oh, this is big. One of our leading cars, it's Tom Shaw. It's the car that was in 3rd place, and it's got a right front down. Right front tyre has gone down. Have they been pushing too hard?
Well, that's what we did discuss earlier in the day in the opener. We talked about the aggression of how these teams are going to set these cars up. I mentioned earlier that I'd spoken to Anton about their front tyres weren't looking great on that car. So we've had that explosion there, the right front. That's the first one we've seen today. And it's not about the tyre itself. The tyre's a very, very good tyre. And we will see this across the course of the day, how aggressive they are with how they bring the tyre up. Some guys rotor tyres, how much camber, how much spring rate they're running. There's all these factors that go into actually how these tyres perform. And this is pretty lucky for these guys that they were so close to the pit lane. They'll come in now, get a tyre on that car, get their fuel stop done, and they may stay on the lead lap. Probably not. They'll probably drop a lap in this process now because of this drama.
So as we pick it up, you can see just how he's actually had to save that car going down Conrod Straight. He's very lucky, in fact, that wasn't a major accident there. And just on driver's left, you could see Cam Crick making a move up to position number 3. And if you don't mind me saying, he's only 9.7 seconds away from the race lead.
They've got to stay. They have to wait for Linton and McLennan to pit and just lead a lap.
They might not have to wait.
No.
The pace that Cameron's running at the moment, he might be there in a few laps as well. Depending on how far they want to go into it, you can see the tyre change happening there now, fuel stop. So they've obviously gone down a lap, the 115, as the leaders will go past them. And that'll be okay. They'll get that back during the course of the day as other cars stop.
Well, Bugs, if you're going to have it happen, the timing is actually, ironically, quite good. A, where it happened, as you touched on, but B, for an X-Class car, they've got to make 6 pit stops. They were going to have to stop relatively soon anyway, so it won't hurt their overall strategy for the day too much. We're just picking up on that battle for A1. Cody Gillis and Paul Buccini were still boxing on, 12 laps into the race, 11th and 12th outright. Orange highlighted numbers on your timing totem, and Buccini's actually just taken the race lead away there. They have been dicing since lap 1 in the A1 class lead, the 2 BMWs.
It's a great fight, isn't it? Even that fight as well further off in Class A2 best. Denya, Morale and Gomersall, not much separating them either out there on the track right now. So battle packs wherever it is around this racetrack, and we can follow that for you throughout the course of the day as well. See a localised yellow up there. In fact, going out of the cutting, and that's because we go safety car conditions for the second time today, and this might be the reason why. It's like the number 4 entry, Tony Ordino car has come to a stop there on driver's right. He shared that car this weekend with Andrew Martin, and for the second time today we go under safety car conditions, and now is that opportunity for our leaders to take their first compulsory pit stop.
Yeah, pit. And well timed, so Simon Hodges gets the number 1 car into pit lane. The leaders had already gone past the pit exit commitment line, so they are going to have to go around again. So there'll actually be a little track position gain here for the number 1 car.
Well, what actually can happen here too, and this is the thing that really plays into the way that the 6-hour strategy works for you, is that you may now get something like a B2 car who isn't going to stop, which becomes the race leader. What that means is the safety car will pick that car up, so we should see who ends up leading this race, which then can upset some of this X-Class positioning on the track. You may have these guys that are 3/4 of a lap down, or could be a bit of a challenge. So let's just wait and see how this plans out at the moment.
Carl Begg in the lane. They're going to tick off another compulsory pit stop nice and early in the Speed Cafe car, so that's working well for them. We're behind the control of the Bathurst Mazda safety car here at Mount Panorama. 12 laps, 40 minutes into the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6-hour, where we have officially started 69 cars. Your class leaderboard, bottom right of screen. Paul Buccini leads the way in A1. Ian Salteri leading the way in A2 in the 222 car. These obviously with a little asterisk next to them because pit stops will be underway behind the control of the safety car. Nick Agar on top in Class C. The battle in Class T led by Hayden Hume in the Toyota car number 500. And then in Class E, the baby car class, it's Andrew Jackman looking for a three-peat, leading the way. So,
spring awakens, and with it, the soul of cycling. Take on Europe's toughest routes.
Moments of carnage.
Where grit meets glory. Through dust and thunder, over brutal cobblestones and climbs that have broken legends.
A beautiful race in brutal conditions.
We'll change it over to KO because they don't have any ads.
Will peel off into pit lane and does so in the leading BMW, and it is going to get properly busy down there as all the teams take advantage of this safety car. Pit lane is sponsored by Schaeffler this weekend, and they're going to get some bang for their buck because it is going to get busy down there. Lane is sponsored by Schaeffler this weekend, and they're going to get some bang for their buck because it is going to get busy down there. We're behind the control of the Bathurst Mazda safety car, Bathurst 6-hour, and all of the leaders are in. Linton, McLennan, Crick and Sharma all pit first through fourth. Some cars have elected to remain out. Zach Suter is going to assume the race lead in the number 154 Class X BMW. Zach Best is going to be second outright on the road, and Grant Denyer, the brand new Camaro, third. There's the 23 car.
And there's one of the biggest problems. You can see the red light at the end of pit lane. So as that field's going past, they're going to drop right to the back of the queue, and they've got to actually find a way into the queue. There's a queue forming now. The same for the 118 as it now runs down pit lane. And they'll have to sit there at that red light till the entire field goes past, then they rejoin. So their competition, you can see...
No, I got a monster XCO. I fixed it up.
In terms of their track position, there'll be a
Let me know if there's still a problem.
Which obviously is out there to try and go the 3 in a row, which will be very exciting to see if they can pull that one off.
They've kept Hodges in that car too, by the way, so they're going to double stint Simon early. Obviously a short opening stint.
And Berwick Linton remaining in the car as well for the 23 machine, so only pressures for them. We'll probably see that a lot throughout the course of the day with teams and drivers not maybe electing to do a tyre stop, just try and bring the pressures down ever so slightly. There was a recommended hot pressure temperature this weekend sent out by Hancock of a 34 psi. And with these hot temperatures that we're seeing today, you would probably expect those pressures to be a little bit higher than that as well.
BMW out of the lane, so box tick for those guys. Good start from Tom McLennan. I spoke to Tom's dad, Grant, who's steering the ship down there at the pit exit end of pit lane, and said, we just want to circulate. We know we're fast enough. We're not worried about being fast in the early stages. We know there's going to be safety car. We know there's going to be drama. We just want to get out there, stay on the lead lap, be competitive, and then if we need to fight late, we can do so. But to talk about track position and the damage that's been done, Berwick Linton has resumed in 33rd position with Cameron Crick behind.
It's 33rd position, but on the track, that could be 50th car on the road. That's the biggest problem with all this this lap traffic that's in the middle there. There's the one car there, and as we filter through all these cars, they're all out of position, which is a real challenge for them. It's got 2, 3, what we got 4, 5 A2 cars now in the top 7. So that's the real key to this day for those guys. Where their challenge is, though, in the last half an hour of the day, whether they've got the outright speed to challenge for the victory, but as they go on during the course of the day, they can float to the top, and we'll see how it pans out.
Saw the Thrive 92 car going through the lane again, so GWR taking a second stop opportunity for the Cavitches and Tom Randall. Carlos and Annabelle Rolfo into pit lane in their Toyota. Brand new build for this race. Father and daughter racing, which is so cool to see. Carlos, a former privateer from back in the day of the 2-litre Bathurst 1000, and making a return and racing with his daughter Annabelle. They've been really excited about being here, and they've rolled into pit lane for their first pit stop in the Class D entry. They're currently shown in 48th, but just tumbling down the order. We'll update you with the class leaders once we cleanse the field and get everyone lined up behind the safety car while the cleanup continues up at the elbow at the top of the hill.
And like we made mention of, once we get to a safety car restart, with so many lap cars in amongst the field, making sure that you don't overlap or pass prior to the control line is going to be a key factor throughout today's Bathurst 6 hour as well. For an update, here's Ben Budweiser.
Just down here with Cam Crick, that was really cool to watch. You were lightning fast out there, but how was it getting through all that traffic of 69 cars?
Yeah, it wasn't actually too bad. Everyone was pretty fair, pretty good. Obviously, the high beams help when you're and they can see that obviously in the mirror. So everyone was pretty good. The car balance was pretty good. I'm not sure how many of the pro sort of guys started, so we obviously tried to maximise with me starting in that stint there. But yeah, car's really good. I wasn't really pushing too hard yet across the top, so I think the tyres seem okay that they've just taken off. But yeah, fingers crossed.
I just saw you in that pit stop take a front right off the car. We're seeing another BMW pop a front right. Was it precautionary or was there something wrong?
Yeah, we just did it just to be fully safe. I said just take it off anyway and have a look at it. We've sort of got a few tyres there spare, I guess. So it looks okay, the front right. So yeah, just to be safe. But yeah, just told Dean just to sort of get into a rhythm, look after it now. So yeah, the cuff was pretty good.
Car looks quick. Good, best of luck.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
He seems pretty cool, calm and collected for a driver that just passed almost the entire field, and probably then some when you factor in the lap traffic as well. And we're hearing we should be going back to green flag conditions this time by. Great to see Tabitha Ambrose making her Bathurst 6 hour debut on the right hand side of your screen there. Of course, Tabitha, the name might ring a bell because she is the daughter of two-time Supercars champion Marcus Ambrose. She'll share that car this weekend with Carly Buccini and Courtney Prince as well, looking to go back-to-back there in Class B1. And so far, a nice start for the all-female lineup. We wish them all the best of luck.
So the field will be led by Zach Suter, a winner in TCR Australia competition, and has recently switched across to Monochrome GT4 Australia Championship. Team Suter Racing has built a very nice little race team based down in Geelong, southwest of Melbourne. Kenneth Christie and Ray Hislop, the improved production racing legend and V8 racer, sharing the driving duties in car 154, which is a BMW M3 for BM Performance Centre. There is Marcus. Courtney Prince's mum in the background as well.
I loved it a couple of years ago when he was up here in that Mustang in the automatic, and he gave it a good old character reference a few times because of how not good it was.
Maisie Place Motorsport at work. So this was the car we touched on early about having that front to rear damage that was on a restart, or on the race restart where there was a bit of congestion. So they've taken this safety car opportunity to get the work done and get that car patched up and good to go.
It's running up to 4 cars in total, not just obviously here this weekend, but throughout state series level racing as well. It was very much in the early days to help fund her own racing program as well. She thought the only way to do that is to try and actually build some cars for other competitors, lease them out, and that's how she was able to sort of fund her own racing career in her early days.
Just hearing from Race Control that the 93 car, which is the Waltec BMW that was dicing so energetically for the lead in Class A1 with Cody Gillis behind the wheel, going to get a mechanical black flag for a fuel leak. So they are going to need to go through pit lane and get that recovered, and you cannot do that under safety car, so they'll have to dive in as the safety car does, and that's going to cost them a little bit of lap time. So that's a shame for a car that was right in the mix. Jumbled field on this restart with 51 minutes completed in the race. How quickly have we rattled towards the first hour of this one? So it'll be Zach Suter leading Zach Best and Grant Denyer up to third in the game over Camaro. Very much game on for that brand new car at the moment. Hadrian Morale in 4th place, Paul Buccini in 5th, then Steve Owen in the mighty Lexus. Great to see that car back there in 6th place, the ASAP marketing car. White in 18th place, A2 contender, third in that class. Osmond, Carly Buccini leading B1 and inside the top 10 outright as we get to this restart. But our timing page turns over to get all of the 69 cars that have officially started this race over. And of the top 30 cars, only 3 have completed a pit stop. So all the heavy artillery are right down, buried in this field on the restart. So this is going to be particularly exciting.
So to give you an idea, Berwick Linton, 31st overall at the moment, and right behind him is Dean Campbell. So they are going to box on deep in this field, nestled in amongst that traffic, and we'll get set for our third restart of the day in the early portion of this year's Hi-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. So
there's a lot of karma about this race, though. It will come back to you later on. So don't worry if your favourite driver is right down the back of the field.
Stay calm, boys.
Correct.
It's a long day.
You've heard that before, haven't you, Chase?
So we mentioned it earlier, and this is an example. When these fast cars are in amongst the slow cars on this restart, you're not allowed to overlap. You've got to stay in line. You can't overtake before the control line, which is just under the bridge. So when you've got a big BMW behind a little Mazda, you gas it up. You can accelerate 10 times quicker, but you've got to wait. You've got to be patient, or the penalty can absolutely destroy your day.
And sometimes it can almost be the opposite, because some of those slower cars think that they might be doing the right thing, pulling over and slowing down, but everyone else can't actually pass you or overlap.
Big dive from Trent White in the yellow and black Ford Mustang going up the inside of Andrew Jackman, who's the Class E leader in the Mazda 3 SP25. That car looking for a Bathurst 3-peat like our outright winners. Different drivers, but same car. Had a heroic rebuild 12 months ago. Caught up with the team this morning. They are loving life. They're having a great weekend. And the battle in Class E is actually quite intense between the 4 little Mazdas that are having their own race within a race. Zach Suter, though, has the joy of clear racetrack, though, for at least 2 laps.
This is the first time all weekend he's going to have a clear racetrack. He's got good tyres on that car. He hasn't stopped low fuel loads. Let's see what Zach Suter can do. He's been a fantastic young driver over the years through Formula Ford, up through TCR, running his own team, involved in running this car here this weekend. And to see him now out leading the race, clear racetrack in front of you, How good would that be? That's the one thing you're begging to have around here, and you don't get it during a 6-hour weekend, apart from a safety car restart when you're the lead car out there.
You tend to hold your breath, don't you, across the top when cars are getting lapped. Carly Braccini in the 999, just in front of this car, which is the Wilmington Ford Mustang, the A2 contenders. Just at the back half of the top 10, so 10th and 11th on the road. Braccini leading the class comfortably, long way up the leaderboard. Yet to stop, of course.
I'm doing my best here to work out who's driving what car. I've done my best to try and meet all 248 drivers that are in this race. Look at the weaving, the speed difference down the Conrod Straight here, as we've got a big BMW stuck in behind a different BMW. They're trying to find their ways through the traffic. The small car class, they spend half of their lap looking in the mirror, making sure they're trying to get out of the way, but sometimes it's the best thing to do is to stay on the racing line. Let the bigger cars find their way through. One of the challenges when you come up on a slower car is to understand where it's going to go. When you're approaching at that speed, if they stay on the racing line, it makes it much easier of a driver doing the overtaking to decide where you're going to place your car or when to make the move safe.
It's Grant Inwood there trying to find a way past in that A1 towing machine, and great story there for the Inwoods. They come here from Bathurst, and we've got another tyre. I'll get back to that point in just a moment, because the 18 machine has gone off down there at Hell Corner, and that's Terry White behind the wheel at the moment. So again, another issue with that right front. We'll get a replay here, a high-tech oils replay, and you can just see it looks like that right front is just underneath that rim there as it heads back up Mountain Straight. I was mentioning Grant Inwood, so he's racing with his two sons here this weekend, and they're from Perthville, just around the back of Mount Panorama, and they're fighting for position right now. Grant overall down in position number 14.
This is where it's even challenging, more challenging I should say, with a slow car with a tyre. That happened at turn 1. He's got to go 6.2 kilometres to get back to pit lane, and we've got Nunes down there now for us.
Yeah, Barks, the 93 car is back in the garage here. It's responded to that mechanical black flag. It's got a fuel leak with this car. That's Aaron Tebb with the Waltec Motorsport overalls on right in front of camera shot here, trying to figure out what is going on with this car. They can't seem to find a leak here. Luca Pitts is a really long-time engineer, and he just said if it's not leaking, send it out. So that's what they'll do. Cody Gillis, you mentioned before, he's doing Super 2, Trans Am. Jack Webster and Cameron Laws, one of the Trans Am racers who's doubling up this weekend, going to fire this BM up. They can't find it leaking anywhere, so they're going to send it back on the road, and I guess race control have to keep an eye on this one.
Yeah, thanks, Nunes. That was the car. They were told to go to pit lane. That was a bad sportsmanship flag.
Mechanical black flag. Yeah.
Mechanical black flag, you're right. This car has a very long lap, limping around to try and get themselves back to pit lane and do it in a way that tyre doesn't delaminate any further and cause even more drama. Bryce Forward, part of that combination this weekend, enjoying his first Bathurst 6-hour start. Territorian, Brad Jones Racing driver in the Supercars Championship. Cool to see him part of this field, and more Supercars drivers, the professionals coming and running this weekend. Just another weekend on their calendar. Zach Suter continues to lead. We tick over the first hour of this race with Zach Suter leading Zach Best by 0.8 of a second. Best continues to lead the way in Class A2. Grant Denyer hanging on to the back of them in the game over Camaro, third outright, and second in Class. Hadrian Morel next. Paul Buccini leading the way in Class A1. Simon Hodges has climbed to 7th. So was 11th on the restart. Remember, they were the ones that they got the timing. The dice was rolled perfectly for car number 1, and they dived into pit lane as the safety car was called. So it's worked out well for them. And Hodges, a very stout drive to get that car through the traffic, back up to 7th place.
Sorry, I was going to say, Richard, even in the early stages of this race, it's working out well there for Simon Hodges. They also did right-hand side tyres in the pit stop, so making use of a little bit of fresh rubber on the right-hand side of that car, and we'll often see that throughout the course of the day. Not everyone will do 4 tyres. They might just elect to do 2 tyres on the right-hand side. And Nunes, you got an update there for us, mate?
Brian, you stole my thunder. I was just about to say tyres down the right-hand side. I'm not sure I got it into you earlier before, but car one, when Simon Hodges pitted earlier, they did a fuel top-up and right-side tyres. I spoke to David Russell about 81. I think they just did right front on that one to keep an eye on that. But the number one car most definitely was right-side tyres. And remember that the way that they ran that last year, they just kept pitting. Safety cars, pit, clock up those pit stops, get them out of the way, and of course they've kept Simon Hodges on board. They'll get his driving time done, and then they load the big fella in, George Medici, and they let the juice loose, Jade No Jada, and could be a winning combination again, but long way to go. But yeah, just a quick update on what was done on those cars at their last stops.
The other interesting thing to add to that, Noons, is they've got Matt Harvey back calling the shots for that particular team this year, and Matt was here last year, and exactly your point, pitting underneath every safety car, and Matt's done so much with Jaden on his GT side of things as well. He's strategized some of the biggest endurance races around the world, so to have his expertise here this weekend in the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour is going to be very critical for him.
Yeah, just spotted Barry Clinton there trying to find his way through that traffic. The Simon Hodges car, which obviously we saw him battling earlier, is well down the road, because you can see that traffic jam that Berwick Linton has found himself in as they're trying to get those different class cars through. One of the key factors to that two-tyre thing, and for the viewers at home to understand, in the rule book, you're only allowed one jack in pit lane. So you can't, to actually do it 4 tyres, you've got to jack the one side of the car up, run around, jack the other side of the car up. So with no onboard air jacks or any of that sort of thing in these cars, clearly that plays into your time management, and that's why some teams will do 2 tyres at a time.
Berwick's climbed up to 18th position. Remember, lost that track position by pitting under the safety car, which is a disadvantage that Hodges didn't have to have. Finally, the Mustang has managed to walk its way back, and it was walking pace to keep that right front under it back to pit lane. So they'll use this as an opportunity to take a pit stop off regardless for the Mustang, and I wonder if Bryce Fullwood jumps behind the wheel for his first stint. Here we go again. These two, the BMWs. Ben?
Car 18 in the lane here. We can see front right, down again. Another car with a failure. But we're just doing a pit stop here. This is unscheduled for this team. First of all, they have to get the fuel in, the chock under, and they're going to do a driver change at the same time. Make the most of this. It's not ideal, but they're going to have to get the CPS done and get it out of the way. When the fuel's done, they'll get in here, they'll get the tyre changed. We'll see what's wrong with it, but my guess is going to be a sidewall failure. It's going to take them a few seconds here to get it get it off and get it changed. But Bryce is in the car now, and it looks like they're going to get this done pretty quickly.
Thanks, Ben. 90 seconds is the pit stop time. So transit here in pit lane it's 32 seconds. It's about 31 and a half if you do the whole thing, but 32 seconds. So then your stationary time is just under 60 seconds. So that's why the pit stops sometimes don't seem particularly rushed, especially if they're not changing tyres or they're only putting 1 or 2 tyres on the car. They can afford to take it a little bit easy with the mandatory pit stop time they've got here. And that's just a regulation in place to basically stop an arms race with teams spending ridiculous amounts of money on high flow fuel rigs and things as the race leader pits, Jason. So Zach Suter in the pit lane in that number 154 BMW.
And for the first time today, we've now seen an A2 car take over the lead of the race. So this is going to be this seesawing, this arm wrestle battle throughout the course of the day. Those A2 cars can run right to the end of their fuel tank capacity, so they will stretch that out. Now's when another safety car could play into their strategies, and that's what we'll obviously see. What I see over the course of the day. What I love about this, look at all these different car manufacturers up and down this little stretch of the road there. We've got Focus RS's, Hyundai's, BMW's, Mercedes. There's 15 different manufacturers in this race. Cars you'd normally see down at the local supermarket car park. You can wander around and they turn up here with stickers on them and away they go. That little Hyundai 30 there, a brand new car built for this race. Class C car, the big BMW now finding its way back through past after that tyre failure. So it's good to see if you're a fan of your different types of cars. You'll find it out there on the racetrack this weekend.
So many donor cars here this weekend as well out the back of the paddock. I don't reckon any of our cars or rental cars probably stand a chance this weekend as well, because we've had so many overnight repair jobs and so many spares from those donor cars going on to the actual race cars this weekend as well. And we joked earlier on in the weekend that we should have a donor car Grand Prix at some point to see which would be the best of them.
I'm not going to pick that Mercedes out the back that's got no doors on it and the rear end missing. I'll take one of the Toyotas that's half built as a car.
So we've ticked over the first hour of the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hour, where under green flag conditions, Zach Best leads the race. Highlights of the first hour, busy stuff early, and the battle for the lead was on as if it was a sprint. Beric Linton led momentarily through turn 1, but Thomas Randall was pressing on, and there was some over and unders and 2 changes of the lead on the opening lap, but Randall got the pass done at the chase, and he would lead the number 1 car slotting into 3rd place, the big HSV in 4th. The Commodore ended up in the sand trap at turn 1, and that brought out the first safety car. So long recovery there, and then the restart, a locked break. First of many, you'd think, today for this massive field, the number 50 Mustang continuing its comeback trial. This was a battle for the A1 lead. It was awesome stuff. They were over and under. The X-Class cars there were at it. Competition all the way through, and some early damage for the number 142 Honda Integra, which was damaged in a crash yesterday. That was one of the passes Cameron Crick made. He got all the way to 4th place from 66th on the grid in the Campbell Transport car. This was the cause of the second safety car. The number 4 HSV Astra expired at the top of Tony Ordino behind the wheel. We then got back to racing, and then a right front tyre issue for the big Ford Mustang. They've since pitted and put Bryce forward behind the wheel. Terry Wright has got out of that car. And the race continues with Zach Best now leading the way. Zach Suter was leading before he stopped. So the field looking good, and Simon Hodges has worked his way back to the top of Class X, though not leading the race outright. Paul Buccini leads the way in Class A1 in front of Michael Osborne, and the Bathurst-based Inwood team in Salteri leads the way in A2 in the V-Dub. In car 222, the A2 entry. Carly Buccini, 999, still leading. Started from pole position. James Hay on top in the V-Dub. Scirocco in car number 84 in Class C as battles continue. Hayden Hume on top in the number 500 Toyota 86 with Castrol sponsorship on the side, and then Lindemaker leads the way in car 35, the E-Class leader in the Bathurst 6 hour.
On Insight, invisible illness.
My favourite term was hysterical.
It was something that I hid. It didn't feel safe to talk about in the workplace.
Recovering, I felt as if I'd achieved something miraculous.
Insight, Tuesday 8:30 on SBS and on demand.
The Target Big Brand Toy Sale is now on. Barbie Dance and Flutter Butterfly $29, Lego Speed Champions Ferrari $25, and Hot Wheels Premium Collector Set $19. Sale ends April 27. T's and C's apply. See in-store and online for details. The Target Big Brand Toy Sale is now on. Barbie Dance and Flutter Butterfly $29, Lego Speed Champions Ferrari $25, and Hot Wheels Premium Collector Set $19. Sale ends April 27. T's and C's apply. See in-store and online for details.
Find yourself at home.
It's going to be a long day for a lot of these competitors as we click over 4 hours and 47 minutes in the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hour of 2025. And it's busy wherever you look right now because some of our Class X competitors are nestled deep within some of these A2 competitors. So far being led by Zach Best from Grant Denyer and Adrian Morale. And still for me, I reckon man of the match performance is Simon Hodges in that X-Class A1 machine, because we've already seen he's more of an AM driver in that particular team for this weekend. But I tell you what, to hold that lead at the moment in class, it's really working out in their favour, Jace.
Well, it certainly has, and we did see that opportunity for them. They really snagged that safety car opportunity at the right time. But Simon's played a very smart game. He's done a very good job. Kept that car nice and clean and tidy, and he just found his way floating to the top. That 222 Golf that you talked about earlier, and this is what we referred to. That car finished 4th outright. They finished 4th outright last year as an A1 car in amongst all these big BMWs, which was an outstanding performance. They've got their eyes set on potentially a podium this weekend, which they probably need a little bit of rain to go their way, but I'm not sure if that's coming for them late in the afternoon.
And it's Jem Ucell that's currently behind the wheel of that machine as well, and he has certainly got his work cut out trying to get through some of those slower cars as well. We're just looking at the 93 machine of Cameron Laws, Cody Gillis and Jack Webster, the Waltech Motorsport BMW M2, and a High-Tech Oils replay for you, just going past frame. Unfortunately, the Tom Shaw entry, the 115 BMW, just going off the road down there at the chase, and they got that car back onto the road, but they've already been struck with a few dramas earlier on this morning in the race as well. Zach Wazier at the moment currently behind the wheel. Noons?
Yeah, Brian, just a quick one for you. The 82 Mazda spent a little bit of time in the garage. The Macy Place car's just rejoined. And just a moment ago, a couple of minutes ago, the number 90 car, the BMW that Grant Johnson and Jack LeBrock are sharing, that's been in, and I saw one of the tyres that came off that car. That also had tyre stress and damage as well. So are they pushing too hard? Are they set up too aggressive? Are they doing a bit of both? We'll keep an eye on this, because they're good tyres, but if you push them too hard, they can only take so much.
Here with Brock Giblin, we just saw he came in for a pit stop, front right down. We've seen so many cars do it so far. How long was that on?
That was about an hour 15, so not too long, not enough out of it, to be honest. We're needing to get a little bit more out of the tyre, I think.
Is there anything that you can feel like before it lets go, or is there any sign, anything like that?
No, there wasn't. It was literally down Conroy, bang, and just let go.
How much is this going to upset your strategy?
Yeah, a lot, I think, which is a little bit worrying. So,
well, hopefully you turn it around and get back out there. A few safety cars for best.
A couple of safety cars that help. Taking it.
It's going to be interesting, isn't it, Jace, once we get to those final round of pit stops? Do you take that opportunity to spend a little bit more time in the lane, of course, to get some fresh rubber on the car and try and get these tyres home?
Well, what will be happening now is the team managers will be scrambling, trying to put a plan together to ensure that they've got right fronts on these big BMWs every time they come in. I think if you're in that sort of level of performance, you're going to have to start really changing and adapting to the day. You're seeing now a number of these big, fast, heavy cars starting to have a bit of a problem. Doesn't mean they're all going to have a problem, but you would start considering that as part of your strategy, that's for sure.
Just starting the recent lap times as well for Simon Hodges in comparison to some of those A2 cars. He's actually, even on that previous lap, a little bit slower. He was 4 seconds slower than Zach Best out in front. Now, we know that can often be traffic dependent, but it just shows you how these A2 cars are going to really stay within the fight strategically throughout the whole 6 hours here this afternoon.
Particularly, that's not just the Mustang, obviously that Camaro that we've seen with Quinn and Grant Denyer. He's currently sitting P2 on the road. That's a newly built car. That there's a bit of chat around the fact that Tony Quinn, as team owner of 888 or part owner of 888, has they've obviously announced they've gone to Ford in supercars and they've gone and built a Camaro. So it was a bit of a chat that was floating around early in the week. But to see that car currently sitting up there, A2 car, second on the road, second in class, be good to that battle, that Mustang versus Camaro battle should play out during the course of the day as well.
Jason, I caught up with the team there this morning and they were like, oh, we've only had all the little issues you'd sort out on a test day. They're the issues we've had, and they didn't get that opportunity to test before it. Little stuff like the steering column rubbing on an extractor, so they just had to move it slightly out of the way. Little oil leaks that they had to fine-tune through it, but otherwise that car, turnkey, has been exceptionally well built in 2 weeks. So Celtic Racing and Melbourne Performance Centre chucked it together in 2 weeks. Huge job. And the team said, like, it went really smoothly. Everyone knew their role. Everyone knew what they're doing, and they got it ready, and it was on the truck at 11 o'clock on Wednesday. So huge performance by them, and that car has been great. And I would suggest they're going to lack a little bit in outright speed because they've done zero development work on the car. But sometimes you can win this race without being the quickest car on the racetrack, so who knows?
Obviously, we saw last year the debut of the Camaro, the Lillis car, which unfortunately they had to withdraw due to a surgery, I believe it was, an ankle surgery, to Chris leading up to the event. So unfortunately, that car obviously isn't here, and we did expect big things from that car this year because last year it performed so well and was really a threat right throughout the course of the day. It certainly got the hill, the fans on the hill all excited to see that big V8 up and down the hill. But you know, where the Celtic guys have now stepped in that Camaro, hopefully they can have a good run today as well, but they will find some dramas during the course of the day. That's like any brand new car, which some of these teams are facing.
That team have won this race in their class on 2 occasions, back-to-back in fact, in Ford Mustangs. Big crash last year that Ryder Quinn unfortunately had at Reed Park. Huge impact, which was what basically led to them building this car. Back into pit lane. This was the early... Well, the leader through that pit stop shuffle, Zach Suter, was behind the wheel of car 154. He's back behind the wheel, and they're throwing another tyre on the right rear of that car, and it's had a delaminated sidewall. This is a team, they put this together for 9 months. They committed quite early, and the car was originally a track day vehicle that they built just for a bit of enjoyment. Ken Christie's first time at Mount Panorama in an endurance race. He's done a few little track days at this part of the world. Zach Suter and Ray Hislop, of course, hugely experienced. I was talking to them earlier, and they said Ray's done more than 1,000 laps of this place. So he goes all right at Mount Panorama. So it's a good combo based down at Geelong, the Team Suter Motorsport, but that is an unscheduled pit stop for them with a tyre issue on the right rear.
Well, Ray spent many years, of course, up here at Improved Production in that BA.
Smoking everybody, yeah.
And to a point where I think he actually got too far ahead of everyone out of the competition. They said, all right, that's enough, go and do something else with life. Looks like a possible fuel leakage as well, maybe out the back of that car, down there in the lane. So team just assessing to that, and unfortunately our best presented car of the day has come to a stop down there on the runoff area at Hell Corner. We'll get a High-Tech Oils replay here as to what happened, and doesn't really explain all that much. The car just coming to a slow halt in the end, and the hazard lights going on. But at 4 hours and 39 minutes still left in this race with a car parked down there, do we dare say that might be the intervention of the safety car? We'll wait and see anyway.
Yeah, it might need a bit of a Control-Alt-Delete down there on the escape road. Sometimes you saw the hazard lights flashing, they go into a bit of a meltdown mode, and they can reset, recycle the whole car and hopefully get that car back out on the road. But again, that's another tyre we've seen in pit lane. So this is really going to be a big part of the day. And that's where these A2 cars, I don't know, it's going to be interesting as the day goes on, that's for sure.
The other thing as well, with so many opportunities for these cars to possibly get back started again.
Oh no.
I'll get to that point in a moment, because unfortunately the new Camaro has come to a halt down there at the chase. Localised yellows down there at the moment, but not a good sign to see Grant Denyer behind the wheel. And the game over Camaro, well, we certainly hope it's not game over.
It's a strange place for it to pull off the road there. It's almost like he's had a bit of an issue, clearly not just a mechanical failure, but safety car has now been called. So whilst Simon Hodges now got himself up into P3, which is a great job, Beric Linton is up into P5, and that gap that we saw earlier with 50-odd cars between them will certainly close up now. And the question will be whether they do take their second stop an hour and 20 minutes into the race.
Yeah, I think you have to, both from a driver time point of view now, with having 80 minutes into one of your drivers. You've got some flexibility for the back half of the race, especially if you've got a 3-driver combination around the driver times allowed in this. fuel for a Class X car is not a factor in this race anymore now that they have to do 6 pit stops.
But I'll tell you what is a factor, and this is where it starts playing out into it. An hour and 20 minutes into the race, all these teams are sharing a pit bay. Now, if you get the safety car at the right time for your Class D guy that you're sharing
this is
with,
big.
The 92 car's stopped. So a recycle, go again. I mean, this is something we've seen in these production cars. Obviously, they've pulled over, stopped the car, and they've managed to get back going again.
And it's not the first time we've seen that this weekend from that car. They had a day-long issue with that car stopping on Friday and going into a limp mode. And Thomas Randall, prior to qualifying yesterday, really didn't know if they'd sorted that car out. Thankfully, it was okay in qualifying, but maybe it's reared its ugly head once again. And is that the BMW on the left-hand shot of the V8 Sleuth drone that might have got back underway once again, but very slowly on the grass up Mountain Straight?
They were battling through this, and on Friday night they thought they'd finally resolved the issue, and then they got no laps in practice number 3 because no one got any laps in practice 3. It was full of red flags, and then qualifying came out and the car was very good, and they thought they'd fixed their limp mode issues in that BMW. I wonder if it's had a drama. So the other car that had stopped on driver's left has continued on.
Unfortunately, just in front of the safety car there. So we've got the 500 Class D car as the first car that's been picked up by the safety car. So they'll do their best to try and once that gets going, they'll let that through. But what's clear is that we've got a number of the outright cars now pitting and making their compulsory pit stops.
Yeah, so Hodges in again in car 1, as is expected. The point I was going to make about the Cabbage car was that if they can get a stop away in this, there'll be 3 stops ticked off out of their 6, 90 minutes into the race, and that gives them a massive advantage in the back end, depending on how this all plays out. So the leaderboards, bottom right corner of the screen, find out where your favourite driver's going in their class. It is going to get busy in the Schaffler pit lane because all of the leading cars, all of the top 10 are now in the lane, and there will be more. Somehow they've got to squeeze 60-odd cars through the lane. Tyres going on. The number 1 BMW, Nick Agar leads the way in Class C. Nathan Halstead, the pole-sitting 77 car, is second there, but this is all going to be thrown up in the air with the leaderboards. The 500 Toyota still leading the way there. And that's the battle in Class E at the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour.
How did DNA testing reveal a shocking truth?
4 generations with criminal history. I feel like it's more surprising for some than others.
The Secret DNA of Us. Thursday 7:30 on SBS and on demand.
coming up on the 90-minute mark of the High Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. It has been a typically dramatic Bathurst Sunday afternoon. These are the class leaders in B1 in their BMW 340. This is a brand new car built for Team Buccini Racing, and jumping behind the wheel with the helmet colours and the race suit look familiar, it's Tabitha Ambrose, and this will be her first Bathurst 6 Hour stint. Noons?
Isn't it? It's a famous name, getting back into a Bathurst Enduro. Tabitha Ambrose is bolting into this new BMW, the 999 car. It's been rolling really, really nicely. We covered off the number 30 Mustang before. Todd Hazelwood has jumped behind the wheel of that car for, well, it's sort of his first stint, but his second stint of the day, because he's already done a Trans Am race this morning. He's freshly good to go. This 999 car's not too far away. It's in the B1 class, remember. They have the drink top-up on standby, but that's not going to happen. Tabitha Ambrose ready to roll. The Camaro, the game over car. The game's not over. It's back in the pits. They've managed to get it back here, boys. So still very, very busy down here, though. So we'll keep abreast of this stuff. But Tabitha Ambrose is on her way and into the Bathurst 6 Hour.
Hey, Noons, while we've got you, can you just describe the congestion down there? Was it Parramatta Road or Tullamarine Freeway at peak hour? Just give us a vibe.
I'm a bit more Melbourne, Rich, as you know, and yeah, it's 6 a.m. airport run earlier.
Oh, that bad.
It's cruised off a bit more. It's about 9:30 a.m. spec right now. The lane's cleared of cars. I think we've only got about 7 or 8 in here at the moment, but there's still plenty of work. But the issue that they've got here, the number 2 BMW, we covered this off in the lead up. That car was repaired overnight. It started down the back of the grid, and now it's here stuck in no man's land between the fast lane and the working lane as the Camaro's being pushed into the garage now. So we'll get to the bottom of what's going on down here.
Thanks, Noons. Work underway at GWR.
Looks like Michael Cabbage stepping behind the wheel as well as Ben stepping aside. So continuing to change drivers in that 92 entry. I was just having a look at pit stop times as well for car number 23, Tim Lay behind the wheel. I reckon they did right-hand side tyres only because it was only a 1 minute 53 transit through the pit lane. Typically, if it's 4 tyres, it's going to be a little bit longer. Definitely saw them doing right-hand side tyres on that car, and they will restart 7th outright at the moment. But for George Medicki, this race has gone so well for them, like we touched on a moment ago. They've got fresh rubber, and they're going to restart right towards the head of the field in position number 2. And you can see at the moment the Tour de Cure entry, putting on some tyres on that car as well.
And what I found interesting during that course was that the car one did take 4 tyres, but they were roaded tyres. So they've pre-planned a little bit. They're a little bit more organised. They've used practice. You can see cars there in pit lane putting on tyres with stickers on them, so, or what we commonly refer to I should say, as greens. So in the case of one, it did look like roaded tyres going on that car.
And they spent about the first half hour of practice on Friday morning doing exactly that thing, just going out into the racetrack, coming back in, chucking on another set of tyres, of course, roading those 6 sets of tyres that we see here this weekend. Noons?
Yeah, Ryder Quinn's on board the 101 Camaro, guys. Tony Quinn and Grant Denyer here are standing by watching on. Mr. Denyer, what's going on with the 101 Camaro? This was all going so well.
Oh, I don't think we put enough fuel in the tank, eh? It's ran out of juice. So this is one of the problems when you run a brand new car that's never tested before. Normally you run them till they're empty, so you know how many mils of fuel they can have left until they starve. And we're going so good, you know, second in class. We've moved up plenty. We're running at the front of the field, second outright, I think, or third. And she coughed on the start-finish line. And then I thought, oh no, it's going to be a long lap to come back in pit lane. And she just couldn't quite make it all the way around, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a case of trying to get it refired and make it go and get Ryder going. We know he's quick.
Yeah, we run it that dry, trying to keep it going down the hill. I was sort of driving it on the starter motor, and we just ran it out of every, you know, last mil that it had in it. So it's just got no pressure now, so we have to try and sort of, you know, get the air bubbles out, bleed it through, and see if we can get going again.
Blow some bubbles. So here you go. We'll see a bit later.
They have to be probably the coolest calmest collectors in the entire lane this weekend, even when things don't go right.
They're great fun.
Yeah, but basic rule 101.
Don't run the thing out of fuel.
Air in the tyres, fuel in the tank. That's one key element to endurance racing, that's for sure. So as we see, the safety car train is certainly formed up there. They're going to do their best to try and get this field underway as soon as possible, recover all the issues. I think the safety car that you can see there, right, so the safety car's pulled away. We're going to get a restart on this start. So Zach Best was in the car. She's handed over to Browner Wilson, has taken the lead. And for the first time on a restart, we've got the leader and second first and second on the road, which is a little bit odd in these events, but it's panned out that way. That Medecky car on 4 green tyres or 4 fresh tyres, so we'll see if that car now can take over the lead and start extending.
We're right on board with George Medecky here for the restart. Once again, he is right underneath and looking towards the inside to take away the overall race lead right now. So the reigning champions, gunning for 3 straight, go back to the front of the field here with 4 hours and 27 minutes to go. And for George, he was so strong in this car 12 months ago. He opened the opening stint for this one 12 months ago. And I tell you what, if he can now try and build a margin out in front, he's going to be very tough to beat before they squeeze into the juice for the final part of this race.
I saw Tabitha Ambrose getting on board that BMW there earlier. I had a good chat with her this morning. She was quite calm. I thought she'd be nervous. She's done a lot of racing, XLs, and she's now racing in Formula Ford as well. But great to see young Tabitha out there having a go in the all-girls BMW. They've done a fantastic job over the course of the weekend. As there's my 118, my $2 on the table, up in front of the current Tim Lay in terms of the 23 as well. So as we saw, they started at the back, but they're certainly in the battle now, as they're currently second in X class and leading the car in between the cars that started on the front row.
And crucially, 2 pit stops ticked off for that team. So they are on the same strategy now as George Medecky, the race leader in the X class, and they're 4th on the road. So they have recovered. They've ticked the box from starting 66th in this race. They're giving away a little bit of track position, and they've got some cars to pass here, but they are going to end up being second on the road outright and indeed in the class, although Tim Lay is going rapidly behind them. So car 23, and this is big on the run up to the cutting car number 100, the BMW, and one of the many Toyotas in the mix, and that's got big damage on the right front corner.
There's a replay of what's happened here. So the old side-by-side up in the cutting, it's one of the challenges. Obviously, we talked about it earlier. We've mentioned it a number of times today. Safety cars breed safety cars. You have that situation where you've got a faster car in amongst the slower cars. Not quite enough room given, but that BMW, the 105, is it? That won't be going anywhere with that right front being basically plucked out of the car. And they're going to try and limp this one back with a flat tyre as well, but a lot of damage. Also 2 flat tyres, a lot of damage to that 128 Class D car as well. So they'll do their best to limp that one back, although I reckon that's going to be a hard task, that's for sure.
So that's the 128 BMW, Aston Davis, Stephen Coe and Emily Cacaviello, a couple of teenagers in that car. Stephen Coe has been here for a long time. Just trying to get a read on where they are in the field. They're in the back half in car number 128. So they're limping back. The BMW not going anyway. It's Stephen Coe behind the wheel, 55th outright shown at the moment, that car. So they might well get that car back to pit lane. And how about this? Straight into pit lane again. Car number 1 to tick off another compulsory pit stop for our race leaders. So George Medecky led briefly, but they are just taking every safety car opportunity to pit, to get into pit lane, and to tick off one of those 6 mandatory stops they have to complete before the 5.5 hour mark of this race.
So they hadn't even got a green lap of racing there, and straight away they've bounced straight back into pit lane. So they're just doing the job, ticking it off. They'll drop right down to the field, unfortunately, but that means that as the day goes on, they're certainly in a very strong position.
That's exactly what they did last year as well. So here's a little bit of a replay once again, just the contact there right at the entry point, unfortunately, and then quite sizable impact with the outside wall on driver's right.
Aaron Zerafos behind the wheel of the 105 BMW for Milk Lab, sharing that car with John Fitzgerald and Brent Edwards. They'll get that Toyota back. I think they'll be okay. They'll get that car patched up. I spoke to young Aston Davis, who's the son of Warren Davis, former team owner and manager, and won the Super 2 championship back in the day for Howard Racing. And young Emily Cacaviello is sharing that car. She's just 17 years of age.
We are fighting all the way to Rome. Let the dice fly high!
He is one of the most brilliant, but also dangerous statesmen.
In an age where men dominated the world, she outsmarted them all.
The glamour of his success shines on.
Ancient Empires, tonight 7:30 on SBS, or stream all episodes now on demand.
This isn't your car, Steve. Yours isn't this efficient or stylish. That's not your dog. And they're not your bandmates. You're driving vicariously, aren't you, Steve? Don't you know I'm in bed? Ever driven a better car than yours? Now you can.
Other mattresses versus the Sleeping Duck mattress, episode 7.
I bought my mattress from a store that I've been going to for years, and I saved heaps of money and bought mine from Sleeping Duck, the new way to buy. I can choose between memory foam and latex, and now I'm stuck and hot and too bouncy. I was able to get anti-gravity foam, which cushions like memory foam, but allows me to move like latex.
Anti-gravity pressure-relieving surface foam, only at Sleeping Duck.
Psychosocial hazards in the workplace can cause harm to employees. They include bullying, inadequate reward or recognition, isolation, and job demands. But new workplace safety legislation means all employers must now minimise or eliminate these hazards. Find out how you can create a safer, more respectful and inclusive workplace. Visit inclusion-program.com.au.
Just under 4 hours and 20 minutes remaining in the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour, and it's being led currently by Brianna Wilson in the number 21, Century 21 Ford Mustang. It's leading Dean Campbell in the 118 BMW, who did not stop in this pit stop, with Tim Lay, Orange's finest, in third position. So Dean Campbell from Bathurst, Tim Lay from Orange. So the Central West well represented in the top three at the moment. Tyler Mecklem fourth on the road and second in class. Michael von Rappard fifth and leading class A1. Then the Queenslander Ben Jozikowski sixth. David Murphy, Tim Collenbreeder, Scott Gore, Hayden Hume, Class D car, 10th outright. Awesome job. Ben Barguana's in the lane.
Right behind us, car 222. It's so devastating. You guys were doing so well. Last year you were fourth outright, and now we're done for the day. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, it's a brand new car we've built here, so there's always, teething issues and problems. And it looks like the radiator cap's blown off and thrown all the coolant out, and that's, cooked the engine.
Really devastating, but you guys had good speed. How was it going up until then?
Yeah, we're really happy actually. I think we were fourth on the road for those cars that done the pit stop, so our strategy was really open for the rest of the day, so we had a lot of opportunities, so it's really disappointing to go out like that.
Yeah, not the way you want to end. See you back next year?
Absolutely, we'll be here.
Thanks, Ben. With 12 months worth of development on that brand new Volkswagen, you'd expect that to be a very handy bit of kit. They were praying for rain coming into the weekend. Four-wheel drive car up against the BMWs. They thought they'd be a shot. The weather has been utterly perfect. It's just cracked 26 degrees now in Bathurst town. Beautiful conditions. Little breeze coming across, so keeping the temperature out of it. A little bit blustery at times as well. In fact, we have seen some people battling with the easy ups down at the Chase over the course of today as well, finding their bit of shade as the Brown Davis Ford Focus RS looks to catch up to the field.
Those guys obviously had a drama with that car last year. They debuted that car here, the ex-Jazz Monster car that raced many years ago with Morecambe. They had a drama with that car early last year. They were out very at the start of the week, at the start of the race. But to see them back this year again, the Brown Davis car looking very sharp, the Focus RS for the Ford fans at home. It's good to see a little 4-cylinder turbo, 5-cylinder turbo out there, the 6-cylinder turbos, the V8s, the 4-cylinders. It's all happening out there at the mountain this weekend. The thing that's really got my attention, you ran through the top 10 there earlier. You've got still Class D in 10th outright.
Yep.
And they're on the lead lap still.
Yep.
That's pretty impressive after an hour and 40 minutes of racing. That's why you can never count some of these class cars out, because they've only got to do 3 pit stops.
Yes, exactly right. So they're even one better than the big V8 cars around them. There's a theory that you could probably do the race on 2 in a Toyota if you got lucky with some safety cars and fuel economy, but they have to make 3. They are such an impressive car. They've won 7 of the 8 races in Class D, the Toyota 86.
And that's such a strong lineup this weekend as well. A pair of GR86 competitors. Alice Buckley, we know her strength, of course, in that series, along with Tyler Cheney and Hayden Hume. And that car has been basically dominant in Class D all weekend, topping all practice sessions, qualifying as well, and now so far leading in that particular class. And in fact, for Hayden Hume, he was fastest in GR Cup here in October. So a lot of experience, even though there's some youngsters there behind the wheel. Noons?
Yeah, Brian, this race is all about never give up. Never give up. Try to stay in the game. We saw this number 4 Astra off at the elbow earlier on. They are going to try to get this back into the motor race. There's damage to the right front, but they're ripping in. They're going to have a crack at this and see if they can get it back on the track and at least turn some laps. That's what this race is all about. I mean, okay, it's also about stealing parts off cars in the back of the paddock to get you going as well, but I think these guys and girls with this Astra, the PB Motorsport Services team, Tony Ordino is driving this car this weekend. We know Tony from the Kumo V8 touring cars and Super 3. A couple of less cylinders in this little Astra, but this is one of those Astras that's been overseas and done all those 24-hour races, but this is the spirit of the 6 hour. The thing's been in the fence. No, it's not out. They're going to have a crack.
Yeah, thanks, Deans. I saw a spare HSV Astra out the back, which surprised me because they didn't sell that many of them in Australia at the time. So the fact they've managed to get 2 race cars here and a backup is pretty impressive. A little bit of news coming through. The safety car will be in this lap, but there is an absolute lotto roll call of drive-through penalties coming. Now we're getting to the bottom of this, but one number stood out for me is car number 23, and that's the car that currently sits in 3rd position outright with Tim Lay behind the wheel. They are going to get a drive-through penalty. We'll confirm reasoning for you as soon as we possibly can, but that's potentially big news. That's the kind of pit stop you don't need to take advantage of.
No, it's a bit of an issue for them. Obviously, it'll drop them. Fortunately, they'll be able to do that on the first green lap after racing if they've been given that penalty. It's obviously maybe for a pit lane infringement or something. We're not sure. We'll get that back to you and find out what that's for. But they then will drop to the back of the queue. They're so in the lead lap, so they're quite lucky. But have a look at actually the car that, when this restarts, is sitting second behind Brianna Wilson, has got the power. If that 118 BMW takes the lead on this restart, that's an hour and 43 minutes into the race from 748th on the grid.
Ben.
Marcus Ambrose, you've done plenty of laps around this place, but something new for you. Your daughter just got in the car for the first time. Was she excited?
It's the most nervous I've ever been here at Bathurst, because normally, it's in my hands. I just go out there and do what I've got to do. Tabitha was very nervous. I'm even more nervous. It's her first go at the 6 hour. She's only been racing a couple of years. Just got to thank the Pacini family for giving the chance to drive this car. It's worked out really well so far. We've got some gearbox over temp issues, so the safety cars help cool everything down. Hopefully we get some green flag laps soon for her. She's had limited running here in the 6 hour car, but she has been racing the Pulsar, so we're just here banking laps, just getting the experience of it all. I'm proud of her. She got in the car without too many problems, and looking forward to seeing how she goes.
The smile on your face is absolutely massive. Best of luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you, and thank you for Pertec for supporting Tabitha as well. We couldn't be here without them, and just really excited to see what happens for her.
Oh, nice work, Ben. And a great chat. The most nervous he's ever been. This is a guy that has been in the thick of the action in the great race over his journey. And this is a big moment. Oh, it's so cool. The family element of this race. I mean, you've lived it. You ran the family team with Ben and Jude driving for a couple of years. So it really...
And I agree with Marcus. I mean, you watch your kids roll out there. Ben raced in a Hyundai Excel here at the age of 16 many years ago. And it was more exciting to watch him win a race and more nerve-wracking to watch him roll out of pit lane at Bathurst than it ever was me jumping in a race car, that's for sure.
Looking set for a restart, this time by penalties coming the way. Car 23 in particular. Okay. We've just heard a late call to keep the safety car out. So it looks like one more lap under yellow. Reasoning for the drive-through penalties, it's a variation of a whole lot of different things. Passing before the control line, which is a big no-no. You touched on that earlier, the little 1%ers. And passing under yellow as well has been flagged. Race control have got a bit on at the moment, so we're just working on getting what the various penalties for these cars are. But one of them, it is going to hurt Tim Lay, Barry Clinton and Will Davison in the number 23 car, who were third outright. We're hearing a car stopped at 19, which is at the top of Mount Panorama.
Yeah, that's one of those real critical things during the course of those restarts. You're stuck behind a little Mazda, you're in a big BMW, but they try and do the right thing. They get out of your way, but unfortunately the rules say you must be behind the car and there is to be no overlap. So you're not even allowed to be out beside the car in anticipation. So, yeah, that's one of the challenges, particularly stuck down in this traffic. The leader takes off, you're still at the chase, you're trying to find a way through. You could get going, but of course you've just got to sit there and wait. And the penalty is severe for the small crime.
And just to finish on your point for car 118 watch, race lead watch for the car that started right at the back. There's two cars between Dean Campbell, the Bathurstian, and race leader outright, Brianna Wilson. Noons?
Rich, I've come all the way down to pit entry to the Camry garage. The Camry's gone out on the track. If you have a very close look in the right rear passenger window, remember the old ads with the Camry and the Chook? The Chook is in the window. Shane Logan, you are dressed to impress in Camry. Lovely crocheted rug here. Crocheted tissue box as well. Not permitted in the car during the race here at the 6 hour, but this car last year was the cult car. It's awesome to have you guys back. You can't stay away from this race. It's Bathurst. You've got to be here.
Love it, mate. Absolutely love it. Where else would you want to be on Easter weekend?
Not with a crocheted tissue box, that's definitely for sure.
Well, look, you've got to go whole hog, you know, when you're here with a Camry. And we're also offering free tissues to anyone who gets beaten by a Camry today. Come on down, Garage 36, we'll sort you out.
Hey, tell me about this car. This is a late 90s car. Is this the last time we'll see it at Bathurst? Is it going to be phased out? Have you got a new cult car maybe for next year?
Look, we're still thinking about that. It may be the last time the Camry comes, unless the public really want to see it back, make a real song and dance about it. It may be back. It may be back at the museum someday. Who knows?
We'll have to put some pressure on the race organisers. But whatever the case, the Camry, oh yeah, they have dressed to impress. They have come ready to race at Bathurst in 2025.
Noons has been hanging out since we rolled into town on Wednesday to file that story.
Yes.
That car is sensational. So started in 1998, Bathurst 1000 for 2 litres and invited cars. So it's got genuine Bathurst history, and I reckon if you go and talk to Brad Owen, who runs the National Motor Racing Museum here, he would happily have that on display down at Murray's Corner at the great National Motor Racing Museum, which is a must visit when you come to this part of the world.
I reckon let's not wait, let's just wheel it in tomorrow morning.
Drive it off after the checkered flag today.
That's right.
Daytona 500 spec.
Correct, absolutely.
Cross the line, straight to the museum. It's currently 57th on the road. So whilst they're not outstandingly performing at a high level, they're still running around and doing a good job.
So Brianna Wilson will lead us back to green flag conditions here, and incidentally 2 cars between herself and Campbell back there, 4th on the road in the 118 entry. And watch for Tim Lay in behind. They've got to make up some spots here, make up some time as well. Tyler Mecklem now behind the wheel of the number 9 Mustang. A little further back, 4th outright so far, doing a nice job keeping these A2 class cars in amongst the mix. And I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm not quite sure why you're passing before the control line, unfortunately. Tony Levitt behind the wheel of the Audi, and I dare say that will be a penalty of some description because you shouldn't be doing that. And now Brianna Wilson is under attack here as well because we're very shortly going to have a change for the outright lead here with Campbell in behind. He now looks towards the left-hand side and trouble. It looks like that was the Lexus going around down there at Hell Corner, and it's in the sand trap now as well.
Are we far enough into the race for me to roll out the cliche safety cars, breed safety cars line?
Well, straight away you can see and this is just that traffic problem. I'm not sure what Tony Levitt was doing there. He's clearly not got KO listening to us talk about those penalties. I tell you what, I can tell you what's happened there. We've got some serious contact. So the left rear of the 48, you can see the damage to it, and the 154 limping round now with a right front damage. Obviously, and I think we've got the safety car has just been called obviously now as well. So back to safety car again. We've spent nearly 35 minutes now under safety car. Hey, the 23 has got through on Campbell as well on the run up the straight. So Tim Lay has now found himself in the lead of the race while all that was going on. Dean Campbell has popped out to second in front of Brianna Wilson. So we had some changes for the lead. These guys look like they're still racing a little bit there, but they're just trying to get on down the road a little bit, but they will get the safety car that catches them again. And we may see some of these bigger cars pit again if they can get their stops out of the way.
There's some passing going on at the top of the mountain that absolutely should not have been. They were well under safety car by that point. Scotty Gore and Stevie Owen. This car went 3.5 seconds quicker in practice than it had ever been here. So in the intervening 12 months, they've tuned up the Lexus, and it's clearly liking the Hankook tyre this year as well. And unfortunately, car 48 well and truly stuck in the mud down there at turn 1.
So these cars are still accelerating quite hard, still got up to pace. And we'll just see whether they're going to stop again and take advantage of this safety car, which is why they've maybe pulled out of the field.
When the car in front of them has gone for a little bit of track position here, because that's Anton Di Pasquale. Now, they went down a couple of laps early. Remember, had the tyre issue in that car. So I would bet, I wonder if Anton stays out now and they'll get a lap back. They're currently 46th outright and a couple of laps behind the leader, but they'll get a free kick here and get a lap back if they can circulate around behind the safety car, especially if everyone else peels off into pit lane. And Campbell has pitted, Tim Lane has not. They've elected to stay out in car 23 because he's just jumped aboard that entry. And this won't be a long safety car either, with the Lexus being dragged out already from turn 1. Notes?
Rich, the Class E battle I wanted to focus in on. Remember that there's 4 Mazdas in this class. I got bad news. One of them, the 53 cars, got an electrical issue. They're trying to find it. They've lost, I think, 12 or 13 laps on their fellow class cars in the garage trying to get this sorted and figure it out. Because, of course, 4 cars in the class. I wasn't very good at maths, but there could be a podium here on the line. If one other one drops out, this one gets going. They get to spray some champagne. While this is in the next door garage, the 118 of Crick and Campbell is also in as well. They've done a very quick fuel top up on that car. No driver change, no tyre change. They're just waiting for that maximum, a minimum, I should say, pit stop time to elapse as they wait for the 118 to rejoin.
Thanks, Noons. The passion down in this garage. They're right at pit entry. The raceaway track time guys always put together a great combination and really well presented. Here are the highlights so far in the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hour as we work our way through hour 2 of 6. And as always, battles all the way up and down the field.
Certainly has been, Rich, and no matter where you look, even cars off the road as well. And so close across the top of McPhillamy Park as well. Class battles, and we saw this, our best presented car unfortunately come to a stop down there at the runoff area at Hell Corner and out of juice. It was game over for Grant Denyer in the 101 Camaro, parked it on the right hand side of the chase. And how's this car? It's had limp issues all weekend, unfortunately, for the 92, the Cavich and Randall machine. That's come to a halt, and they're not sure if that car is going to make it through to the end with all these limp issues. Then we saw quite a sizable impact, unfortunately, up there at the cutting. Significant damage to the Toyota 86 on the left-hand side. Graphic shot of it there, that left rear, not very good. A lot of happy drivers as well on this Easter Sunday as we got racing back underway. Tony Levitt was dicing down the inside on a safety car restart underneath Brianna Wilson. And once again, unfortunately, we saw this Lexus in the sand trap at turn number 1, which has brought out the most recent safety car here with still a lot of time left in this race. Just over 4 hours for the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hour.
Top left corner of the screen will give you the rundown of your class leaderboards. I should say a few cars in pit lane, so this should be relatively a good indicator of who is where in the race. Lee, Oscar Target being shown in second in Class X at the moment. That's the A1 battle. Von Rappard currently leading that in fourth outright. Tyler Mecklem leads the way in Class A2 over Brown and Wilson, who was leading outright. Ben Jesikowski third. The 999 still leads the way in Class B1 with Tabitha Ambrose behind the wheel. We saw contact with Aaron Zerafos earlier on. Sheepfield leads the way in B2. There's a lot of debris down at Hell Corner. That will be cleaned up before the restart. Class C has Agar in front of Ansel and Pat Navin, the pole sitter there, as they battle out with the Volkswagens. And that is the fight. Toyota's dominating. They own, well, 5 of the top 6. The other one's a Subaru BRZ as well in 4th position. And then Class E, DeBritt leads Brewer, Stevens, and it was the odds car in pit lane for raceway track time. As we get set for a racing restart once again in the Bathurst 6 hour with just over 4 hours remaining. These races fly by. There's been plenty of drama already, and there will be plenty of more. I will guarantee you that as we get back to racing, and Tim Lay needs to get his head down because he has got a drive-through penalty to be served for an infringement on a previous restart or under yellow flag conditions. We're still looking to get to the bottom of that.
Rich, you mentioned earlier that in that Class X battle, the leader, Tim Lay, second there is Oscar Target out on the track at the moment. Now, he is 21st on the road. Yeah. There's a lot of A2 cars that are going to now inherit this lead and actually lead the race good and proper after Tim Lay is going to have to serve his drive-through penalty on this next lap pass, providing we get all that way in green flag racing. So I assume Tony Levitt will probably get one as well. I think we've just got confirmation of that. But here's look at the view of the traffic jam up into the cutting. Tabitha Ambrose there, just taking it nice and easy. That's the way to do it. Just get through all this traffic and let the field settle again.
A lot of traffic, isn't there? And we were riding on board a moment ago with the 30 entry of Todd Hazelwood, and he's having to really breeze off the throttle to make sure that he gives those cars in front a little bit of breathing space. Just want to quickly update you on some stops that we saw underneath that previous safety car. So George Meadowkick took the opportunity to take a compulsory pit stop. That's interesting because that actually gets them into a window around the 3 hour mark to put Jaden Ojeda into the car and get him home as a possible double or triple stint and not clear that 3 hour maximum total driving time. And almost the same case as well for the 118 car that we saw with Dean Campbell coming into the pits. They've got to go to at least 2 hours 47 minutes to go roughly until they can put Cam Crick back in the car and get him to the home, get him at least to the end of the race as well.
Yeah, they've got a bit less flexibility though, don't they? Because they've got 2 drivers instead of 3. So Dean Campbell will have to do some heavy lifting, but he is up to the job. He will be very competitive here. The most obvious penalty in the race so far, car 7, which is the Audi TTRS, the G-Technic car, Roma Sola, will be given a penalty for completely blatantly overtaking under yellows at the final corner before the control line. A little miscue there from the Queenslander Tony Levitt, who was due to be here in his own Mercedes AMG C63 in the big V8 class, but the brand new build couldn't get it ready in time, and as a result we'll have to come back next year with that as a late addition to the Holly car. Lay pushing on. I mean, you get 3 laps to serve your penalty, so...
No, you don't. The way it works these days, you get a black flag. The next opportunity to come past the pit lane is when you're meant to take that penalty. We've got a tyre failure there on the 7 of the Levitt car, so he's going to have to make his way all the way around the circuit. Again, the next available opportunity, these guys with these penalties, or these drive-through penalties, should be taking them and getting the job done. But Tim Lay, you can see him disappear into the distance now, opening a big gap up very quickly, which we'll obviously be using to his advantage when it comes to another run through pit lane.
Well, the only thought is that maybe they're arguing it. They've told him to stay out until they get a clear and final decision. Noons?
Rich, I'm just down in the garage. You see the 43 Astra. They've just closed the bonnet. I reckon we're done here. It sounds like it's lost the clutch. I just had a chat to Tristan Ellery, Steve Ellery's son, who's done 2 laps. It's a very short day at the mountain for him, but yeah, it's a case of, well, actually, you know what? Co-driver's about to get back in the car with us. All right, well, forget what I just said. Everything that I just said. You sold me a puppy here, Ellery. You said this car was out of the race and struggling. What's going on here? Hang on, let's get to the bottom of this. What's going on here? What's going on?
I'm not too sure, to be honest. I sort of stepped aside just to let the guys work on the car, but they're strapping Nick back in now, so hopefully that's a good sign. I know we were struggling with a little bit of a clutch issue, so we'll just see how Nick goes throughout the stint and try and manage it.
6 hours all about not giving up. I had given up. You'd given up. They're not giving up. They're getting back in and getting this thing going. The number 7 Audi, guys, was just going slowly along pitch straight just before we came to the 43 Astra as well, so wanted to keep an eye on there.
And another safety car being called as well whilst we were chatting to you there, Noons. So haven't got yet any shots as to what that could be. These cars are going across there, the top of Mount Panorama and ultimately down Conrod Straight as well. And Tim Lay continuing to stay out on the racetrack out in front as well.
1 lap, guys. We've got 1 green racing lap then till we've had an incident. We're not sure where that current incident is. We did see that 7 driving slowly with that tyre, what looked like a tyre failure on the right front of that car. So we'll just see whether, yeah, you can see it there, that tyre failure, trying to limp his way back to pit lane. So unfortunately that car is a long way to go, decided to stop by the looks of it. And that may be what's caused our safety car at the moment. But yeah, it did surprise me, those cars that have been given that penalty, that have not pulled in straight away, that's for sure.
A little bit of debris up there on the grass as well, just in front of Tony as he'll pull that car, you would probably say, to a stop there on driver's left. So it's Lay from Mecklem. It's interesting tonight with all this jumbled up pit stops that we've got happening at the moment. There's only 1 Class X car inside the top 10. And it just shows you...
And it's got a penalty.
And it's got a penalty. So it just shows you that the back half of this race has got so much to play. We've even got a Class C car, the I-30N sedan, that's running 10th outright. It's incredible stuff. Let's go back down in the lane with Noons.
Brian, that 43 Astra, you know, the one that I said was done?
Yes.
Not done. It's alive. It's alive. It's just left the garage and headed onto the circuit again. So what did we say earlier about never give up? I think we'd all given up on them. They'd given up on them and then said, no, we're getting in, we're going. So, yeah, who knows? They're going at the moment, but hopefully they could keep rolling. But hard to follow this race. By the way, car 1 is just in the lane right now with George Wiedeke.
Again, I reckon they're just trying to build themselves a little bit of a fuel window to get them towards that 3-hour mark and then plug Jaden O'Jada in until the end. And this is their 5th compulsory pit stop.
You're going to have all of them ticked off by half race.
Which is exactly what happened last year.
Yeah, yep.
Now, under the rules, you've got to do your 6 stops, which are 90 seconds, right? But once you've done that and you need fuel, you can still come in, top up, and it doesn't have to be 90 seconds. So they might have 8 or 9 stops.
Yep.
And it'd still be in a position to be very competitive toward the end of the race. We saw that in the 12-hour. I think it was the Group M.
Graf Bamboo Racing did it a couple of years
Graf
ago.
Bamboo Racing did it. They did 285 pit stops, all done early, all their compulsory stops. But when it played out at the end, they were right in the middle of the competition and right at the sharp end of it.
Yep, every opportunity to pit they took, every safety car they stopped, and it very nearly won them the race. They were second at the end of that day. It was the 22 race in the Champ Motorsport car. So it's got out of pit lane, and it's got about 1.4 Ks to Mayor Griffin's Bend, and it's not going any further by the looks of it. So that will be another recovery needed.
Go to
Noons. Noons.
Gents, it's time for the compulsory Bathurst 6-hour Toyota Camry update. Shane Logan's getting in. There's the chook. It's good to go. Oh, my God. It hasn't had a very good day at the office, has it? It doesn't look like it's enjoyed rolling around here at the mountain in about 3 minutes with this Camry. But I told you before that there was a chook in this car. I needed to give you the proof. There it is. There's the proof.
Very thorough, Noons. We appreciate that. Tick the box. It looks utterly terrified.
It does, doesn't it?
It does not look like a happy chicken.
Dearie me.
So fuel goes in. There's the Natoli G-Technic Audi TTRS being recovered. This program put together in 2 weeks. They were a reserve entry for the race. And there were a couple of late-minute withdrawals, and they were bumped up from the reserve list just a couple of weeks ago. And then Levitt was added to that program to join the fun in the Audi. Unfortunately, that tyre issue, they have been parked up. Now, this car, which was broken and then it wasn't, and then it was broken again and then it wasn't, they're now stopped at turn 2, so that's why we are under the control of the Bathurst Master safety car once again.
Stark contrast, isn't it, with pit stops? So George Medicke has done 5 now, and your leader at the moment, Tim Lay, has only done 2. So it just shows you at the moment the different complexity in this race and the different ways of strategizing yourself. And that's very much like what car 23 did last year. As I say that, right on cue comes in car 23, and this wouldn't really be, you would think, for the drive-through penalty, because you can't serve that underneath safety car conditions.
No, this will be just a pit stop to tick off. Of course, the irony of all this is that last year, we're seeing the similar strategies play out as last year. In the end, it didn't matter because there was a safety car with 20 minutes to go. The top 3 ended up 1.4 seconds apart as they crossed the line, and a great finish towards the end. So, but you have to race with the intention that it's going to go green and that strategy will mean something. The irony, of course, is that quite often in races like this, it doesn't, because it will all close up towards the end regardless. The track position thing for mine is really interesting, and I don't remember one of these races where the fleet of outright contending BMWs have been buried in the field so early in the piece. And they are a long way down, and the A2 cars are looking particularly strong early in this game.
Well, in order to back up your point last year, remember it was the Barrett Linton, Tim Lay, Will Davison car that was actually leading after the last round of pit stops, having done the least amount of pit stops prior to that. Of course, with car number 1, a lot of fuel leaking out the right-hand side, or fluid at least there in that Mustang, and they're going to send that car as well. But to back up that point, that car was in such a strong position last year. Remember, they had a gearbox problem late in the race, which ultimately saw them drop from that race-winning opportunity.
So the 23 car leaves pit lane, still showing Tim Lay behind the wheel.
And again, they're probably working to a window in order to plug Will Davison in at the 3-hour mark as well, and then have a straight-out fight potentially with Jaden Ojeda.
Which again is what they did last year.
Correct.
It worked really well.
Which I just noticed there, actually on track, the 23 pulled out right behind the 1. So after all this that's played out, the 1 car is right in front of the 23 car with 2 extra stops up its sleeve at the moment.
Like we were just saying, Ben.
We just saw a 23 15-second time penalty. A bit of confusion here. Do you know what it's for?
I was hoping you could tell me. I found out from my family at home on the TV. So it's been a bit of chaos here. So I think it was something to do with safety car infringement. So Tim wasn't sure either. He had no idea. So I'm sure we'll find out. But it's a roller coaster, this race. Every time you think things are going smooth, it goes pear-shaped. But I remember this last year, so we'll just ride it out. We've just knocked another CPS out of the way. We'll have to serve the penalty, obviously, on the restart. We'll be a long way back in the train, but as long as we don't lose a lap, we'll be all right. But it'd be nice to get some clarity what's going on.
Yeah, if you find out what's going on, are you going to try and protest?
No, I won't, I'm sure. I'm sure they got their reasoning, but I have no idea, to be honest, what it was.
Oh, well, best of luck for the rest of the race.
Cheers, all good.
He's just up here having fun this weekend, Will Davison, with his great mate Tim Lowe.
They love it. Ree's here as well, and their young child. They stay in Orange with the Lay family for the weekend, so I'm sure it's extremely enjoyable. For us, the racing car driver does come out, though. The frustration of a penalty that they can't quite explain.
As soon as that visor goes down, the whole mindset of a driver changes, doesn't it?
Need to give a shout out to Super Cheap Auto, as well as backing the best presented team of the weekend, which went to AA Racing with their outstanding BMW livery with the Easter Bunny on the side, and they've done a really good job with all their team crew and uniform and pit area. There are the Davisons watching on. They're also supporting our volunteers here this weekend. More than 280 volunteer officials helping us out to go motor racing, giving up their Easter long weekend, or indeed enjoying their Easter long weekend here at Mount Panorama. A lot of them camping here in the precinct. Super Cheap Auto's hooking them up with some really cool stuff, and we thank them for their support. We can't go racing without the help of our Motorsport Australia volunteers. So thank you, and thanks to Super Cheap for helping them out.
Nowhere else in the world I would rather be than at Mount Panorama on an Easter weekend. It's a glorious place to go racing, and particularly when you've got weather conditions like this. Still warm conditions though, and for these turbo cars, we often make mention that they don't particularly like those warmer temperatures. And we often spoke about that last year because for all these turbo cars, you've got to switch the cars off throughout a pit stop whilst you're refueling them as well, and they often don't like that heat soak cycle that goes through the car, but they did a really good job getting through that last year, and so far so good in 2025 as well. Ben?
A few safety cars ago, we saw that Lexus in the gravel trap at the exit of 1, really devastating, and we also saw it go back into the garage. You weren't in the car, but do you want to give us an update?
Yeah, it looks like he's just been hit from behind. It's only panel damage, luckily, so the car's still straight, so we've taped it up, lost a couple of laps, and we're back out there, so fingers crossed. She's pretty reliable, the old girl, so it normally runs all day, so we should be able to make a couple of them back up.
Any update now the car's back out? Is it still steering straight, still going well, it's still handling as it should?
Yeah, he said it's all good, it's just cosmetic damage, so didn't see much of the incident, so sort of can't comment about that, but yeah, a little bit frustrating. It's the 4th year in a row we've been turned around, so might be time for some of these guys to reassess their ability levels.
Well, there's a few hours left. Hopefully your luck turns around a little bit.
Yeah, we'll be right. We all love this event. Just, you know, we never like coming home with a broken car.
Stevie Owen down there, and of course he's making his 5th start in the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour this weekend as we look at the 92 car back in the lane once again, continuing to try and sort out some of these limp mode issues they've been having. Going back though to Stevie Owen, he probably has to be the person with the lowest heart rate possible this weekend. He is such a cool, calm...
This weekend, any weekend.
Well, that's exactly right. He is one of the coolest characters up and down the lane, and it's always great to have him as part of this particular event.
Now this is another one of the cars that will have to serve a penalty, we understand, with this pit lane or restart overlapping drama that a couple of cars have had. So they're in the same boat as the Tim Lay, Barrett Linton, Will Davison car. So another pit stop ticked off for 92, but they're in the mix and having to serve a penalty as well.
Penalties are going out left, right and centre today. Tough to keep up with it and tough to try and get a read for a lot of these teams and drivers up and down the lane. Constantly changing is the situation, and we're hearing hopefully a restart this time by as we're almost up to lap number 40 of this year's High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. We've passed 2 hours and 12 minutes already as we ride on board here with Todd Hazelwood. He's already done plenty of miles around here this weekend, competing in the Trico Trans Am Series as well. Was 2nd overall for the round this weekend in what was a dramatic morning for them, their 2nd race of the weekend and round. So it'll be Mecklem, Wilson, Jakowski, Von Rappard, Murphy, the top 5 outright so far. Hazelwood a little further behind. Tim Collenbritter doing a nice job in that A1 entry, position number 7 from Agar, Oscar Target, and Skinfield completing the top 10.
Keep an eye out for Oscar Target behind the wheel of the number 60 BMW. He's sharing with Carl Begg and Rob Gooley. 10th or 11th car in the queue, 9th on the road, but leading Class X and should go forward in a hurry. Right, we're back to green. Can we get some rhythm now? 2 hours and 13 minutes into this race as we race towards the halfway point of the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. Tyler Mecklem is the leader. Ford Mustangs 1 and 2, both in class and in the road. Ben Jakowski 3rd in class and on the road in that Holden Commodore in 3rd. Then Michael Von Rappard, Murphy and Hazelwood next. Everyone else working their way through. The 999 car, Tabitha Ambrose still behind the wheel. Hazelwood's already got a spot on Murphy. He'll be going forward in a hurry and try and get themselves some track position. Interestingly, that number 30 car has completed 2 of its 4 pit stops. So they are in a very similar position to some of the Class X cars that might only have 1 or 2 pit stops to serve in this race from their mandatory allocation. So Gomersall Motorsport looking good. Sorry, Bart.
Oscar Targets is just finding his way through the traffic. Oh, very close. Good decision to back out of that one and obviously get through to the cutting there. So Oscar Target's doing a great job in that 60 car, the Speed Cafe car. So saw that car the last couple of years. It was very competitive with Dave Russell at the wheel, and then didn't make the, was it second lap that it stopped with a fuel issue? Yep. They packed up before the race had even started, or just as the race started. It was quite disappointing. And to see them back out there now, Oscar Target doing a great job, young talent. We've seen him racing around in Porsches the last couple of years, so he's certainly doing the job out there at the moment.
Dave Murphy there on screen having to give way to Tim Columbritta across the top of the mountain. Dave making his debut in the Bathurst 6 Hour this weekend, sharing that car with Braden Wilmington and John Bow as well. And of course, Bowie's been such a long-time friend of one of the great privateers in the Bathurst 1000, that being Gary Wilmington.
There's Hazelwood, 5th now on the road, 4th in class, A2 cars. 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 5th on the road. Michael von Rappard in the mix there as well. Ben Jerzakowski now on Browner Wilson going side by side. Holden Commodore VF versus Ford Mustang, and just decides to back out of that through the kink. Ben has raced Formula 3 cars back in Gold Star era 2013-14 here for Gilmore Racing, and was very competitive, and then went overseas and had a career for a while driving for Lamborghini and Super Trofeo Racing and GT3 racing in Europe. Queenslander from Cecil Plains, which is about an hour further away from Brisbane than Toowoomba is. So right in country Queensland. He's a great racer, Ben. His dad Vic, who he sadly lost a couple of years ago, was a great supporter of his, and I know the family will be watching on from Queensland. He's doing a super job up there in 3rd place, putting the pressure on in the fight for 2nd. We look a little bit further back. There's that Mustang, the Wilmington car. Hyundai, brand new car, doing a really good job, Class C. And then we go back and find Dean Campbell, car 118. The flashes of yellow, orange and red up the side of the BMW. One of the key contenders started this race right at the back of the field and have worked their way through. They've been ticking off their mandatory pit stops. They're 11th outright, 3 of their 6 stops in the books. And they're Class X contender.
So I just noticed as we flick through the timing screen there, the Tim Lay entry, the 23, has entered pit lane. So that'll be serving its penalty, its drive-through penalty. You don't have the information, exactly the details of that, but there's no point arguing it. You're not going to win it. You're going to have to serve it. They get it done. But at least now they'll pop back out into fresh air, but they'll very quickly come across all this traffic. They're going to have to do all this work again to get their way back to the front of the grid.
Great news from pit lane that the Subaru BRZ, the 128 car that we saw involved in that accident up at the cutting that brought out a safety car, feels like 3 hours ago now. It wasn't, but it feels like it. Aston Davis, Stephen Coe, who was behind the wheel at the time, and young Emily Cacaviello, that car has been repaired and is now back on the racetrack.
That's a really good effort.
Yeah,
there was a lot of damage on that car. Just interesting to note as well, towards the front of the field, David Russell, car number 81, out of position but a lap down. It's going to be key if he can get to the front of the train here to try and get that lap back as well. And they've got a lot of pace, so that's what they'll be fighting for in this little portion of the race.
Question I ask myself often in this race, how have they lost a lap?
There's been a lot of that today.
I think best just left unanswered, and we'll find out at the end.
I've thrown the stat sheet away at the moment. There's too much going on.
Just to touch final full stop on that Subaru, we were talking about Aston's 16 years of age, never been here before. Emily, 17 years of age, never been here before. So a couple of teenagers, they've worked massively hard, and Warren Davis helped put that team together, and they said, we got to do it, why not? And they challenged young Aston in particular to go and find the money and get the sponsorship. He's even got his school tipping some cash in to help out. The school rebranded and said, oh yeah, we'll help you out. That's pretty good. Parents probably think it's worthwhile after all the school fees they tip in, as we see Todd Hazelwood get up the inside of Bree Wilson. But great to see. There's stories like that up and down the field.
Well, if we snag Barks' $2 by the end of the day, maybe we can help out as well.
Net profit for us, Brian. Yep. $1 each way.
So Target now up to position number 3. As we mentioned a moment ago, this 81 machine of David Russell is trying to get back on the lead lap right now. He gets past Jerzakowski, and now the only car between himself and getting back on that lead lap is Mecklem out in front, as Target now forces the manoeuvre down the inside, and he'll get that job done at the steepest point of the racetrack there through the cutting. Slots himself now into second outright in that particular entry, but watch for D-Ross to be on the charge here. with 3 hours and 38 minutes to go.
Just understanding that the penalty for car 23 overlap before the start-finish line was the reason for that drive-through, which they have now served. So they are clear for any penalties right up there at garage number 1. Big move from Oscar Target. Gets himself up to second outright now and going forward in a hurry. The young man from Brisbane, who is a superstar in one-make Porsche racing, reigning Sprint Challenge champion in Porsche. He stepped up to Carrera Cup this year, finished second in the opening round at Sydney, speedy at the Grand Prix last time out. He is a great character. He's had some hardship in his young life, had open heart surgery before the start of his 2023 Sprint Challenge season, actually missed the opening round as a result. So it's been hard work, but he has been awesome in one-make Porsche racing, and he's part of the Grove Racing Junior Driver Development Program. So Stephen Grove and the Supercars team there have got eyes on him for the future and very highly rated. This is a good crack, an opportunity for him to get more laps at Mount Panorama.
That's what I love about this event. These young guys get the opportunity to race here. I often talk to young drivers about what they should do, and getting an opportunity to race here in even a D-class car, an E-class car, every lap around Bathurst is a good lap. Well, actually, no, that's not true. I've had a couple of bad laps. But every lap you can do around Bathurst in a race car is fantastic. And these events, they're just a great way to do it, to blood yourself into it, to really get a feeling of what the mountain's all about, endurance racing is all about. Oscar's obviously proven himself, and he's jumped now straight into an X-Class car and has certainly worked his way forward and is doing a great job at the moment.
Riding on board that big Mustang once again here with Hazelwood. It's a V8 v a V8. We often see this Mustang v Commodore from back in the day up here at Mount Panorama, and Hazelwood moves towards driver's right here, looking towards the inside. Jerzakowski leaves the door open for him, and now Hazelwood moves up to position number 3 outright on the road. And of course as well takes another spot away in the battle for class honours.
They've ticked off half of their compulsory pit stops down at Gomerstock Motorsport as well. The plan was for Todd to do the middle stint of the race and then Aaron Seaton to jump in for the end and do the hero stuff. I would love to see this car just be in the mix, in the discussion when we get to hour 5 and go, oh, maybe they could.
So here's a replay of him getting past as we ride on board with him up the mountain straight underneath the TFHI bridge here, and you'll see in just a moment how he'll navigate his way past Jerzakowski, and you can already see that Ben on the left there was early on the brakes, and it was a nice easy pass there for Mr. Young Todd Hazelwood.
And didn't Todd have an amazing year last year? He's come off the back end of 2023 in a full-time supercar drive. Obviously didn't have a full-time supercar drive, went out, won the Trans Am Championship, went to Bathurst with and ended up winning the race at Bathurst. And this year, obviously, we're joining Brody of Stecchi at the DJR Shell Racing team for their second assault, or try and defend their title of Bathurst glory. So Todd Hazelwood had a great championship last year, and now we can see him back here at the Mountain Endurance Race and driving forward, getting that A2 Mustang now in the top 3 on the road.
Some further battle packs continuing further on down the road here as well. And just looking at that battle for Class E honours a little bit further down as well. So Brett so far currently leading that class, car number 35 in the battle of the Mazdas. Brewer behind the wheel of the 20 machine, which is vying for 3 straight this weekend in the battle for class honours. They're a little bit further away, and I'm just trying to check. It looks like they're still in the same lead lap at the moment in the battle for Class E honours, so that little fight they've got going on for 3 straight in Class E is certainly still alive, as here comes this battle to get back on the lead lap. David Russell now in the 81X machine has now regathered himself, and what they'll be hoping for now is a safety car, because they'll go back onto the rear of the train and most importantly gather all that time back up.
So that's a pretty critical move for the Mac Pro team. Tom McLennan, bit of Method Motorsport helping out down there as well. Chaz Mostert's crew on that car. Tom drove for them in GT4 Australia last year in a McLaren. Oh wow, this is busy. The Mercedes AMG A45, Ram Motorsport with GWR Australia running the Tour de Cure livery Alex Bryden behind the wheel. And every time they jump out of that car, they jump on the Peloton bikes behind the garage and they're riding. So they're prepping for Tour de Cure. The boys are going to ride it as well. They're raising awareness and money for it this weekend. But every time they are out of that car, they are on the bikes behind the garage. It seems like hard work. I'm all for the charitable cause, Bargs, but I don't know if I'm going to jump out of a race car and then go and ride 50Ks.
Well, they're going to ride 8,000 Ks over 8 days, if you don't mind me saying. So I just get a sweat.
mind you saying that.
8,000 kilometres in 8 days?
No, 1,000 Ks in 8 days.
Oh, sorry, who said 8,000?
Did I say 8,000?
Yeah, that's
Goodness
a lot.
me.
I wouldn't even drive that far.
I was getting up a sweat saying 8,000. Maybe we can do 1,000.
Bathurst 1,000 every day of the week.
Not even that's in the Tour de France.
Well, so I must admit, I've done enough endurance racing here. I've never jumped out of the race car after a stint and gone. I'm usually looking for a sandwich and a hot shower and a fresh driving suit. But yeah, I mean, it's good to see them actually doing that for a great cause and enjoying their weekend here at Bathurst.
Did you do ice baths back in your day?
No. Well, there is showers here in the paddock area, so you could actually get out and get a fresh suit on. Particularly after a hot stint, you have a quick shower, you get back and you're ready to go, a bit of food and ready to jump back in the car. Ice bars. When my first drove with Gary Rogers, he laughed at cool suits and said, "You're not having them." So that's back in the old school days. We went to Adelaide and events like that. It was very hot. We didn't even have cool suits, but this is not good for the 60 car because this is not running at the speed we would normally expect it to see.
Yeah, no. Dropped 4 spots already. It was running second on the road and it almost got to the back of Tyler Mecklem, the race leader. Is this another limp mode issue? There's the repaired Subaru, by the way, just in the background.
Race tape fixes everything.
Doesn't fix limp mode issues, unfortunately, if you're a BMW team.
I think we're going to start being very careful here, guys. We can't start talking about that Camaro and how amazing it was and it stopped. We're talking about how good Oscar Target was going and now he's got a bit of an issue. I think, yeah, we better stop talking about race cars here.
I threw the full curse at Jordan Cox this morning in the Trans Am race too, by the way. Was just talking up how well he was going and he crashed pretty hard at the top of the hill.
Well, I was about to give a rev up for Brendan Madden because he's now taken over the lead in Class X, and that's the only car that's not a BMW at the front of the field, and they've had such a good weekend so far himself and Brock Giblin. They've been right in amongst the fight. And if they can have the outright speed late in this race, we'll see how far up this field they can go.
And saying that, I'm not sure what Oscar's done there, but now the car's come back alive again. So clearly we saw him running slowly up the straight, and now but it looks like that car's back to a normal racing speed. So some more electrical gremlins, possibly, some electrical gremlins that may play out as the day goes on, but certainly for Oscar, he's back up to speed and away he goes.
The cars that have had those penalties, so Tim Lane 19th in the BMW and Cavic 21st in the 92 car. So they were the two that were affected by those safety car restart infringement or overlapping penalties and had to serve drive-through penalties. So they're a long way back. Still on the lead lap though, and all that safety car has helped keep a bunch of cars on what is the 45th and lead lap. And right now, more than 30 cars on that lead lap of the race.
Tim Lay, after that, serving that drive-through penalty, going across top of the mountain here. Tyler Mecklem, as the race leader, is now almost down to the chase. He's just about finished the lap, so that gives you an indication of the track position they've actually lost as part of that penalty. And they've had to find their way back through all this traffic now, which has slowed up that progress even further. We've got an A2 car leading, we've got an A2 car second, an A2 car third on the field at the moment. 3 Mustangs, 1, 2, 3 out in front and doing a great job.
29 cars on the lead lap. We talked about David Russell hauling the Mac Pro car back onto the lead lap of the race and keeping them on in the mix and in the game, which was so critical, and it'll come back to them as this race plays out. 2 hours and 29 minutes into the race, not far away from the halfway point of this one already. Still very hard to get a clear read on this.
Gee, Tim Lay here looking at the fastest point. The racetrack's about 270 k's an hour in one of these BMWs. Then you've got to get pulled up back down to 90 for the left-hander at the chase. And once again, Tim Lay is a busy boy at the moment, getting through some of these slower cars, making his way closer towards the front, but they'll need the help of the safety car if they really want to punch back up to the rest of the field as he comes through the final turn. and back down the High-Tech Oils pit straight. So Tim Lay at the moment, as he crosses the line, he's a minute 17 behind the actual race leader. So it's Mecklem from Hazelwood, Jerzkowski, Madden, Wilson the top 5. Target, who as you mentioned, Jay, seems to have got that car back underway once again in position number 6. Campbell now up to position 7 after pitting. Von Rappard, then Miedeke as well after pitting in that previous round of safety car interventions, now position number 9. And Colin Riddick completing the top 10 as Levitt now makes up some spots and back on the road after that car had stopped with a puncture on the right front. Just looking at Campbell, looks like he may have actually gone across the S's going down the hill, because it's coming up on our timing screens that he's actually shortcut there, so that may have been traffic affected there at the top of the mountain and just trying to sidestep. We mentioned he's 6th out right at the moment, 2nd in Class X. Oh, look at Tim Lay, he was sideways then coming up into Silverman Park then. No question about his commitment right now and having to push that car as hard as we possibly can to make up that lost time from the penalty that we saw a brief moment ago. And looks like car 81 that just got back on the lead lap with David Russell is now in pit lane.
So they needed to get there and tick off a compulsory stop as Tyler Mecklem continues to lead. Parramatta Vehicle Services team doing a great job. It's actually the 3rd time they've led this race outright in that Ford Mustang. Used to run a Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution, came into the Mustang. Pedro Morel, hugely experienced. He has competed in every single Bathurst 6-hour. Big background in hill climb racing and production car racing, a little bit of GT3 stuff as well, and was a national production car champion in 2023. Tyler Mecklem, hugely experienced guy, open wheel racer back in the day. Did you know he actually raced in the Bathurst 1000? Year 2000, a year you're pretty familiar with.
Yeah, absolutely.
And his co-driver, can you name his co-driver? Quite a big surname.
Brock.
No, Daryl Beattie.
Oh, it was too, Daryl Beattie.
Beattie, 500cc.
I was thinking James Brock was in that car, but yeah, of course, Daryl Beattie it was.
Good stats, good history. And they're doing a super job. So leading outright again in an A1 class car. This is hectic. The 92 car, the BMW, is involved in this. Cavic still behind the wheel. The recovered Lexus, after being deposited into the gravel trap, continues onwards.
I tell you, we often see during the course of the day that the field settles down and the traffic doesn't become such an issue, but this is proper traffic jam stuff all day long, which if we get into this last hour with strategy is certainly going to play into track position is going to be key. And these engineers at the moment should be sitting back looking about how they can control track position, because it's actually going to play into it as the day goes on.
Names.
Rich, I'm with the 142 D-Class Honda. Remember that car that was starting at the tail of the field? They did that great recovery and repair job in orange overnight. They just went to start. It wouldn't start. This is the car that lost the rear bumper early on in the day. Totally fine pit stop, driver change. Won't restart. This place is so unbelievably cruel, but they're bolted into the passenger side trying to get this thing going again. And get this little Integra. That's a little better. That's better. Now we're going. That's how a Honda should sound. Back into the race, not giving up. Minus a little bit of panel work, but that's okay. Pressing on. Little update for you too in pit lane here, guys. Earlier on, it was blue sky, beautiful, but there's lots of white clouds, a couple of grey ones. I'm not saying that there's rain in them. The rain from the bomb is predicted tonight, but it has clouded over here. It's not as warm in the pit lane as it's been all race so far.
It's funny you say that, Aaron Noonan, because probably about half an hour ago in this commentary box, I did bring up the radar sweep, and I kind of hid it from my co-colleagues in here because I didn't want them to realise that I was actually looking at the radar. There is a slight pop-up shower.
No, don't even.
South of Bathurst, but it's a long way away.
Guys, we're at Bathurst, right? Come on.
It's going to hail, isn't
we've
it?
Had, we've had controversy. We've got cars racing under appeal. We've had cars lost before the race. Reserves in. We've got to have some weather. Come on.
Can I put a full stop on? Well, it's an ongoing full stop. It's a couple of full stops on the 92 car. So the Cavic and Randall entry. Now, I said before incorrectly that they had served a drive-through. They haven't. And the reason is the team are arguing the point and they were assessed a penalty for allegedly having too many crew over the line in the pit lane. There are restrictions around that. However, at the time, Race Control pinged them for that. They were servicing 2 cars. So there might have been some confusion, the team says, around who was working on what car at the time. So the team have appealed that basically and have not served that penalty. So the 92 BMW, Ben Cabbage still behind the wheel, have not served a penalty yet.
On board there with George Madecki, he's just past Oscar Target, who clearly is still having those issues with that car. We've seen him be quite quick in the odd sector, but then there's sectors where he's very slow. But Madecki has caught and passed Oscar Target very easily, and has now taken, where's Madecki now third I should say, sorry, in P7, third in Class X. So we've still got the 2 Mustangs out in front, the 2 A2 cars, Mecklam and Hazelwood. The gap between them now at 7.8 seconds. Madden has now moved up into third outright in the X-Class.
Who continue to punch above. Now, yes, they're in X-Class because it's for ultimate performance with forced induction. So turbocharged, that's a supercharged HSV GTS. In fact, the man who owns some fan clubs around this joint, Brad Gordon, I should say, from the Shakedown crew, and g'day to all of the Shakedowners who I know will be watching on. They love this style of racing. He was quite keen to follow that car going because he's got the road going example. They have been doing such a good job. Brock Giblin passionate about this program, and he's been doing quite a bit of public speaking. There it is too, just going for a shot on the run up towards turn 2.
He's just moved up actually from Todd Hazelwood. So now the big Commodore is taking second on the road and leading in Class X. So they're obviously confident with their car. They had that tyre issue early, as Brock Giblin mentioned, but clearly they've been able to recover from that. In terms of stops, they have completed 3 of their compulsory stops. So they're probably around about the right space we need to be with 3 hours and 20 minutes remaining in the race.
Dean Campbell up to 6th position outright in car 118. And just behind him, George Medicki. Oscar Target back to 9th. That car back at speed, so it seems okay at the moment. Here's Todd Hazelwood working his way through traffic, still third outright, second in the A2 class. Working our way towards the halfway point of the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. And it's a mixed up, muddled up world we're living in. There are strategies unfolding, there's drama, there's cars with reliability issues, there's some punching well above their weight. It's all part of the usual day at the office here at the Mountain in a production car endurance race. We officially started 69 cars just after 11 o'clock this morning. A few have struck dramas, a few have been into pit lane for a long time and have resumed on the racetrack.
In the lead up to this election,
there is so much at stake.
Cost of living,
equality,
healthcare.
What's most important to you? Let's cut through all the political noise and go direct to communities to get to the heart of how this will impact us all.
NITV News, weeknights 6:30 on NITV and SBS On Demand.
I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. It felt good to be.
We're for road trippers and morning dippers. Those who love to save when they fill up and when they fuel up. We're for sweethearts and sweet deals on dining and movies too. We're for all Australians everywhere. So we created My NRMA Rewards, yours from only $5 per month. A world of road, travel and rewards.
This is a loan, dumped into a place you've never been to before, and you've got to survive. Rock and roll, baby.
The moment of truth.
I can see something looking at me.
It's totally untamed.
The lake has officially taken our shelter.
Alone Australia. Stream free on SBS On Demand.
It's scary out there in Mother Nature, all by yourself.
It's totally untamed.
Bring it on, Tassie. You gotta go where inspiration takes you.
Alone Australia. Stream free on SBS On Demand.
That's the scene from the V8 Sleuth drone cam here at Mount Panorama. The High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hour, 2 hours and 41 minutes in the books. And the BM Performance Centre BMW, this car led the race in the early stages on strategy. Zach Suter, one of the many experienced drivers there. Ray Hislop behind the wheel at the moment. And this is a look down at the chase.
You can see that right front tyre is gone on Ray coming into the chase there. So he's done the best job he can to get that car out, but it just didn't quite make it out of the gravel trap. Got caught, but he'll have to come into pit lane now. So we'll see that Mustang leaping in. What that smoke is, obviously maybe a bit of power steering or diff gearbox. It's hard to tell at the moment, but the team, hopefully we can get an update on them later on. It's another safety car. That's something we've seen enough of today. We've got some green racing laps underway. The 999 BMW that's out on the track at the moment. I think Tabitha is still driving that car at the moment, so she's enjoying a great job. I've seen she has pitted and been back out on the circuit again, so being very cautious out there, doing a great job, and currently sitting, what is it, 3rd or 4th in the B1 class at the moment, which is doing a great job.
Currently rolling through down the order in position 52 outright, as the field comes back under the control of the Bathurst Mazda safety car, with now 3 hours and 15 minutes to go as we get closer towards that halfway mark. And we've also completed 50 laps in this year's race, as Madden will bring that Class X HSV car into the lane as well, and likewise for Ben Gerdzikowski in behind as well in the A2 machine.
Noons.
I'm in the pit lane. I'm with Anton Di Pasquale, who's just got out of the 115 BMW. The hair has not moved. I don't know how this man does this, but this has been a bit of a grind of a day for you guys in this BM.
Yeah, first one to blow a tyre, and then we're fighting some gremlins and all sorts of things, but I think everyone's still having a good time. Never know what happens. I don't know where we are, but a bit of a battle.
Tell me about when there's 60-odd cars in this race. It's completely different to October. You know the drivers that you're racing against in supercars every weekend, but this is kind of a bit of a lottery. Do you just have to hold right back here and wait till things present themselves in front of you on the track?
Yeah, it's quite fun because obviously I'm fortunate enough to be in the faster cars, so it's quite easy to pass, but everyone's having their own little races, and you come across two RX-8s having their own battle, and you're trying to find your way through without disturbing it and causing accidents and things. So it's a lot of fun. Yeah, the time flies really fast. So yeah, it's all good.
You drive for Charlie Schmerkold, Team 18, now the homologation team for GM and for Chevrolet and supercars. Do you reckon you could twist Charlie's arm to just open up the calendar in Easter next year and get another Camaro on the grid here?
Maybe. He was texting me before the race today, so maybe he's watching. Maybe we can grab one and have a good crack.
All right, you never know. We'll see what we do, but keep pressing on.
Thanks, mate. Thanks, Nins.
Well, I'm all for it. Why not? In fact, basically a factory GM team. So sign them up. A couple of Camaros. Anton means we get David Reynolds back in the race, which would be great fun. Stop-go is a bit of the story of the day, isn't it? 7th safety car interruption in this race. We're 12 last year, so we're not to that point yet. That's the team boss at Maisie Place Motorsports. Maisie Place, working on her own cars. She builds all of the cars herself, and they have a fleet of wrecked RX-8s in the back of the workshop where they can go and get bits. probably most well known for a bright green one called Frogger, for obvious reasons. Bright green, looks like Kermit the Frog.
I'm glad you pointed that one out. She's been very busy so far today, hasn't she? Not all gone to plan with some of her cars down there in the lane. So hopefully won't be too far away from a resumption of play here. And this is a nice little cool story because it's going to be Darcy Inwood that will lead the field back to the green flag. And of course the Inwood boys from Bathurst will have that opportunity to lead them back to the green. So on the top left of your screen, you can see our class totem pole. So Cavic, after all the dramas they've had today, are now back into the lead of Class X here at the moment from Campbell in behind. We mentioned the Inwoods there a moment ago. They're leading that particular class, Class A1 here this afternoon. And a big story if they could possibly get that win and hold the flag up for those Bathurstians here in the central west of New South Wales. Further on through the field, this great battle in Class A2 that we're seeing to play out throughout the course of today, and morale is now back into that lead, and it's really no Satal there because Todd Hazelwood has been right in the fight all day in that particular class. Further on through this field, the 999 entry, which we spoke about a moment ago, continuing to lead. Tabitha Ambrose now in the car for Class B1. She's been doing a really good job and staying out of trouble, in fact. And of course, Courtney Prince and Carly Buccini sharing that particular car this weekend as well. So many different variations of classes this weekend, up and down the entire paddock here this weekend for the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. And that's the great thing that we love about endurance racing at this particular place. The different races within a race that you can often see. Patrick Navin, he's done such a great job in that particular class. Class C for this weekend. Alice Buckley back behind the wheel of the Subaru BRZ in Class D, leading the way. And the battle of the Mazdas, DeBrett leading in Class E. The three-time and reigning champions, though, we're looking for that three-time here this weekend. So far, position number 2. Can they get it done? As you can see, only 0.6 of a second as we go back into green flag conditions. And it's Alice Buckley leading the way here in the Subaru BRZ back towards the start-finish line.
No, I think they've waved this off.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, sorry, what they've done there is they've just waved all the cars through
correct.
from the safety car. So these guys have now got the opportunity to run around onto the back of the queue while the safety car finds the leader, which is obviously, we mentioned earlier, the 143 Inwood. So Inwood will now take up the lead of the race in terms of right behind the safety car. Some cars did peel off, but the Inwood car was deep in the pack. So now the safety car would have found them. These cars will run around to the back. Some may even pit after this happens because it is a good opportunity to get a bit of a free pit stop. As we can see, now this one's not quite right. The one's done their 6 stops. The one is back in pit lane. George Madecki is back in pit lane. Why would he be coming back in again? That's a really good mystery at this point. Unless they just want to top it up with fuel and make sure they're ready to go. But it's, this may be a bit of a problem there for the one.
Well, that would be the most likely scenario, Barks, is to brim the thing now because they've ticked off their allocation of mandatory pit stops. Get the thing absolutely brim with fuel, and look, they're ready to go with that right now. And now they can run this as a fuel race. Run the thing dry, fill it up, and see if you can get to do this race maybe on one more stop. But remember, any stop from here for this team does not have to be the 90-second mandatory that the compulsory pit stop has to be, which is the transit time in pit lane and the stationary time. It's 90 seconds from pit in to pit out.
However, the fuel man there had the hose upside down. He had the vent line trying to connect to the actual in line and the in line on the vent line. They've got an issue. They can't get the fuel in this car. This is an opportunity for them to try and get a bit of an advantage, but it's gone out the window with a bit of a drama on their fuel rig. If you don't prime the fuel line, it does get an airlock in there and it can actually cause a bit of drama. We've seen that a couple of times in supercars. We've seen that in this race before. It is possible they've had that fuel drama a couple of times now, which means that clearly they can get the fuel in. You can see the red fuel light running down that line into the car. As much fuel goes in as air comes out, so you can only get as much fuel in as the air rushing out, and it bleeds back into the overhead fuel tank. But if you get an airlock in there, you don't have the right line on the right side, it won't put any fuel at all in.
And whether or not that was an issue in the previous stop and they were worried about getting that car completely full, because even on their previous stop they would have been in a window to get that car home with 2 more stops. So maybe if they have got a refueling issue, they didn't actually get all the fuel in the car at that previous stop.
So they've been very lucky there with this safety car continuing the way it's panned out. If that issue was the attention those refuelers paid to the rig there before they sent the car, would suggest that they were double checking the amount of fuel that went in. So it is possible that they do have that issue, and they've got to really pay attention to that for the rest of the day.
It's funny how this race giveth and this race taketh away, isn't it? Because 45 minutes ago we were talking about how unbelievable they'd rolled things out today and they'd ticked all those boxes, and then all of a sudden there's a little blip on the radar just 15 minutes later, and it's cost them an enormous amount of track position. So before they ticked off all the pit stop boxes and they had track position. Now they've ticked off all the pit stop boxes, but they're buried in the field and they don't have that track position. Just an update, Motorsport Australia Race Control, they needed to pick up the leading car behind the lights, as you touched on. So that was why it was a late call to wave by. So they needed to make sure they had the correct car behind the Bathurst Mazda safety car before getting this race back underway, and they do now, because we can see Inwood there, one of the 3 Inwoods behind the wheel. Inwood's quite a well-known name in these parts. There's a lot of locals in this race, which I love. Happy birthday to, speaking of famous racing locals, Brad Schumacher, who's actually not here this weekend. He's taken the family and gone for a little holiday, but it's Brad's birthday today. So happy birthday, Brad. Running in GT World Challenge Australia and had a really nice run at Phillip Island a couple of weeks ago. So now the lights are out on the safety car, and now we get an opportunity at this. And have a look at the car that's sitting in second position. It's Ben Cavich who's behind the wheel and will look to challenge for the race lead in that X-Class BMW. Alex Holsall behind in the 140, second in A1, and then the B2 class first and second cars 6 and 69 are 4th and 5th outright. They're a little bit further down the queue, but wow, they've stormed their way up the leaderboard. They've only completed 1 pit stop in the race so far, so they've earned themselves some track position. Here we go, back to racing.
It's interesting as well, sorry Rich, in that B2 class, because they've only got to do 3 stops in this race. So they're right in the game here as we go back underway once again. In fact, Wolf was very wide then of the marker heading down into Murray's corner then that time by, missed the apex by a mile, as now the 81 machine gets down the inside there at turn number 1, and I would dare say they're probably trying to get back on the lead lap once again with Tommy McClellan behind the wheel. So it's almost a case of deja vu now, because they're having to fight again to regain that lap that they lost earlier on in the race.
Yeah, they had to take that pit stop, Brian, and they just wrestled themselves back onto the lead lap with David Russell. And now they've just wrestled themselves back onto the lead lap now with Tom McLennan. So once again, they're in that position, but they had to take the safety car to pit, because the time you lose is so much less than if you do it under green flag conditions. So now they've got right to the very back of the green, the lead lap of the race, which is the 53rd lap of this High-Tech-Oils Bathurst 6 hours. We're just over 4.5 minutes before half time in the race. So now, if there's another safety car, they'll get the full pass around and get to the back of the queue and get themselves back into some equilibrium with everyone else in their battle.
They're 27th on the road.
Yes.
Which means we've got 27 cars on the lead lap
at halfway.
3 hours into this race. This is exciting, because this strategy will definitely play out late in the afternoon. If you have a look at where these X-Class cars, they're deep in the pack. They've got some struggles as the 18 takes a bit of dirt going across the top of the mountain. Back to cold tyres again. The tyres cool during these safety car periods, so the drivers have got to get that rhythm back again. Some of these cars on full tanks of fuel. But Cavich is now the race leader, and he is, after all those dramas, the control alt deletes the stop on the side of the road, that it didn't work during the weekend. 3 hours into the race, the Cavich 92 car with Tommy Randall in that car as well has now taken over the race lead, which is about our 5th or 6th or 7th or 8th race leader. We might get some facts on that for you. But the Campbell car is coming hard.
Certainly is, 4th outright and moving through this field. Going to try and get past the Lexus here down into the chase as well. A little bit too far back though on that particular lap to get that job done. But it's working into their favour, isn't it? They had to work hard in the opening portion of the race to get through some of the lap traffic. We even heard reports that there might have even been spotters for that car up on the hill at Hell Quarter to try and navigate that car through the very busy traffic. Speaking of busy traffic, we ride on board here with George Miedeke, and he has got cars left, right and centre. He's got one of the Mazdas in front of him on the right-hand side of the road. He's got a car on his left-hand side too, not to mention a Mercedes-AMG A45. It's the number 10 HSV Class X car that is right in the fight, and that's going to be a fight for position as well.
That was a change of position.
Yep.
Rob Giblin just cheekily sliding up the inside there and grabbed the spot while George was boxed in traffic.
George is probably 70 kilometres an hour down there. He was doing 165 k's an hour through the chase. These cars would be well over 250 kilometres an hour. And then Brock Giblin's obviously taken that opportunity. And we've actually got a battle for position down here in the field as these cars are trying to find their way back through.
They're 17th and 18th, Bugs.
I don't know where to look here. This is all crazy.
16th and 17th. They've passed a bunch of cars. The Camry's in there. The A45 AMG Tour de Cure car in the mix as well. A1 and B1 class cars. Ben Cavage, by the way, out in front and a decent margin now. Inwood Campbell up to third. Hadrian Morales has passed a car in the number 9. Remember, he's sharing that with Tyler Mecklem. They were leading early. Tim Lay back up to 5th place with 5 pit stops ticked in the number 23 car. Correction, 4 plus a drive-through. So 5th place for them, Alex Holsall in car 146. Hazelwood 7th and 2nd in the A2 class. And then those B2 class cars, Tony Virag and the big Commodore still pounding around. 1 pit stop under their belt and then 9th outright and leading their class.
So much experience for Tony Virag as well. He just completed his 200th race in New South Wales production touring cars. So a nice little stat for him, and now brings that team back to Mount Panorama once again. And he is right in amongst the fight for class honours there in B2. It is a great fight. There's half a second between them on this particular lap.
Patrick Navin is leading the way in Class C. So the pole sitter there by half a tenth in a really cool battle in Class C has found his way back to the top of that class. They led a bulk of last year's race. Literally the wheels fell off the wagon late last year, and they, within the final half an hour, cost them the class victory. And HSV Astra ultimately came through and grabbed the race win in Class C. So there's a little redemption arc underway in that race within a race in the Class C battle. So the Volkswagen Scirocco GDI now back in front in Class C a little bit further down the field.
Tim Lay is on a charge here at the moment as well. He was darting, going through the fastest point of the racetrack at the kink into the chase to make up some spots here on some of these slower cars in front. He's up to position number 4 now, so gaining that track position back once again as some of these X-Class cars are now making their way back towards the top of the field, and Todd Hazelwood just giving a thank you very much to some of those cars that were giving way to him going up Mountain Straight. It's very gentlemanly of him.
He is a ripper bloke, isn't he?
He is.
Tied up, friendly guy. You can get fired up, but...
So can we all.
Well, can't we? What a good drive, though.
Oh, smoke billowing out of the number 9 machine, and that's class leader as well. Unfortunately for Morale, behind the wheel at the moment, and it was smoking. It still is smoking. There it is. You can see it on screen right now. They're 5th outright, but leaders in Class A2. They've been right there in amongst the mix. They had heartbreak here last year with damage in the early hours of the race. Heartbreak here in November when that car was destroyed. They've done such a good job trying to get this car back here to the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hour, and at the moment, smoke right on half race distance.
Darcy Inwood change of position. Tim Lay got up the inside in car 23, so that's for 3rd outright. We'll follow this. It's about to be a pass for the lead in class because Todd Hazelwood has got right to the back of this hugely experienced production car racer in Hadrian Morale. And this car working its way back to the front. Famous number 30, a number iconic and intrinsically linked with the Seaton family in Australian touring car racing and Aussie motorsport in general. Performance dramas at the moment, you've got to say, from the 9 car. Fired out of the elbow reasonably well. You worry when there's smoke pouring from the back, and how soon does race control look at that and go, that's no good, you need to get in and look at it. In fact, it's got a huge amount of straight line motivation. It's got some drove away from Todd Hazelwood.
A lot of talent there in a straight line, that's for sure. There's another Mustang with a bit of smoke coming out. The Wilmington car that we saw earlier in pit lane. Could be a bit of a power steering issue. That one looks like it's more a gearboxy difference. You know, it's a hard one to tell, obviously, from here exactly what's happening. But clearly they haven't run out of oil yet. That won't be far off, I would imagine, in the way the oil's coming out of the car.
Stop and top up the fuel, fill up the oil. Next stop. A bit of information. We've been talking about the Mac Pro entry of Tom McLennan and David Russell. They've had 2 punches today, so that is why, if you're following that team, why they've dropped that lap back, although they have regained that. So McLennan actually now back and shown in pit lane, and the Wilmington car has got right out of the
It's JB driving that. Actually, we can smell that from our commentary box, can't we? There's a smell of what it smells like to me is diff or gearbox oil that's just wafted past our commentary box here. But John Bower in that car, hugely experienced. You can see that he's clearly understood. They got a bit of a drama. But the 9 car has now just continued on. Yeah, I mean, it might have been an oil overflow. It's run out of the tank or the surge tank or something of that nature. But it's a bit of a hard one to understand. The 81 back in pit lane there in the rider screen with what looks like to be another right front tyre issue. So we saw that car early in the week. It was one of the first cars to have a tyre failure. It was about 3 or 4 laps into practice 1. They've clearly tuned the car and got it better, but maybe the way they've gone about setup or so forth has certainly had an issue on their tyres.
All that work they've been trying to do to get that car back on the lead lap twice, and unfortunately it's all come undone once again, and they're going to have to do it all over again.
Traffic's hurting Hazelwood. Back in 6th position now, trying to get past Darcy Inwood in front. A1 and A2 class cars. Inwood the leader in the A1 class.
So this is actually a battle right now for positions 4, 5 and 6 on the road. As Hazelwood pulls out past that BMW, gives him the thumbs up. Thanks, mate. See you later in the day. I'm sure this will all pan out, and we'll be doing this later in 2 more hours' time.
I love that, dudes.
Yeah, you guys were asking this question about the 81 car on the tyre. I've just seen it. They've wheeled it away here from the pit lane, and yeah, lots of damage to that one. So you're right on the money there.
So that's 2 for that car today, Noons. And
they wheeled it away before it came to
twice they have dragged themselves back onto the lead lap, and twice they've had to stop and lost their position on the lead lap. So they're going to have to do it again. Tommy Mack and David Russell. 15 starts in the great race, a couple of podium finishes. One of the great Enduro co-drivers, D. Russ. No one I know in Australian motorsport would be disappointed if D. Russ has success. He's just hugely popular up and down the paddock, and they've wheeled away the Wilmington car. The smoke, it seems, is too much, and they're going to have a look at that, and they're already picking up trails of oil from that car in the garage.
Speaking of smoke, the Inwood car there running up, we've been watching that. It actually had the lead of the race at one stage there. It's now got what looks like a bit of damage possibly on the front of that car, so that's what that tyre smoke would be from. You can see the right front is being rubbed on with the front bumper there, although there is smoke coming from under the car as well. So hopefully that is just a tyre issue. They can get that cleared off with a pit stop and away they go. But how quickly your situation changes here in an endurance race at Bathurst. A moment ago they were the lead car on the safety restart. Now they're dropping down the field with what is clearly an issue that they're going to have to stop and try and resolve.
They did pick up that damage earlier on in the race, whether or not they had some race tape there that's come away, and now the bodywork has gone back onto that tyre. He's certainly off the pace there going across the top of Mount Panorama and now into McPhillamy. Yeah, it does just look like that bodywork now is just flailing on that right front tyre.
The Inwards won Class B, B1 as it was at the time in Subaru Impreza WRX in 2023. So they've had some prize in this race and a lot of success, decided to step up to more senior category, a little bit more performance in the BMW 1M, which was such a staple of production car racing for a long time and has always been very competitive in these races. In fact, outright pole position for those cars early on in the early generation of this race, some 9 years ago now. 10th anniversary of the Bathurst 6 Hour last year, the 10th running next year, I should say. See if we can fill the grid again. There were more than 80 entries for the race this year. It was remarkable. And so many good stories. We're into the second half of this one, and it is wide open. Tim Lay has worked his way back to the point. He's got Ben Cavich behind him, 2.3 seconds now. Dean Campbell next. But Lay, last time by, was near as makes a difference. 4 seconds a lap quicker than Ben Cavich. It was 2 seconds a lap quicker than Dean Campbell. So the Mayor of Orange is going rapidly and looking to build a lead for car 23 as they look towards their next mandatory pit stop. So they've had that drive-through, remember. They're showing 5 stops, but really only 4 compulsory ones. They've got a job to do, and that inward car that was trailing Smoke has decided to pit as well.
And now looking at what you can see there with Tim Lays coming up on all that traffic, you can see why you can have 4 or 5 seconds in time difference. The 50 making its way back into pit lane, and the 143 trying to find a way past as well. So a bit of drama late in the race here for a number of these cars, but the 143 now managed to find his way in inward, and we'll find out what that smoke's all about.
That Ford Mustang, the number 50 car, if you're looking at your spotter's guide or your entry list, going, hang on a minute, why isn't it on there? Well, that was the hot reserve. They got the call up after practice 3 and got a start of this race. It's Tim Brook behind the wheel of that car at the moment. Oh man, the inwards leading the race to pit lane with damage. Here are the leaderboards, Class X. Well, never count them out, do you? Tim Lay leads this one from Ben Cavich and Dean Campbell. Remember, that car started 66. There's the A1 leaders. Alex Holsell in top, Kyle Evans there. Hadrian Morale, despite a little bit of smoke we saw from the number 9 car, still leads Todd Hazelwood. And this is the fight we're watching at the moment. Tabitha Ambrose still leading the way in B1. Great stuff for Team Buccini Racing. Pat Navin on top in front of Jason Walsh in the battle in Class C. Alice Buckley, that car cycled back in Class D. See a little bit more of that class later on in front of Andre Simon. And Kim DeBrett leads the way in Class E.
On Insight, invisible illness. My favourite term was hysterical.
It was something that I hid. It didn't feel safe to talk about in the workplace.
Recovering, I felt as if I'd achieved something miraculous.
Insight, Tuesday 8:30 on SBS and on demand.
I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. It felt good to be.
We're for road trippers and morning dippers. Those who love to save when they fill up and when they fuel up. We're for sweethearts and sweet deals on dining and movies too. We're for all Australians everywhere. So we created My NRMA Rewards, yours from only $5 per month. A world of road, travel and rewards.
Go Harvey Norman for Easter super deals. Westinghouse front load washers from under $500. Save $200 on DeLonghi automatic coffee machine. Hisense 75-inch smart TV under $1,600. Best prices guaranteed. Easter super deals now on at Harvey Norman.
No one really knew where the shoemaker came from. Some say he was born in a shoe. Legend has it he made a running shoe that broke all the records. Time, nor distance, nothing ever seemed to stop him. How he does it all by himself, no one knows. Wish we knew his secret.
It's scary out there in Mother Nature, all by yourself.
It's totally untamed.
Bring it on, Tassie. You gotta go where inspiration takes you.
Alone Australia. Stream free on SBS On Demand.
There's one make Mustang Racing coming to Australia in the near future, and this is maybe a little taste test. Hazelwood looks to go around the outside of Hadrian Morel. This is for the lead in the class, and they're going to drag race all the way down towards turn one. Hadrian absolutely not making this easy for the current Bathurst champ. And there's almost contact, but Hazelwood squeezes around the outside. And that is a lead change in Class A2, and for 4th and 5th place on the road.
Literally left him just enough space on the inside, wasn't there? There was probably a paper width between the two of them, and now the legs in that number 9 Mustang is trying to work its way back up onto the rear of Hazelwood going up into Griffin's Bend, but not quite this time by, as Hazelwood will try and pull away across the top of the mountain.
I would like the phone number of whoever builds the motor in the number 9 car, Jason Barguana, because she's got some straight line motivation.
Well, considering their production cars, it's quite interesting that they're meant to all be very much the same, but certainly the Morel car's got some straight line talent. I have noticed that little wisp of smoke just kept coming out the back of it, and he's definitely struggling across the top of the mountain. So this is that incident earlier where we had the Hyundai go straight ahead up the escape road. The little Mazda managed to find a way to avoid that, but I'm wondering whether Morel's actually got a bit of a power steering issue, because what is clear is that across the top of the mountain, Todd Hazelwood is much faster, and is this is a great shot from Hazelwood's car. As you can see, the decision from Morel's made up the inside. I think that Hyundai actually had its own little problem happening. There was no contact, but the right front there appeared to have either blown a tyre or it's had its own brake issue on the right. So you can see the smoke coming out of that now. It's clearly had an issue that has contributed to that little incident down at turn 1.
Hectic stuff, as always.
I don't know where to look here. Every time I sit, I've got a screen flashing up in front of me. There's penalties going on. There's stuff happening everywhere. And we've still got 2 hours and 46 minutes to go. It feels like it's the first hour of an endurance race. It's not. 3 hours and 11 minutes in.
This is an awesome drive from Hadrian Morel. He is 100% staying with the guy that won the great race last October. This is huge stuff. Hadrian's a production car racer. He's been around this a long time. Yeah, he's a class champion, and he's hugely successful in production cars. Oh no, the drive for 3. One of the stories we've been following this weekend, the quest for a 3-peat in the baby car class looks to have come to an end at the John Hinchman Vista at the top of Mount Panorama. We need to come back to that, because in pit lane we're our race leaders. So Tim Lay has brought the 23 car into pit lane, and you can just see right at the very back of the shot the BMW Roundel, and there goes the Brewstonton BMW entry, or Bridgestone Helensvale is the business that Berwick Linton has right now, and you would expect a driver change there, correct? And the 2-time great race champ Will Davison will plug himself in for the first time today.
So with 2 hours and 45 minutes to go, Will Davidson will get his first drive of this 23 machine. Of course, the rules state you can't do any more than 3 hours continual driving. Well, he's only about to start his first minute, and we've got tyres going on that car as well on the right-hand side. Whether or not they'll go back across the car and do all fours as well, we'll wait and see. The team jacking that car up now as well. Depending on their fuel economy, if you can get an hour and 20 out of the car, possibly maybe in a slight window to get home with one more stop with the help of safety cars too. Of course, this will be their 5th compulsory pit stop, so maybe, just maybe, they're working to a reverse window here underneath this green flag period. Now, will the team just stick with right-hand side tyres, or will they go back across the car to do the left-hand side as well? We'll wait and see. It doesn't look like they're going to. And they'll send this car out. Oh, big crash, and unfortunately this has been the car that's been so good this weekend in Class X. Brock Giblin behind the wheel in the HSV machine, and that has made heavy contact at the top there in Mount Panorama. We will go underneath safety car conditions, and that will work right into the favour of car number 23.
Yeah, timing for them, I mean, perfect for one, terrible for the other. That's a big lick. That's the run up towards McPhillamy Park, and that is huge impact. So just after the metal grate, impact on one side, breaks the steering, hard impact on the other as well. Adam Brewer just on left of screen there, getting the E-Class car out of the way. They were 3rd in class at the time. So 2 contenders, different classes out of the race. That is a hefty impact for Brock Giblin at the top of Mount Panorama. That car was running 8th outright at the time of that. We're back under the control of the safety car.
So the medical's been deployed straight away. That will be a big impact there, particularly for the driver. So it's good to see medicals on scene straight away for Brock Lippin. It'll be interesting to see what caused that, whether it was a traffic issue or any of that sort of nature.
I'll expect plenty of pit stops happening here. So the window is open for Tommy Randall to step back into that car in car number 92, which he's doing at the moment. Todd Hazelwood now pitting. Expect Aaron Seaton to go behind the wheel of that car. George Miedeke also in car number 1. Expect Jaden Ojeda into that car as well. So a lot of drivers that we haven't really yet seen in this race now going behind the wheel of their vehicles. Thomas Randall did roughly 31 minutes at the opening portion of this race. He will take that car now to the checkered flag.
Aaron Seating getting, as you predicted, Aaron Seating jumping into the 30 car now, so he'll run to the flag as the driver in that car. Todd Hazelwood did a great job jumping out of the 30, and obviously the leader in Class A2 when they pitted.
Noons?
Yeah, it's time to get some guns in these cars. I mean, pretty good when you've got a gun like Todd Hazelwood getting out. Seaton on board, left side tyres, left front tyre changer. He's a Seaton too. Glenn Seaton on the tools here, getting the job done for his young bloke who's getting behind the wheel. Busy lane, number 1's in. Jaden Ojada's taking the wheel. George Miedeke stepped out, but this, of course, is the car 30, that's fighting for the A2 class. It started today with Jason Gomersall behind the wheel. Aaron Seaton these days is driving GT4. He drove in Super 2. He drove here at the Bathurst 1000 a few years ago. He is set the jet. They are doing left side tyres only, and he'll be back out there very, very shortly on a pit lane that's about to see the number 90 BMW, the orange Grant Johnson Jack LeBrock car, also leave the lane. I'm going to follow up an issue. Car number 1 before, they were putting a bit of work into their fuel rig earlier on. I want to go and check that things are okay down there, but they don't seem to be too concerned, but I'll follow up on that one for you.
Yeah, thanks, Niz. We saw them have issues on that second time they came through, and they put 4 tyres on that car in that pit stop, so absolutely taking advantage of the safety car. Dan Campbell leads the way at Mount Panorama behind the control of the safety car.
Hello, Australia. No topic is too small, no subject is off limits. What have they all got in common? This show has got great questions, fun games, and the best comedians on the planet. Okay, all write something down. Just guess. I don't know. Oh my... But I know I love you.
Are you eating?
Yeah, I'm having a donut.
The big fat quiz of everything. Tomorrow 8:25 on SBS and on demand.
Buckle up, crime junkies. You're in for a wild ride.
What is up, Daddy Gang?
Welcome to Call Her Daddy.
Welcome to Smartless. What are you doing?
This is morbid.
What about these guys?
Watch this here.
That's good.
Still behind the control of the Bathurst Mazda safety car here at Mount Panorama, the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. The race slowly starting to play itself out. If this is a test match, we're on day 3. It's late in the day. We're starting to think towards how day 5 is going to play out. And I don't think anyone's batting for a draw here. There will be some serious fast bowls and aggressive moves being made late in the day. And this is the recovery team underwork at the top of the mountain. We're behind the control of the safety car, a big impact. Brock Giblin, who's put his heart and soul into this program, and they ran so well. It is the best that car has run in Class X since the start of the race.
Yeah, really devastating to watch that crash. That was really heavy contact. Brandon, you just watch your teammate. Look, you guys put so much into this, and I can see the emotion in the team. How devastating is it?
It is. It's the whole team had the car, cranking this year. Was ready. Well, we were up there for a podium, and the car was good. I said, it's just got out my stint. The car was perfect. To see that happen is kind of, it's not good. Especially for, when the tyre lets go for a high-speed area, that's sort of the outcome that happens in this sort of game. So it's unfortunate. But yeah, look, it's motorsport, isn't it?
Look, first of all, is Brock okay? Have you heard?
Yeah, I heard he's fine. He just said, rear right tyre let go through the grate, which is obviously, as we all know, it's not the area for that to be happening. So he said he's fine. I guess it's just the ego that's hurt a bit, I think. So, yeah.
Yeah, look, really sorry. It's a devastating way to end. You never want to finish this way, but you guys did an amazing job, and we're all cheering you on.
I appreciate it. I said, I got to give it out to the whole team. They did awesome. The car was cracking. This is not what we wanted. We come here hoping for a podium and take it to the BMWs, but unfortunately, the HSV comes back next year, I guess. So we'll see how we go next year.
Hopefully we'll see you next year.
Well, great motivation to come back next year because they've made a point, and it was fast. Brandon Madden talking to Ben Barguana in pit lane. Highlights now in the second half of the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. There's been a lot going on, as always. Safety cars dotting throughout this race. That was a moment for Tony Levitt, had a puncture in the G-Technic Audi. That caused the safety car pulled off to the side of the road. They've since recovered and been back out on the racetrack. Some incredible racing going on. Todd Hazelwood was making some moves as he charged his way forward. That was a good battle with Ben Jerzakowski, and the Commodore was doing good stuff. That was contact. That's where the Inwards copped their damage on their right front corner with the Hyundai. So that was a big moment for them. The 23 car, it's been a tough day. They've got Will Davison behind the wheel now. Big stint from Tim Lay in the middle of the race has got them very much in the mixture. This was the BMW that led the race. Ray Hislop ended up buried in the gravel trap. They've since had a penalty applied to that car as well for contact at turn 1. Sad news for the Wilmington Mustang with smoke pouring from the back. The Mac Pro car was making moves. Then we had a little bit of Mustang Cup action. Hadrian Morale and Todd Hazelwood were dicing on. This was George Miedeke in an absolute peak hour traffic jam and lost a spot to the Brock Giblin car. Lots of smoke coming out of Hadrian Morale's Mustang, but that didn't stop him putting on an absolutely ripping show in a battle for the class lead. That car and that car would end up in pit lane with work to be done. This was huge. Morale looking down the inside. Big dive on lap traffic. Sent the Hyundai up the escape road, and a class contending E-Class Mazda as well. And that was the view that Todd Hazelwood had, and he spent a long time bottled up behind the very similar Mustang. Some recoveries happening there, and then this for the current safety car. Big impact for Brock Giblin and the HSV GTS punching on and was taking the fight to the BMWs. Unfortunately, we'll fight no more with a big impact up at the John Hinksman Vista on the run to McPhillamy Park at the top of Mount Panorama. As a result, we're under the control of the safety car, and look which car cycled its way back to the lead of the race. The number 9 Ford Mustang with Hadrian Morale behind the wheel. They've completed 2 pit stops. They've got 2 more to go. Jaden Ojeda sits in 4th place. He leads Class X behind the wheel of car number 1. They've just put 4 brand new tyres on that car, and they're not far away from being good to go to the end, and we suggest they're looking at doing this race potentially on 1 more pit stop, which will be massive and put them in the best possible scenario to complete the trifecta and go back to back to back. We've been talking about it all weekend, and they have been flat batting us every time we've asked them the question. No, we're not even talking about it. But they are in a very strong position. Noons?
Rich, we like to give as much coverage as we can to as many cars as we can in our 6 hours of this race. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. It's kind of the story of the 73 Focus, the little orange for David Brown's team. They're in the pit garage right now. They've had power steering intermittent problems all day. It's on, it's off. It's on, it's off. It's now spending more time off than on, so they figure better to get in the garage and see if they can sort it out. So the mice are starting to eat in the machinery, gents. We're past halfway. I'm walking up and down this pit lane. A lot of these garages have cars in them that should be on the track. The 143, the A1 towing Bathurst BMW, that's just left the garage, so at least we've got one more out of the garage and going back on the track right now.
Thanks for that, Noons. Another interesting battle. And they've been in a battle almost all day for Class 1 honours. The Paul Buccini, Kyle Evans and Michael Von Rapard car is now leading Class A1, and it's going to be a straight-out fight once they go back to green, because the 17 machine driven by Michael Osborne, who'll share that car with Tim Columbritta, will be right behind them basically for this restart. And they're second and third outright on the road at the moment. They've still got some compulsory pit stops to complete, but it is going to be a duel. There they are on screen, going through your frame there at McPhillamy Park. It is going to be a battle royale between the two of those particular machines.
On board there with George Badecki. He's just keeping those tyres clean. You want to stay off all the marbles that actually do generate during the course of the day. As the endurance race goes on, the edges off the racing line becomes quite dirty and a lot of stuff, so you want to keep those tyres nice and clean. But 8 stops for this car one. Who would have thought? At 8 stops, they're leading Class X, and really, at this point in time, full of fuel, and probably in the strongest position with Ojeda on board, 2 hours and 30 minutes remaining. And the more safety cars, the more a chance they've got of getting to the end on one stop, which they're in the box seat right now after 8 pit stops.
They certainly are, and it's going to be hopefully a safety car restart this time by, I hope to call it correctly this time, not halfway through the field once we get back going, with the Bathurst Mazda safety car leading the field down Conrod Straight here. So I'm also looking back through the field. Car number 81 is probably going to refight for his place back on the lead lap as well. He's sitting behind Jaden Ojeda, and behind the wheel of the 81 machine is Tom McClellan. Again, I know we've said that story quite a fair few times today, but they've certainly been in that position throughout the course of today as well. So with just about 2.5 hours remaining in this race, we've completed 64 laps. We are going to get a resumption of play here with a number of our pro drivers in the Class X cars that will take the cars home to the end of this race. And it's a weird safety car restart here, because that train, that line, has very much extended, and there's rules in the rule book that stipulate how close you've got to be to the car in front. So a little bit of a messy restart here as the field will be brought back to the start-finish line and green once again.
Yeah, the number 3 Commodore that we saw buried in the gravel trap very early in the race. First safety car, in fact, in that first hour. A little bit of slip at the wheel, perhaps, and not as close to the back of Hadrian Morel as perhaps could have been. So it's White behind the wheel of that car. He's got some job to do. It's White in the Mustang, isn't it? Actually getting up the inside there. So the number 3 Commodores cause this field to be very spread out. We're looking to pick up the leaders and just get a little sense of where some of the key contenders sit. So Jaden Ojeda, 4th car in the running order, first in Class X, and here we are on board. And it's the usual problem, Class X car trying to squeeze its way past all the class cars who are a lap down, and this thing has so much more performance. The 90 car, however, is very much an X-Class car and has a similar level of performance. It's got Grant Johnson behind the wheel. That car qualified in the top 6. They are a lap down, though, however, relative to the race lead.
And just going back to that restart, I noticed as the safety car pulled away, McGraw went with the safety car. So one of the rules is, as the lead car that then it takes control of the field, you're meant to maintain a speed of 80 kilometres an hour until such times you get a green flag, and then you can accelerate away from the field. Now, if he's gone with the safety car, if race control are paying attention to that one, that may be a bit of a problem for that A2 car that's currently outright leading the race, and of course leading their class at the moment. It would be a disappointment for them if they do get a penalty for that, but let's just see if race control have got an understanding of what happened there. But as that safety car pulled away, there should have been a decent gap building, but Morrell did go with the safety car, which is not the normal play on how we go motor racing.
So for Grant Johnson here, he's a lap down in the train at the moment, so he knows that this car behind him is going to be very, very quick on the longer run. And he probably wants to try and keep him behind as much as he possibly can, although Morale has put near enough to 8 seconds between himself and the rest of the field as Ojeda squeezes through the middle of what was going to be a 3-wide fight, then going down Conrod Straight. He's right underneath the rear here of Johnson going into the chase. You can see the wheel work. He's up on that wheel. It's going to be a busy afternoon for Jaden. When I spoke to him earlier on the weekend, that's what he loves about these production cars. He's used to GT3 cars where it's stuck glued to the ground with high downforce. One of these things, you really have to handle it and have that precise nature about you in order to get the maximum performance out of one of these BMWs. And now he will try and look for the move down here at Hell Corner into turn number 1. He will get that job done, and for Johnson, that task of trying to get back onto the lead lap is going to be made ever harder.
Ben Barguana.
Just did a quick wander down pit lane to the Morale number 9 A2 Mustang. The answer I got on the smoke, all good. So they're going to press on, there's no concern, and they're going to keep pushing.
Well, that's all they can do. Absolutely. Thanks, Ben. Tyler Mecklin will jump in that car. They've still got 2 pit stops to serve in the remaining 2 hours and 26 minutes of this race. Car number 1 has ticked their compulsory pit stop box. They're good to go to the end. So theirs will be a race on fuel, and they put 4 new tyres on that car at the most recent pit stop as well. So that gives them a little advantage. Oh my goodness. Let's just take this in, shall we? Mustangs galore, gobbling up some Commodores. Tom Randall's in there in the 92 BMW, looking to get back towards the front of the field where they belong. This is Todd Hazelwood.
It's actually
Aaron Seaton, correction, yeah, well spotted.
Driver change, the Hazelwood Seaton car. This is actually a fight for position in class, so certainly for the podium. Third, Aaron Seaton. Second is the 21 car. As we know, the 21 car currently is racing under appeal after they had a technical infringement discovered post-qualifying. So that car, the 21 car on screen now, is currently sitting on the podium. Aaron Seaton's got the job done across through Skyline there. So, and right behind the 21, you can see also Will Davison in the 23, the X-Class car, which he wants to clear these cars and get after Jaden Ojeda, who is currently closing at around 2 seconds a lap on the actual race leader, Morale, in the A2 Mustang. Noons, you got something for us?
Oh, Jason, I've headed out the back of the garage. We saw earlier on the 128 Subaru BRZ get back into the race with Aston Davis, who's a teenager making his debut. His dad used to run Howard Racing in the Super 2 Fujitsu series. This is not your race car, but this is the thing that's kept your race car in the race.
Yes, we bought this just to know we needed a spare car, and then it was very useful today when we got taken out, but it's part of life. We'll keep going.
What have you taken out of this car? Some suspension? What's got the 128 car on the racetrack? Because there's some bits missing here.
Yeah, control arms, top arms, bottom arms, everything. So now we're back out on track, so should be good to go.
That is the spirit of the 6 Hour, guys. Bring the donor cars, bring the spare stuff. This back of the pit lane area is full of cars. We could have our own field on a Saturday afternoon of donor cars at the 6 Hour. You need them. They keep them in the race.
The donor car Grand Prix, Noons, it's on. I like it. They're a great story, young Aston and Emily Cacaviello with Stephen Coe. So, yeah, big impact, but that's the joy of this race. You can get back in it. While we were hearing from Noons, there was a bit going on among all of this, and Cameron Crick is trying to find his way past Will Davison very, very quickly. Cam made his Supercars wildcard debut at the start of the season at Sydney Motorsport Park, and he'll be in that car in the Enduros later on this year, trying to work his way past a guy who's won the great race on 2 occasions. Aaron Seaton just a little bit further up the road. Then Kyle Evans, then Osman. Ojeda is hauling in Hadrian Morale, who remains the outright race leader.
Oh, the traffic there, Will Davison. He's got the mirror full of Crick, who's trying to find a way through. There's traffic trying to give each other room, but they're in their own little race as well. Will Davison's done a great job navigating the Class E Mazda. As you've got Tommy Randall now also in this three-car battle. This is actually positions 5, 6 and 7 on the racetrack for 2nd, 3rd and 4th in Class X. And Cameron Crick, he wants to get the job done and get out after Jaden Ojeda.
And if you watched the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour last year and thought, hang on a minute, why does this feel familiar? It's because these three cars, plus the number 1 car that's a little bit further up the road, were the contenders at the end of the race last year. Now, the Campbell car that's currently second, with Cameron Crick looking for a move and trying to squeeze past Will Davison, that was taken out of the equation with some issues, mechanical dramas late in the race, but it was a contender. The Berwick Linton and Tim Lay car finished 3rd last year with Will Davison pushing at the end. Tommy Randall, who's just behind them, was 2nd. And Jaden Ojeda, who won the thing with Simon Hodges and George Medicki, is currently 2nd on the road and just a bit further up. So the cream is rising to the top in the Bathurst 6 Hour, and down the inside this time goes Cam Crick and gets the spot. And his co-driver, the Bathurstian Dean Campbell, cheers his boy on. They're racing GT4 cars this year in a Ford Mustang, but they've got back in the BMW and looking for a Bathurst win.
2 hours and 20 minutes ago, that move there could have been highly critical in the result for the end of the day today. As this field now plays out, that little bit of track position, you can see Cameron Crick, he wanted it. He was prepared to push, take the risk, down into the chase, got the job done. He's had a look a couple of times, a nice clean move. He's now going to get out after the number 30 of Aaron Seaton in the Mustang, so that'll push him up, if he can get past Aaron Seaton, up in the top 4 in an outright point of view. But in terms of this real outright battle, it's going to be Ojeda, Crick, Davison and Tommy Randall, who's dropping back with clearly that car that just can't hold the pace. It's had those electrical dramas. It's straight away, you can see there, it's dropped 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds off this little battle that it was in a moment ago.
Oh, it'll be so frustrating for the Cabbage Boys and Tom Randall and Garth Walden Racing, who came here with 5 cars. An unbelievably professional setup. And they are so desperate to win the Bathurst 6 Hour. It's eluded them so far. They've had every other result except that. Class wins and the like, outright podiums. But looking for that race win. And if those intermittent problems don't disappear, it's going to be tough for the 92 car. He's back up to speed now, no problems. But that intermittent stuff, if he does that in a dogfight towards the end, is going to make it very, very difficult for Tom Randall. Cameron Crick very rapidly now to the back of Aaron Seaton. So this is the 3rd outright. Class battles on the line. Seaton will be looking out for Hadrian Morale, who's still the race leader. He's got 2 seconds on Ojeda. These guys 25 seconds behind the 2 cars out in front. So that split field, the way they were so detached from each other on the restart, has been massively costly from a track position point of view for this group of cars, because they're 25 seconds behind the outright race lead.
Good thing now for Crick, he's got some clear road ahead of him. He's got through most of that traffic. Give it another couple of laps, they'll be back on the slower cars again, but he can use this clear road now to try and drag that gap back to Morale. As you say, around 20 seconds now, as we can see Tommy Randall as cars come back to life again. What's going on with that unfortunately, that BMW, the 92 car? It's having it moment. Tommy Randall just wants to fight, get in this battle with Will Davison for this outright honours.
It's amazing, this lace in the race, there's still a bit of colour on our timing screen, which means there's some energy about the lap times, and Aaron Seaton, personal best first and last sectors in that race, and punched out a 2:27.2 last time round, which is his quickest lap, and very nearly the car's quickest lap of the race. So that Mustang's still got some performance. They're still in this. They've ticked their boxes as well from a strategy point of view, from an official pit stop point of view at Gomersall Motorsport. So they're good to go to the end. And it's going to be an interesting arm wrestle to see who can get the most range. Is it a normally aspirated 5-litre V8 Ford Mustang, or is it a turbocharged BMW? And I don't know, could it come down to fuel at the end of today?
Well, we did see that issue with the Ojeda car, the 1 car, with that fuel stop where they couldn't get enough fuel in the car. So they know they've got to stop again. They've had 8 stops. Crick has yet to actually complete their compulsory pit stop. So whilst that's okay, they've got enough time to do that last stop without too much of a drama. The difference will be it's 90 seconds. We know that. It has to be. The Ojeda car can come in, splash, fill up, and out the door. So they could find an advantage of up to 30 seconds, which is around this traffic-filled racetrack, was a massive advantage come the end of the day.
And that just rolls some advantage back to car 92, despite the little dramas we've seen. They've ticked their pit stop box as well. So they've completed 6 pit stops in the race. All of their mandatory stops are done. So they're racing for fuel and driver time now. Driver time should be fine. We think Randall can go right to the very end of the race.
The 23, although, has only done 5. We've got 6 stops on the screen, but of course we know they had to serve that drive-through penalty. So for them, they're in exactly the same boat. They've got that 90-second stop that they've got to fill in the next 2 hours and 17 minutes.
I think in order to get these cars home as well, if there is only going to be one more stop, you're going to be wanting to put as much fuel into that car as humanly possible. A safety car right now would be interesting because you would certainly be within a window to get home on one more compulsory pit stop, so watch out for that one. The thing that will go against this particular car, car number 9, as we're about to see a change for the overall race lead here, is that they still need to do at least 2 compulsory timed pit stops, so that will work against them when you compare them to the other A2 car of Aaron Seaton, which, as we mentioned, they've completed their compulsory pit stop, so they can do that splash and dash as Jaden Ojeda goes back to the front of the field here. And that fight for the 3-peat is certainly well and truly on here with 2 hours and 16 minutes to go.
Car number 1 back to position number 1 with 2 hours and 16 to go. And they keep finding a way to engineer themselves in a position to win this race. We talked in the intro about the potential to go back to back to back and how the greats have done it in Bathurst 1000 trim, and it's only been done once in the 12-hour, never in the 6. In fact, back to back had never been done prior to last year's race. So there's some history on the line, more history today in what's already been a record-setting day for the Bathurst 6-hour. This is a ride with Aaron Seaton up the top. He's got Will Davison, who's just snuck by in car number 23. Just ride with this Ford Mustang. And while we do that, let's jump to Aaron Noonan.
Richard, I love to come down to pit lane and talk to people that are somewhere up here near the sky. I've got to get right up on the tippy toes to get to George Miedeke. This feels like last year, George. Lots of stops, get them done. But you didn't have it all go your own way in your stints before.
Yeah, no, I made a little mistake. We needed to prime the fuel pump, and I forgot to do that in one of the stops, so that delayed us a little bit. But other than that, I felt like I drove really well. The car's definitely a step forward on last year. Feels a lot more controllable, and yeah, I was just punching out those laps. I felt like I was sort of taking it easy out there, really.
Tell me about traffic. We were on board with you for a while there, and it was seriously so busy. You were it looked like you were rolling along, just waiting for the seas to open.
Yeah, exactly. That's the way it feels a lot of the time. But generally, everyone's been great. You know, the vast majority of the other cars are really aware and they know what's going on. So I've got to say, I had a pretty blessed run. Really, I only almost crashed about 6 times, which is a bit less than I would have thought. But yeah, look, the Lubramax M4 is great. I've got to give kudos to the team, you know, Aaron Greck and his whole team, and Matt Harvey on the strategy, and Simon Hodges having me along, and then now I get to hand over to Juice for the Hollywood stint.
You just get to sit back and do nothing and watch.
That's the idea. I said last year it almost gave me a heart attack those last couple of laps, but we'll see how we go.
We'll see how you go. All the best.
Thanks, mate.
What a great line. I almost crashed maybe 6 times. And that's the tough thing about it, isn't it? Because you've got so much traffic out there trying to negotiate that, work your way through is very, very tough indeed. As Jaden Ojeda, that first complete clear lap that he just had, a 2:27 on that particular run. I'm sort of comparing his numbers at the moment to Tommy McClellan, who's just brought that 81 car back in because he was actually going to be second on the road at that particular point to try and get that lap back again. And oh, that's a sorry sight. The 142 Honda Integra now going towards the back. Ben, are you down there?
Yes, just a quick update. Watching it roll out the back of the garage so they can do some welding on it. The front right hub, I believe, needs some welding done. It's not a give up. It's a let's fight to the death and get back out there. So it's good to see they're having a go.
Thanks, Ben. I was down talking to Kim Anderson, who's helped put all this together. AA Racing is his outfit. It's named in honour of his dad, actually, his late father, and pretty special thing, and they were very proud. They won the Super Cheap Auto Best Presented team for the weekend with their excellent liveries and their very well presented outfit. And that Honda was taken to Orange last night for some late night rebuilds. The team said they bought us pizza. We ended up eating it cold because we didn't have time to wash our hands to dive in and have some dinner. Now Team Puccini Racing at work with a car that was leading its class earlier today in A1. So they've dived into pit lane and got the car in the garage. Now you might be wondering, why do they go in the garage? Well, you can throw more people and more resources at the garage. So Puccini Evans and Michael Von Rappard, who has been Von Rappard today, that car back in the lane. So that is a massive shame for a car that was looking like a contender in A1.
And heartbreak really for Paul, because he keeps being reminded that Carly, the daughter, has actually won this race before, and the trophies sit in his office. Just to remind him that I've won this race and not you.
That's great. I'll give you an update on where the 999 is as well. Tabitha Ambrose had a nice stint earlier today. 37th outright at the moment, and looks like they're leading the B1 class. Looking to go back to back after a great win last year. Courtney Prince did a super job qualifying that car yesterday. A driver that, here is that car by the way, teammate car. This is a brand new car that was built for this race for this year. Courtney went through the Porsche One Make system, drove some Formula 3 cars. Perennial battle to find the budget to go on with it, which has been a shame because huge amount of natural ability for her. And Carly Puccini has been hugely underrated, I think, out of the three drivers in terms of profile, probably the lowest, even though it's her name on the race team, but she's done an outstanding job too. But Tabitha Ambrose is still behind the wheel of that car, and they're 37th, 67 laps completed.
See, Tabitha's very cautious early on in the traffic, but she's really done a great job here as Tommy Randall found a way to still be in this battle, and is side by side up under the tree. Who was popped out of that one, we don't know yet. We will find out very soon, but it's certainly a difficult spot to overtake, but he has found a way to do it, using the traffic to his advantage. Now he's off and after Cameron Crick, who is still chasing down and closing the gap now to Joden Ojeda out in front. But that was a big risky move, wasn't it? Three side by side up through the up under the tree there.
Incredibly worried they weren't going to come out the other side of that, but elite level race car drivers, and respect shown between the two of them, Will Davison and Thomas Randall. What racing that was. And Randall clear and through and driving away in car 92. Here it is. So the little Class E 1 Raceway Mazda was the meat and the sandwich. Randall took the opportunity, got up the inside. Oh.
It's great work by Will Davison there to actually recognise that they were three wide and realise that Tommy Randall was side by side, because he wouldn't have seen him in his mirrors. So it just goes to show you how competent and capable these guys are. They're able to read the play that well. You could see Tommy Randall disappeared. Imagine being that little Mazda, you wouldn't have known what happened, would you?
Assaulted on both sides by two of the fastest cars in the race. Wow. Great racing. Heads up driving. So Randall now fourth on the road, chasing after Cam Crick, 8.5 seconds behind. Crick has dragged the margin to the leader down to 12 seconds now to Jaden Ojeda. And if anything, the 118 car is a little bit quicker than the car number one that leads the way. Noons.
Rich down here in pit lane with Paul Puccini. The Puccini team is such a staple part of the 6 hour. This is not normal though, Paul. The 71 car, it's just been pushed back out to get going again, but you've been in here for what, a couple of laps. What's been the drama?
High pressure fuel pump. Where they're situated on the car, they get very hot and they seem to fail the diaphragm. So yeah, you hope it's going to last a lap. We put new ones on, but they just didn't work.
Have you had the same drama with the sister car with the girls in 999?
Yeah, correct. The sister car had the same problem. It failed a bit earlier than ours, but yeah, same problem. It's just a fault with those cars.
Is there anything you can do with that? I mean, you got to go lobby for next year to get these parts upgraded, or what can you do?
Yeah, look, I'm already lobbying for it. I've got another fuel pump that actually works. It doesn't have the same diaphragm. I've asked MA, but it's in review at the moment, so I wasn't allowed to use it for this weekend, even though there's no performance gain. But yeah, we just got to wait and see what happens, I guess.
Tell me just quickly too, your team, loyal backers of this 6 hour, what do you love about this one so much?
We love Bathurst, we love the 6 hour. Look, the girls have obviously done really well over the years. I've had a few failures, which is not so good, but for me, we just love coming back to the track, the atmosphere, what it all develops throughout the weekend. You know, it's a great event. It's well run, and you know, we just hope that we are always successful. Unfortunately, we're not.
Cars on the track, long way to go. All the best.
Cars on the track, yeah, and hopefully the girls will still be up there again this time.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thanks, Deans. Great team. Supporters of motorsport. Just checking in on our Class C leaders, the leaderboards, by the way, on top of the screen. Nathan Halstead behind the wheel of the 77 car for Patrick Navin. And they've been leading their class, so they qualified on pole position for that race. The MPRS AED Racing VW Scirocco R, based up in Bowral in Queensland. And Patrick has had a couple of starts in this race. Nathan Halstead also from Bowral. This is his third start in the race, and a long-time production sports car racer in New South Wales racing. And these two blokes have been mates for 30 years and just wanted to get together and go racing. And Nathan, brave man, used to be Patrick's co-driver in rallying. So he strapped himself in alongside Patrick Nevin. That's the ultimate trust, isn't it? So Patrick has absolutely no reason to fear him driving his race car as a co-driver, because he's strapped in alongside Patrick in a rallying career. So they're currently leading the way in Class C. Just wanted to touch base on them. This is touching base. Do they touch the wall, though, for the 93 car? They do not.
Very good save.
And funnily enough, on that point, in terms of the rally, the Datsun 1600 as well, if you don't mind me saying, back in the day as well, as this was the welding that's going on that Ben touched on a moment ago, underneath that right front of the 142 machine. And unfortunately, they've had the day and a weekend almost from hell after the incident they had in practice session number 3 as well. So a lot going on. Of course, Class D, the battle really for the Toyota 86s or the Subaru BRZs here for this weekend, and there's so many fights within a class as well, and so far Class D being led by young Alice Buckley in the 500 Subaru BRZ, doing such a good job sharing the car with Tyler Cheney and also Hayden Hume, a trio of GR Cup racers, and all weekend they've been leading in that particular class. And in terms of outright positions, they're 19th overall, which is a really good job for them.
Just had a break.
Been a challenge for us, hasn't it, to try and get to these class battles? I mean, it's been going on all day right down the front of the field, but there's certainly, when you look at the energy and the effort that goes into racing here at Bathurst, whether you're a professional race team with the big names and the supercar drivers that help lead the driving charge, we've got this, there's the Alice Buckley car right in the middle there, the 500, little Toyota, Subaru BRZ, making its way through a couple of its competitors. So more 3-wide action as the day goes on, but the effort that these guys go to, the preparation, the time it takes, the people they bring to the racetrack. Out the back, you're catering for your team, you're looking after all your guys. Look, it's a massive effort for this, and it's great to see there's so many cars out here racing this weekend.
There was a bit going on there for a moment. There was cars darting left, right and centre because they discovered as soon as they looked in the mirrors that, oh my goodness, there's a car there as well. So they were going all over the racetrack, and you can see on the top left of your leaderboard the battle for Class D honours at the moment. So Simon in the 22 machine, 30 seconds away at the moment from Alice Buckley in the fight in class. So we'll watch out for that one with still 2 hours and 4 minutes remaining.
286 looking for 6 straight in Class D. They've only lost the race once. Honda Integra won in 2018. And these cars just circulate so regularly. And the last 3 years, they've either been 15th, 16th or 18th outright at the end of the day. So they end up well advanced in the top 20. And right now, Alice Buckley running 19th. So again, just consistency and has climbed up the order. Is it game over for the Camaro? Ran the thing out of fuel earlier on. Unfortunately, it looks like they're back in the garage, and Ryder Quinn still with a helmet on. I wonder what's happening down there, but there was a little pretty relaxed discussion going on. And the game over garage. Car that was chucked together late in the piece to get for this race, but they've put on a good show, and for a brand new car, they've managed to put together a good show. In pit lane comes Thomas Randall. Car number 92 out of the top 4 after that furious battle. Noonan
Cryle, I'm wandering in. There's Quinn and Denny. This is a bad law firm. The Camaro's back in the lane. Tony, why is it in the lane?
Hello there.
What's going on?
Well, I'm still waiting to have a drive.
What are these blokes done to your car?
I don't know. You know, these young people these days, they're not so young, are they, really? Some of them. No, look, hey, what a great experience it's been. Apart from the team experience, you know, taking a new car that never even turned a bloody wheel before it got here. And it's such a nice car to drive. I really like it. And to find a few issues with it, I think it's great. Because the Mustang, don't forget, took a couple of years to get right. So I think by the end of this weekend, we'll be fine.
You're going to have to get rid of it next year when Triple Eight go to Ford. What's the deal there?
Yeah, well, are you interested?
Oh, well, we could do a deal today. And one careful owner, only driven on a Sunday, an Easter Sunday here at Bathurst.
That's right. You're a good salesman.
Oh, I could, not as good as you. You've sold a lot of stuff over the years, but
you yourself into it, I think.
I think I've done it. Hey, I'll talk to your grandson here, Ryder. What was going on there? What went wrong?
Just the same issue that we had with Grant. It was good for a little while, and then we just kept getting this fuel pressure alarm. Obviously, the boys worked super hard to get it back out. It was a long break, but yeah, I mean, for the laps that we've done this weekend, like Tony just said, it was it's a super special car, super cool, really good to drive, and yeah, you know, instead of starting from the bottom, we now have a pretty good foundation. You know, these teething issues are sort of to be expected, so yeah, we just got to push on and hopefully see us all next year.
Next year's always there. Hey, Grant, when are you changing your surname to Quinn? You hang out with these blokes so often.
I know. I couldn't think of a better bunch of folks to hang out with, though. But when it comes to the fuel hose that's in our fuel tank, it's a no deal.
Oh, I see what he did there. Ben Barguana, please save us.
Yeah, Tom Randall just pitted right in front of me, and it seemed like an unscheduled pit stop. I asked around. Seemed like a wheel issue, an unbalanced wheel, more than a tyre issue. The tyre looked fine. They're not really sure. They checked it. It seemed fine. They sent it back out.
It's got to that point of Easter Sunday afternoon where I think we've all lost the plot officially. My goodness me. I tell you what, though, it's tightening up the top here because Cam Crick has been on a charge lately, and the margins actually come down to 5.6 seconds. And on the last lap alone, Cam Crick was about 3 seconds quicker. So expect that top spot to tighten up as we battle towards some of the pit stops coming up as well. Speaking of pit stops, Thomas Randall was back in the lane just recently as well, and that was a short stop for that car too. And yeah, question mark as to what that might have been for as well for car number 92.
Yeah, well, Ben Barguana suggesting perhaps an imbalance on the wheel there, so that's cost them a lot of time. 32-second transit time plus stationary, so that's dropped them a long way back. You're right, Cam Crick, margin 3.3 seconds, absolutely flying. There's clearly some race management happening from Jaden Ojeda here and doing what he needs to do, but he's going to find himself in a battle for the outright lead very, very soon.
Well, they might be in full conservation mode here, so what's clear is if Ojeda's actually just managing what he's got, picking his way through the traffic, not pushing the car, Cameron Crick, knowing they have to do that full compulsory stop, he is just on a charge and trying to find a way to close that gap. He's closed it down now to just under 3 seconds, although as the traffic ebbs and flows with this little battle, that's going to play into it. Will Davison has dropped back from those guys about 18 seconds. So, again, he may also be in a position where they're conserving fuel, considering they've got to try and make the end of this race on one more stop.
Ronan Lindenmaker behind the wheel of the Class E leading car for One Racing Run Wasteway, and that was very, very close at the top as Randall tries to squeeze his way through. They're down in 40th outright, but they are leading their class. This is how your class leaderboards sit, that battle for the outright lead, and Class X ebbs and flows, and Ojeda being hunted down. Man, this is busy, and Randall squeezed through them all. The Class E leader almost had a BMW parked in his door. Michael Osmond leads the way in Class A1, but Mike Sheargold's got the A45 up to second. Hadra Morale and Tyler Mecklem still leading the way in A2 with Aaron Seaton behind. Tabitha Ambrose on top in Class B1. The Buccini girls continue to lead the way there. Nathan Holstead, we saw the VW Scirocco recently. They're leading the way in Class C. Alice Buckley on top, good 30-second margin, plus over Andre Simon in Class D. And we've just seen the Class E leading Mazda. That's how they stand with less than 2 hours to go.
On Insight, invisible illness.
My favourite term was hysterical.
It was something that I hid. It didn't feel safe to talk about in the workplace.
Recovering, I felt as if I'd achieved something miraculous.
Inside, Tuesday 8:30 on SBS and on demand.
We're for open road explorers and adventure seekers. And right now, we're for Tyson, who just saved 9 cents a litre on premium fuel at Ampol Foodery. Join My NRMA Rewards, a world of road, travel and rewards.
Less than 1 second in it now, and Cameron Crick has the D.A. Campbell transport. The Bathurst-based team all over the back of the two-time and defending champions in the Bathurst 6 Hour, with the juice, Jaden Ojeda, behind the wheel. And there was massive traffic at the top of the mountain. This is a massive incident between the fifth gear motoring Toyota 86 and the Wilmington Mustang, which is back on the racetrack after spending some time in pit lane. And this is just heartwarming scenes. We called it the wholesome Bathurst earlier today, and this is as wholesome as it gets. This car had the overnight rebuild, AA Racing. They've had it out the back since to do some more welding on it. They literally pushed it out the back of the garage, got the MIG fired up, and a huge cheer for AA. That is so good. There are other cars out of the race. They are determined to finish with the Honda. Brilliant.
That's the spirit of Bathurst, if ever you've seen it. Half a second now, the margin between Ojeda and Cam Crick out in front. So with an hour and 54 minutes to go, it is continuing to tighten up here as we've got a driver change. Tabitha Ambrose jumping out of the 999 Class B1 car, and Courtney Prince now stepping aboard.
It's a huge stint from Tabitha there. She's done a great job and kept that car in the lead of their class. So as you can see here, we've got George Badecki trying to find a way through the traffic, as he's definitely got some pressure coming from Cameron Crick behind, who was doing an amazing job. But look at this traffic jam. They want to race. There's an hour and 53 minutes remaining. They want to get on with it, but they've just got to be patient. They've got to wait.
And now you can see as well that Crick is going to be right there in amongst the fight now if he wasn't already, because this traffic has now brought them nose to tail. And they're going to have to be careful here as well. There's lots of cars here. You don't want to get embroiled in a crash with an hour and 53 to go. You just still got to be patient. So much more time remaining in this race, even though track position is going to be key. Look at Ojeda here. We've seen this before in the high-tech Knowles Bathurst 6 hour where he's gone onto the grass to make a change for position. But I tell you what, he's going to have to go on the defensive here for a moment. Risky business here as he goes to the fastest point of the racetrack, 275 kilometres an hour as the car squirms its way back down to 90 for the left-hander, and again now puts a car between himself and Cam Crick.
This is for the lead of the race. There's still an hour and 52 to go, by the way. Is this a showcase for what we're going to get in the final hour? I think it could be. Cam Crick determined to get this car to the outright race lead. The margin officially 3/10. It's a car length. And in front, what is going on with the 92 car sliding around? That's about to go a lap down, Thomas Randall. So they've had intermittent issues, Parks, with that car with the limp mode activated. But we heard before from Ben Barguana that it was possibly a wheel balance issue now.
It was only 20 minutes ago that car was actually in the fight position. Just goes to show you how quickly the fortunes can turn as Cameron Crick's now starting to put pressure on Juice. Juice knows how to deal with this. He's done this a few times before, but he has got the advantage, as we know, as the shorter fuel stop. So he doesn't need to get involved too hard. They don't need to fight hard with Cameron Crick. If Cameron Crick wants to take the risk, we've seen him do it throughout the course of the day, have a crack, try and get through and make the move. But Jaden Ojeda will certainly have the advantage when it comes to the last full stop.
Wind the clock back 13 months ago to this particular race and almost this particular point in the race. These two were battling it out for the top spot at this particular point last year. And if you cast your mind back even further to the opening round of the Australian Production Car Championship in 2024, these two had a little bit of history as well. So there's not one to forget, these race car drivers. It always sits in the back of their mind. And I can tell you what, this fight is still going to last right through to the end of this race. Localised yellow down there as well, heading into the dipper. It goes back green, so there might be a car stopped there at that particular point on the racetrack. And Ojeda, we saw him going up into Griffin's Bend, how he moved the car slightly across. It's a little bit early to be doing those sort of defensive manoeuvres, but obviously track position is key right now.
And 8 cars remain on the lead lap of the race. Osman's just gone through in the leading A1 class car in 7th position. Rob Gooley about to cross the line and does cross the line now. So he's the last car on the lead lap, the 80th and lead lap of the race. Ojeda, heavily defensive, very wide. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but either way, he parked the car on the inside, run up to the chase. There was no space there for Crick. I think we're learning one thing. Car 118 has some straight line handling and possibly an advantage over the M3s and M4s that it's racing in what some have slightly affectionately called the BMW Cup, that is Class X. Across the line they go, 26-1 for the leader, 26-2 for Crick. Bolted together these two cars. Big margin back, 30 seconds now to Hadrian Morale, who remains in 3rd position in the Ford Mustang. He shares with Tyler Mecklem. Will Davison still 4th in car 23, the BMW. All of these three should be good to drive towards the end. Davison, in fact, has just passed Morale for 3rd on the road. Is there opportunity for Crick at Griffin's Bend? Not yet.
Just watching Jaden Ojeda there, what he's doing is you can see the car's just missing apexes. He's running a little bit wide, which is giving Cameron Crick a little bit of opportunity. The front tyres on those big BMWs, they'd be working hard, they'd be screaming. They've been putting tyres on that car quite often during the course of the day. We know that they went to a plan of roading tyres. They were in a much stronger position in terms of that preparation. But that car of Jaden Ojeda's at the moment is just slightly starting to understeer. Yet Cameron Crick's is nice and balanced and he's getting good exits off the corner, putting that pressure on Jaden.
Let's not forget that Cam Crick started this race right towards the back and made his way up through the field. So he has had his work cut out all day in this particular machine. And remember, this year is all about the redemption because they were in this position last year and had issues with this car late in the race, which took them out of the fight for the race win. So it's all on the line in 2025 for this 118 DA Trucking Campbell machine. And right now, they are embroiled in this tremendous battle.
Hadrian Morale has pitted from the lead in Class A2 So Aaron Seaton now on point. So Morale in pit lane and should hand that car over to Tyler Mecklem. These two still locked together. Meanwhile, behind them, Will Davison, now clear of that Mustang, has got real pace aboard car 23. So he's going very quickly. Cam Crick is having a run here. He's right in the toe of the race leader and quicker than he has been all race. Is this the opportunity? Is this the point where car 118 goes to the point? Once again, Ojeda, tail wagging on the Lubrimax car. Crick's going to have to go the long way round. He says, I don't care, and he takes the race lead away. 66th they started. They lead this race with 1 hour and 47 to go. Let's get down to the lane. Here's Noons.
Yeah, Rich, the 999 BMW. Courtney Prince got behind the wheel. It hasn't left the pits. It's back in the garage. We spoke to Marcus Ambrose. Tabitha reported in that something was up with the left rear. Something was loose in the left rear. They've dived in there, but now they're still working away on this car. So it did the stop, the change of tyres, it was all good to go. And then it's in the garage. It's been here ever since we talked about it last time around.
Disappointment, of course, because they were vying for back-to-back victories there in Class B1 for this weekend, and unfortunately that dream has been shattered towards the second half of this race. So Cam Crick, it'll be interesting to see what he can put together. Speaking of Davison's pace on that previous lap, 2:24.8. He was near enough to 2 seconds quicker than the cars in front. So if they can work their way back into this battle later on in the race, that's going to be interesting. You can see a diff hot warning light now going on to the number 1 car. They've been struggling with some overheating issues throughout the course of this weekend, and if you feel like this car sits in the dirty air for too long and soaks up that hot temperature from the car in front, maybe they're going to be struggling a little bit with the temperatures aboard that number 1 BMW.
It's an amazing drive by Cameron Crick there, obviously, and D. Campbell as well. I mean, he did a super job through the middle part of that day. A massive double stint to put the car in the position where they can hand over to Cameron Crick, who was last year shown to be very fast. In practice, was very strong, but didn't have a good run through traffic. In qualifying, they had that drama. The car it didn't like him. It stopped. It decided not to go like this one here, the 92 of Randall, back in pit lane again. The car, obviously they bring that car in, they're putting tyres on that car. By the looks of it, setting themselves up with the jack to make sure they can get that car up in the air, but whether it's had that electrical gremlin again or they have got to the bottom of this vibration issue that's caused the concern for them, as Cameron Crick then still keeps opening up that lead. Here's the look at this move. You can see Jaden Ojeda as he turns in. That BMW wants to slide the rear of the car at 270 k's an hour, opening the opportunity for Crick to go down the outside. Good, clean, professional driving from these two. You can tell they know what they're doing. Give each other a bit of racing room, and now that was that will be the pass for the lead that will play out by the end of the day.
That was racing where it's like, we're going to make it as hard as we can for you to get past, while in the back of the mind knowing there's still 1 hour and 50 minutes to go. So there's only so much you're going to fight at this point, because you want to make sure you survive to the final part of the day. Great racing though. And these production cars at this place, the way they move around and slide, how cool was the oversteer? Like the rear of that car dancing around under brakes through the kink and up the hill into the braking zone. 92 will get back into the lane, they'll refuel, they send it back out, but they're starting to tumble down the totem now. Another case of what could have been perhaps for the Cabbages. New sponsorship from Thrive. It's been Yellow Pages the last couple of years. Thrive's the parent company of the Pages, so they've jumped on board there and done great work with their breast cancer trials program. More than $250,000 raised. But the intricacies of production car racing have cost them a little bit today.
And now that Cam Crick has got a little bit of clear air out in front, he was near enough to 2 seconds quicker than Ojeda on that previous lap, so showing that there is plenty of pace to burn right now in the 118 entry, and whether or not there's a different variation in terms of strategy going on as well, because remember Cam Hill saying last year, 12 months ago, that car actually has a bit of a smaller tank in it as well, so we wonder if maybe they're just running that car as fast as they possibly can, knowing that maybe potentially they've still got 2 stops to make compared to those around them. So we'll follow that one for you as well. A lot to play out, and that's the great thing about this race. We don't know how it's going to play out strategically, because they're right on that questionable mark of being able to make it with one more stop as we have a look at the Cheney machine that was entered this weekend underneath the name of Graham Cheney. Ended up being able to share the car with Tim Brook and Jared Hughes as well, which was a late entry in the end into this weekend's High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. And the battle that continues on as well for Class A2 honours. Aaron Seaton continuing to lead.
Dramas for the leader. Right front's gone on the BMW. They're going to have to pit, and Ojada's going to get the lead back. So just as Cameron Crick wrestles the lead away, he has had a right front fail and is going to have to go to pit lane. So they're going to have to complete their final pit stop now regardless. But it's not going to be enough to get them to the end. So this is at a terrible time. They're going to have a splash of fuel late in this race. If it's going to happen there, because it was a short run down to pit lane.
Well, that might explain actually why Will Davison has backed that pace off a little bit and has just found a rhythm, because as soon as you push on that tyre, there you go, that's what's happened. Cameron Crick has gone all out, got the lead, chased down Ojeda from a 20-second gap to actually out in front, actually pulled about 4 seconds there, but now we see that tyre going down. The first thing they're going to do, put fuel in the car. That way they know they've got what they need to get to the end of the race. This will be their 6th stop, so they will need a splash. I don't reckon they'll get an hour 42 out of that car, but the next splash is a short one. The problem is now, Ojeda, at that pace, dropped back a little bit. He is now pulling away from the field, got a good gap and a short pit stop. It's looking good for the car 1 at the moment.
And that's the key critical point, isn't it? Not only is Ojeda driving to maybe some sort of a fuel number, but also making sure that he's not overexciting these tyres either and getting them through until what might be his final stop in the race as well. So it's key, isn't it? Because you can't do fuel and tyres at the same time. Interesting to note, tyre going on the right rear as well, so giving that opportunity as well, maybe to give it some fresh rubber down the right-hand side of the car. And how's all the brake dust coming out of the car as well?
So that ticks the compulsory pit stop box for car number 118, and Cameron Crick will resume, but with an hour and 41 to go, without a serious amount of safety car help, they're not getting to the end on that tank of fuel, and that is the damage on that tyre. So it was a great drive to get that track position, but ultimately it's cost them a little bit. They've worked it too hard, and it's popped that tyre, and they are now on the back foot once again, and the race just swings back the other way now. This ebb and flow battle between these BMWs, once again, utterly compelling stuff. And Ojeda now finds himself 23 seconds clear of Will Davison, with Aaron Seaton up to 3rd place outright and still leading Class A2 in car number 30.
Well, it's fascinating, isn't it, how the ebb and flow of this race. The last time I looked at the leaderboard, it was 29 seconds between Ojeda and Davidson. As you mentioned, he's cut that down, and even to the last timing split, it's down to 22.1, so he's 2 seconds a lap quicker already on this particular lap alone than your race leader out in front. So Will Davison with Merrick Linton and Tim Lay now slightly turning that tide a little bit as well, turning up the speed in that particular machine and maybe showing their cards late in the race with an hour and 40 to go.
Cameron's going to have to be very gentle now on those 2 tyres. You've got to build their pressure and build their temperature up quickly, because you don't want to end up in the same situation again. But he's now got that deficit. He's only dropped back to P4, which was very lucky the way that we've had a bit of a green running. It's created a bit of an opportunity for him, although he is now 50 seconds from the lead of the race. From leading the race to 50 seconds down, yes, they've both got 2 stops to go, and they've both now got 2 short stops. So it'll be interesting to see what a safety car would do. It would certainly bring that Crick car back into the equation, and I still wouldn't write them out of the result at the moment, even with that tyre let go. Ben, you've got something for us?
Yeah, just quickly, watching that pit stop for the 118, they took the front right off and we saw the damage on that, but the right rear was very close to letting go too. That had a big chunk taken out of it. That would have only been a lap or 2 away from letting go. So if it wasn't the front right, it would have been the right rear for sure.
Great update down in the lane. Thanks for that, Ben. Valuable information to know, particularly for the final stint in this race. So you would dare say that they might even have to put more tyres on that car at the final stop as well to make sure that it gets home. Riding on board here with Courtney Prince. And looks like it's the Class E leader at the moment with a flat front right tyre as well. And just trying to look, they've got a little bit of margin up their sleeve as well, so they've got time they can burn here at the moment if they need to get this fully rectified, at least down there in the lane at the moment. But it's all going on here with An hour and 38 to go, Rich.
I was just going to say, Ronan Lindermaker was behind the wheel, 37th outright, that car. So a long way up the order in what was a 69-car field that started at 11:15 this morning. Puccini car back on the racetrack. B1, the A1 class car, I should say. A1 being led now by Osman in 6th position outright. So they're having a good day just in behind Brad Carr. And this is the number 3 Commodore SSV. It's the Craig Lowndes edition, by the way. Special edition version. Oh, they've had to get the thing up on blocks to get the jack under the front. So it's sitting on the rim.
Yeah, not enough people there to lift the car up to be able to get the jack under the front. Obviously, bit of a challenge there with a flat tyre, so they've come up with an ingenious idea. There's one thing you need when you go motor racing, and you never go without. It's a block of wood. That usually comes in handy, and they've found a way to use it today.
What was interesting, you mentioned a moment ago, Jace, how Cam Crick probably had to build up the temperature and build up the pressures in that tyre on that opening out lap. He did a new session best to the 3rd sector, so he's certainly pushing on early and trying to make up some time. He's 1 minute and 36 seconds away now from the race leader out in front. Speaking of leaders, we're looking at the 17 machine, Michael Osborne, leading Class A1 at the moment that he shares with Tim Columbretta. Of course, Tim has had some success here before in the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour when he competed a couple of years ago. He was able to get a class win in B1 back in 2023. So for what is now his 2nd start for young Tim, he's possibly staring down the barrel of a 2nd class win, which would be straight to his liking as well. And they're doing a really good job, really. 6th outright at the moment in this BMW. Just plotting away on what has been a tough fight in that particular class.
And Tim, another graduate from XL Racing, so it's good to see. It's good to see a lot of young XL drivers step up into these classes and actually, and we saw the XLs here this weekend as well, and get their opportunity for young guys to get some racing at Bathurst.
Tim, back in his day, was a very successful karter as well, and that's often the progression, isn't it, for a lot of the youngsters, go from karting into XLs and sometimes production cars too. So great young kid, and hopefully it all works out for them in the latter half of this race.
See the 92 back out there at the moment. Cameron Crick there, he's now got the eyes on the high beams flashing. He wants to find a way to close that gap back up. As you said a minute ago, 138 seconds away. It's now 134 seconds away. He is lighting the screens up at the moment. In terms of 1st sector, he's got the fastest 1st sector of the race. The 3rd sector, he has the fastest 3rd sector of the race. And it's all happening late in the day for Cameron Crick. They've obviously had that little bit of drama, but he's not going to give up. He's going to push now. He's got good tyres on that car, full of fuel. Going to keep trying to find a way to close that gap. The gap to Aaron Seaton for him is now 40 seconds, so he's got a lot of work to do to get back onto the outright podium. And Aaron Seaton doing a fantastic job in an A2 car in terms of making that car competitive and on the podium right now.
What I think is interesting when you look at the totem pole on the left-hand side of your screen, we've got 4 different classes occupying the top 10 at the moment, which is great to see. So Tony Virag a little bit further down, leading class as well in car number 69, but doing a really good job to hold on inside that top 10. And you've got to go down to position 17 to find the next class car, and that's Alice Buckley in the 500 Subaru BRZ. So that's 5 classes at least inside the top 20 at the moment. So it's Ojeda, Davidson, Seaton, 1, 2 and 3 outright on the road. We saw this number 3 machine in the sand trap earlier on in the day with Ian Joyce and Scott Tiedemann sharing that car this weekend. Scott's been a busy boy. He's been in amongst the support category this weekend too, and had plenty of miles around this particular venue this weekend as we now focus in on Will Davis. And he's got 22 seconds to find in order to catch your race lead around in front as he comes up towards the first timing split. Davo's been in such a great position in this race over the last few years. Remember, was leading at the end of the final stops, but they had some mechanical dramas with this car which took them out of that battle and the lead for the race at the time. and they ultimately ended up getting that car home. But you've got to go some way back to 2019 to find the time when this car last won the Hi-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. And they would love to do it again here, and of course it would be, for at least for Will Davidson, his first success here in the Hi-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. Noons?
Brian, you remember the glory days, the old days at Bathurst when the fans would come swarming over the garages to get the signs off the building. When you're out of the race already, you've got to take your own sign with you. The Volkswagen boys are keen to get this one and go home. They're out of the race. The car is on the trailer, ready to head home. But they're determined. They want their pit sign to prove that they're at the 6 hour. But before I hand it back to you, have a look at the sky over here. When we started the race earlier in the day, that was all blue, not a cloud. It's cooled off here significantly. Plenty of clouds around. That changes conditions. Can they get home on tyres with the ambient not being quite as high, or will they risk it and push that bit harder? It's unbelievable, this race, that you can start from 66th, get to the lead, have a drama, you're never out of the fight. But just behind me, right here, right now, good timing. Car number 1 with Jaden Ojeda is in the lane and heading on in. This car's been in the pits a lot today, but it works for them. It's absolutely worked for them. Let's follow this stop.
Yeah, up to the pit box now with an hour and 32, so 90 minutes. I mean, that's got to be right on the edge of the fuel window, surely, to get to the end on one more stop. Or maybe they're just planning a splash, in which case that puts them back on par with the Crick Campbell entry, who we saw had that timed pit stop to tick their box when they had that puncture. So fuel going in. Do they throw tyres at that car? It'd be an interesting one for mine. Or do they just take the fuel now and maybe worry about a tyre or two later? They are going for tyres. They're going to tick that box now and get them sorted for the end of the race. So in pit lane is the race leading car, or what was the race leading car, because there has been a change. Will Davison has assumed the race lead. Aaron Seaton has moved to second. Jaden Ojeda sits in pit lane third with new Hankook tyres going on this car.
Four tyres they're putting on the car.
4 tyres on.
That's such a big move at this part of the day. It takes them so long to do that when they've got that fuel advantage. They're very nervous about their tyre situation on the one car, that's for sure. They don't want to risk having a quick problem like happened with the 118 car.
But do they just think that, well, we're going to have to put fuel in at some point anyway, we may as well do it now? I'm not convinced you get home at 90 minutes, especially if it's green the whole way.
You might need to send Noons down there and to get an understanding of how close they think they're going to be. And I can see Noons in the background. He might be able to find out for us whether they think they can make it home. Noons?
Yeah, boys, 4 tyres. I'm just going to dive in here and have a chat to George. Fine, sir. What's the story? Where are you at with, hour and a half to go?
Yeah, we're all good. We feel like we wanted to, obviously, we've seen other cars having problems with tyres. We haven't quite experienced that yet ourselves, but I just wanted to make sure, obviously, we could make the last stint as short as possible, and yeah, we're all good.
So splash stuff, yeah, bit of a splash, that's all you got to do?
That's it. We're right on target, right on plan. So we'll put some fuel in it and put some tyres on it and let Jaden do his Jaden things.
He makes it sound so simple, gents. Makes it sound so simple. He's aiming for back-to-back. Simon and Jaden are trying for 3 in a row. It's not been done by many people, Richard, as you well know, in Enduros at Bathurst, but they're in the box seat at this late stage of the day, but a long way to go.
So confirmation that they will have a splash towards the end, and we know for a fact that Cam Crick will as well. Here's how they run. 23 back in front, so Will Davison leads the race now. We know they've definitely got to stop again at some point as well. A1, Michael Osmond leads, Oliver Iacono, Aaron Seaton on top, and second outright, by the way, in the Ford Mustang car number 30. Courtney Prince, they still lead B1, remarkably, despite spending some time in pit lane. The early dramas for 105 caused them some issues. Nathan Halstead, the Volkswagen, still on top. The remaining Volkswagen, the other one we saw packing up, Alice Buckley leads the way in Class D, and the Class E battle, or the Mazda war, continues, and they're fighting it out to the end.
Over the years, we have treated obesity as this problem to fix.
There's a new class of drugs that could be a game changer.
GLP-1 drugs are a medical innovation.
I was losing weight immediately.
This is not just a pharmaceutical drug. This is a cultural shift that we're seeing.
We need to decide if we are okay with that.
Weight of the World, Wednesday 8:40 on SBS and on demand.
Great scenes at Mount Panorama since we rolled into town on Wednesday here at the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour, and delighted to tell you that the event has announced a record 3-day attendance, a smidge over 20,400 people across the 3 days of the event off the back of record campground sales, 326 entries across the 6 hour and packed support programs. It has been a great week, and that is a record event attendance by more than 2,000 people. This has been the biggest Bathurst at Easter since the 6 hour has come back by in so many areas, not just the starting grid for the race. So congratulations to the team behind the scenes who promote the event, to George Gambino and his team at High-Tech Oils, and everyone at the Bathurst Regional Council for turning out this incredible facility. 20,471 3-day event attendance record for the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour.
Critical point in this race right now, because we've had leaders making some compulsory pit stops and putting some fuel in their cars in order to get them into a window, then to get home. Now we're posing the question as to how far car number 23 can go. They haven't gone any further so far than right now, and in fact right as we speak on them, they've entered in pit lane. This stint was near enough to an hour and 19 minutes, and they've got an hour and 24 to go. We've had a lot of green flag running. If there is a safety car, they might actually be in a window here in order to get home with this particular stop. So this is going to be key now for Will Davison. Right as we called it, their longest stint of the day has been this particular stint right now. Ben?
An unbelievable story here. The number 25 A2 Mustang. At some point today, it went 3 laps down. It spent time in the garage. They fixed it up, and they are currently running third on track, about to do their last stop to the end, and they're in a really good position for A2.
Ben, 23's in. Will Davison stop refilling this BMW? We're at Garage 1, right at pit exit for the two-time Bathurst 1000 winner. Waiting for fuel. They're ready to go over the line. In this race, you can't do fuel and tyres at the same time. It's a bit different to other forms of racing. Waiting for that fuel to go in. There they go. Time to get some more Hancocks on. Right side tyre. Remember here at Mount Panorama, you're turning left so much across the top of the hill. Right front tyre's the one that cops all the grief. In the garage, the legendary Ralph Bellamy watching on. The engineer here, Berwick Linton, who started the race, who owns the car. He's on the jack on the other side. Everyone's involved here. It's right side tyres for the 23 car. And it's a case now of getting them all done up. No big, huge rattle guns, just wheel nuts here. These are proddy cars. This is different to so many other forms of racing. Trying to make sure that they execute this perfectly for this run home for Will Davison. Tim Millay drove in the middle of the day. Berwick Linton started them off. Berwick and Tim won the race some years ago now. Will's been with them for the last few years, but he hasn't been part of a win with them. I'm watching 2 in the lane. Zach Best rolling on through in 21. The Mustang as well. He's about to head out there as well. Yeah, this is good stuff, guys. We are building to an absolutely cracking finish with some guns in these cars. Right side tyres are done for Will Davison. He's out of pit lane and on his way back on a mountain straight.
It's a bit of a slow stop there, if anything, then for Will Davison. They were struggling, in fact, to get that right front on the car, so he's headed back out onto the racetrack. Now remember, the margin between himself and Ojeda, sort of around the pit stop marker, was around that 22 seconds, and it's blown out now to about 36 seconds. And remember, Ojeda, they did 4 tyres on that car in the pit stop compared to now just the 2 there for Will Davison. So I think they were a little bit slow on that right front, and that actually cost them a lot of time in this race. Gee, Michael Osman here has got his work cut out for him as well, having to go over the exit ripple strip there just in front of Will Davison as well. So I reckon time lost there for car number 23, but throughout it all, even after a flat right front tyre, Cam Crick is now back in the race lead, and as we know, everyone possibly apart from Will Davison has still got another stop to make. So really, if anything, car 118 is now right back in the game here.
Absolutely, and the gap now is 37 seconds to Ojeda for Cameron Crick. Ojeda, Osman, who we saw on screen there just in front of this little battle where Will Davison's catching, that's actually going to be the battle for the podium. Cameron Crick has now a 37-second lead over Ojeda, but he took 2 tyres on at the stop, forcibly. Obviously those 2 right side tyres were, one was flat, one was in bad shape, as Ben predicted for us. So will they make it to the end? They could actually stop for a little splash these big BMWs need fuel. Will the Seaton Mustang make it to the end? It's really playing out to be a true strategic battle towards the end of the 6 hours of hard racing. At the moment, we've got 2 X-Class cars, an A1 car, an X-Class, 3 A2 cars, an X-Class, an A1, and another X-Class in the top 10. And that top 10 now is made up of multiple different manufacturers as well. Noons, you got something for us?
Jason, you asked the question, is there enough juice in the number 30 Mustang to take on Juice and those other BMW drivers? I grabbed Todd Hazelwood. Do you know the answer? Have you got enough fuel to get home to the end?
I'm going to keep my fingers and toes crossed, Noons. It's going to be a bit dicey. A couple of safety cars will probably come in real handy for us, if that sort of paints a question, in answer to your question there. But we'll take a bit of a gamble. We have got a little bit of a fuel pressure issue as well. So during my stint, started dropping out a bit of fuel pressure across the top. So I think we're getting a bit of surging in the tank, especially through the fast-flowing left-handers. So sounds like Aaron's got the same problem. So I don't think we've been able to use the whole tank at the moment. So hence why we're pitting a little bit early. But as I said, hopefully a safety car comes out.
So what's the focus? Try to win the class or beat some BMWs and get on that outright podium?
Both.
Simple answer.
Simple as that. No, obviously, we'd love to get class endeavours, and been really fortunate to be working here with Gumblesaw Motorsport. It's been a lot of fun. So if we could get on that outright podium, it would be a bloody job well done. So we'll keep pushing forward.
Fingers crossed.
That's it. Wish us luck.
Thanks, News. The last time a non-BMW was on the outright podium, was in top 3 outright in this race, of 2019. Was a VF GTS Holden Commodore, Matt Holt, Chris Lewis, Nathan Callahan. BMWs have locked out the trifecta for the last 4 editions of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. As that X-Class has developed into a very competitive and outright fast cars, they've obviously controlled the race from an outright point of view. But the strategy today has played into our hands. To the answer to the question about the 30 car, no, it ain't making the end of the race.
Yeah.
We now know that, right? So ultimately, I think the Davison team, I think the 23 team will be sitting there with the same fingers crossed as what Todd Hazelwood has in terms of the 30 car. But it looks like the top 5 cars aren't going to make the end on fuel, and they've all done their compulsory stops. So it'll be interesting to see how they play out with the little splashes, whether other people take the risk on tyres. As we see the 118 now, a race leader. My $2 is still on the table here, by the way, guys. From down the back of the grid, they're leading the race by 2.5 hours. Now they've got the control of the race with 1 hour and 20 to go.
Oscar Target getting bolted into this BMW. They're going to put tyres on that car as well, as you would expect. So this car's just sort of hung around the back of the lead lap for the last couple of hours, really. Rob Gooley and Carl Beck have done a lot of the heavy lifting so far. Oscar did a fast, speedy stint where he briefly led the race as well. So this now is getting more in the window of getting to the end without stopping again. So if this car can hover around the back of the lead lap with Oscar Target, who'll be as quick as anybody in this field, they could be just throwing themselves into the mix if there is something that bunches the field up a little bit later on.
A little mistake there. They dropped the car off the jack and that front tyre wasn't on. So the risk is there. It does a little bit of damage to the studs. It does damage to the wheel. They've managed to get the car, still getting some wheel nuts onto that car. They're a bit urgent on dropping the jack, which can do some damage in the pit stop.
4 tyres. So they're taking the safe option as well, in terms of making sure they've got something to fight with at the end of this and going for 4 brand new Hancooks, or at least newish Hancooks. In fact, I reckon the right-hand side were brand new tyres. It looked like perhaps roaded tyres on the left-hand side of that car, which makes some sense.
So Cameron Crick there putting another lap on the 92 on Tommy Randall. Not much between those cars in a straight line, but Tommy Randall now down in 15th position after the dramas they've had with that car for the day. They've now just gone down a further lap, being now, a couple of laps down on the leader. So there's the 25. We mentioned that earlier. Ben reported to us right at the start of the race, tipping oil into that car, oil going everywhere, some issues with it. 3 laps down, and what a great job for the team to come back and actually be in contention. Kern's in the car at the moment. They're currently sitting 6th on the road, 3rd in their class, although we expect the 9 Tyler Mecklem car to pit anytime soon. It hasn't pit for a while, so they'll be in certainly that podium battle after that start of the race they had, which was disastrous. They all thought they were packing up, putting it in the truck. Here they are, 4 hours and 41 minutes into the race, and they are still in contention for a podium.
points go to Aaron Noonan.
Richard, I just wanted to try to put a full stop on that strange story that we had of the 23 BMW. Remember the thing about the penalty that they didn't know about earlier in the day? There's another twist to the tail in all of this. Berwick Linton, tell me what's happened on all this, because you took the pit lane penalty for overlap, but then you found out something a bit later on.
Yeah, we asked whether they had some, like a photo or something, because we got told in the driver's briefing there's a camera at the position. And they said they'd review it. They've reviewed it, and they've come back and said that the penalty's rescinded. I've replied saying, well, what are you going to do? Because we're at a disadvantage of a drive-through, which is the best part of 50 seconds by the time you slow down before you even get to the 40-kilometre-hour sign. So they're saying they're reviewing it at the moment, but yeah, we're just going to have to wait and see, because it's cost us a lot.
So to clarify, the pit lane penalty was rescinded after you served it?
Well, we had to serve it within 3 laps. That was the direction from race control. So we did that, and we followed up again just 20 minutes ago, and they've come back and said after their review, they've rescinded the pit lane penalty, but obviously we did it, 2 hours ago.
So what can you do now? Is there anything they can give you back here under a safety car? Can they move you back up the order? Are you expecting anything, or are you kind of just going to have to go from here?
Well, I'm expecting them to do something, because, they've admitted that there's been a mistake, and which is great that they've admitted it. Basically, I think that every car on the track should get a PLP to equal what we had.
It wouldn't be Bathurst, would it, without a little bit of late drama, guys? We'll keep an eye on this story in the lane.
Interesting. So with an hour and 14 minutes to go, as they had nearly more issues than just a pit lane penalty in front of them there with one of the slower cars. In fact, was that Zach Best?
Yeah,
I think,
it was.
ninth overall.
We just picked that up as it come into shot. It looked like Zach Best was into the fence and another car at the same time. So a bit of traffic drama there. And it did look like the front corner of that car was damaged and the wheel was wobbling around a little bit. So we'll just see if we can catch a shot of that. But there was certainly some contact with some lap traffic. Will Davison got through safely. It looks like Zach Best is up to speed again. But yeah, going back to that penalty, I mean, that's not good. At the end of the day, I know it's very difficult, and we've seen the challenges race control are under today, certainly dealing with the number of cars, the number of penalties, the number of ports they've got to deal with. But to be issuing a drive-through to a car, they need to be certain. That's one thing I do know from having experience in race control. You've got to be certain about those things. How do you undo that? I don't think there is any way of doing it. I think the umpire's made the call. You accept it, you move on, and see how it plays out towards the end of the day. But yeah, that's pretty disappointing for that team. It was no doubt a surprise for Tim Lay, because clearly he wasn't sure what the issue was or what he'd done wrong. As it turned out, they've rescinded the penalty and clearly had done nothing wrong.
And this is why time penalties have become more and more prevalent, because you can rescind a time penalty. You can take that off the race time, but you can't make up for a drive-through penalty.
Well, it depends on the penalty structure, obviously, but if they've got certainty and they can actually clarify that the penalty that is deserving is the drive-through penalty as per the penalty schedule, then they've got the right to apply that, absolutely. But if they don't have certainty, maybe they should take a bit of time and review that, ensure they've got the facts right before they issue that drive-through. As it's turned out, the car's still running in the top 3, and most cases with that, the way that the safety cars play out during the course of the day, it balances themselves out anyway. I think we've seen that in a number of forms of the sport. Some swings and roundabouts occasionally. You could have a situation where you're 30 seconds down the road and a safety car comes out and gets rid of that advantage you have. It is disappointing for them, but that was a few hours ago, and now we're back into the race, and they're in a position to fight for the win of the race as well.
There's a cracking battle going on, by the way, again, between cars 9 and 30 for the Class A2 lead. Tyler Mecklem is wearing Aaron Seaton's Ford Mustang under his rear wing, and this is that fight. So this is not a replay from what we saw with Hadrian Morel and Todd Hazelwood. This is 2 different drivers in the same cars, in the same positions, going at it once again for the class victory. The Mecklem car is showing 3 pit stops at the moment. So they're just running this thing to the very end when they can get that car to the end on fuel, and they'll be good to go. So they're actually in pretty good shape here in the way they've played this race out. Mecklem 4th, Seaton 5th, but it is the class lead. Lindsay Kearns is 3rd in Class A2 in that Car Mods Australia car that has been like Lazarus Rising today, from several laps down to 3rd in class and 6th outright. It's an enormous performance. Mecklem's got traffic that's hindering him across the top. It's a Class X BMW, but it shows you how good these Mustangs are across the top of the mountain these days. Aaron Seaton trying to find every way through. And the more these two battle for the lead, the more an opportunity to get on the outright podium will disappear. But I don't think they'll care in the end because it's such a competitive class battle for Class A2. And to the boys from the West who had the Camaro, who had such a shot at winning it last year, I know they'll be watching on. Chris Lewis has had some surgery on an ankle after the recent round of GT4. Nathan Callahan, I know, and Josh Muggleton, they'll be watching on. They will be incredibly frustrated spectators because I think they'll know that their Camaro could have been right in this very engaging fight for the class win, and who knows, potentially an outright podium as well.
Like we've seen throughout the course of today as well, Mecklem's car has been very strong in a straight line. Remember, they had smoke coming out of that car at one particular point as well, and then for a moment he almost had to cover Seaton, then going down into Murray's corner as well. Seaton's car is very good across the top of Mount Panorama, and again they've got some traffic that they're going to have to negotiate in the run to turn number 1. Seaton back down through the gearbox here and almost gives a nice little hello and welcome to the rear bar of Tyler Mecklem. A great fight here for Class A2 honours, and watch how this number 9 car will just pull away with the big horsepower in the Mustang. They come over the rise. Look at the margin he actually puts, because Seaton was right underneath that rear bumper that time by, and the flash of headlights to let the other cars in front know, I'm coming through, please be nice to me and let me go through.
He's definitely not lacking in straight line talent, that one, is it? The 9 Mustang. He's managed to point it and shoot and pull that little gap on Aaron Seaton as they run up into that traffic again up at the top of the mountain there. So to have those 3 Mustangs, the Kearns car as well, which is actually not too far back, it's only about 30 seconds back after the day they've had. It's impressive. Aaron Seaton now having to navigate that traffic, which is always painful when you come across that little Mazda, and that gap then opens up again between the 9 and the 30 across the top of the mountain.
So now that that margin is just extended for a moment, I'm just going to bring ourselves back to a little bit of a strategy chat here towards the end of the race and try and give you a bit of an estimated number as to when everyone can come back in. So your race leaders, Cam Crick, I would expect them, they can go as far as 35 minutes to go in this race. In the case of car number 1, they could get that car as far as 25 minutes to go in this race. The key one for me is car number 23, driven by Will Davison. Their best stint today was their previous stint. They did 1 hour and 19 minutes. That was with a lot of green flag running. They need to do 1 hour and 25 minutes in order to get home. They are right on a number. In terms of this battle though that we're seeing in Class A2, the Seaton Mobile, car number 30 that's sitting second at the moment in class, they can go as far to about 18 minutes to go. That can be a splash and dash. For the leading Class A2 car of Tyler Mecklem, they've still got a full compulsory pit stop to make, and they must do that prior to the compulsory pit stop window closing with 30 minutes left in the race.
Get my calculator out, start trying to keep up with that one. There's plenty to play out as we get close to the end. The Will Davison one, 6-minute window. Oh, that's a big roll of the dice, isn't it?
I'm rolling.
1 minute's a log.
I'm rolling.
You're rolling?
I'm rolling. Yeah. Take the risk.
Tuck the mirrors in, close the windows, find a way to make that car roll down the hill.
Yeah, it's downhill from Brock Skyline, so if it runs out of juice on the last lap, you're coasting to the line.
He's using the Jamie Whincup version, is he?
Well, if you're in the pot, you're probably going to pit, but yeah, 6 minutes, you play it. On the odds of
Look, they
there
do
being...
need a safety car.
Yeah.
They do need a safety car, and it won't take much. 3 or 4 laps under safety car conditions between now and the end of the race will certainly bring them back in the window. Bearing in mind, guys, the actual pit window closes, so all of that's irrelevant. Well, no, it's not really. When I think about the way that this could play out, the pit window for your compulsory pit stop closes in 36 minutes. So even if you are taking that splash after that, even if you're waiting for a safety car and you're going to take a splash after that, that is allowed because these guys are past the compulsory stops. 9 stops for the Ojeda car, 6 stops for the 118 car. The Will Davison car has 7 stops, although one of them was a drive-through penalty. So they're basically sitting on 6 stops. So they're all made their compulsory stops apart from the car in fourth at the moment, the 9 car of Tyler Mecklin, which we've seen that Mustang push it right to the limit. They're going to have to stop soon. I don't have it written down in front of me when their last stop was, but if they've only done 3, it was a while ago, so they're going to be running out of fuel very soon.
Yeah, but they're good to go to the end when they make their next stop, which will be 90 seconds. We just wanted to have a look at this because this is a car that was leading the way in Class A1. Now, they were 7th outright. Ollie Lycono is behind the wheel, sharing with Alex and Dieter Holtzel. And a heli material handling Evo is creeping into pit lane. That was not attacking as you would to get into the lane to tick a pit stop off. They've had their 4 stops. I reckon that thing's out of fuel.
It's not going to make it up pit lane. He's on the radio to the boys. He's on the starter motor there, is he? Trying to get it over the little hump. See if he can make it.
They've been out for an hour and a half, just over 90 minutes since their last pit stop. So there is a real suspicion here that perhaps this car is out of juice. Aaron.
Starter motor there.
Rich, the crew is coming from their pit garage halfway down the lane. They've got to run halfway down the lane to go and retrieve their car. It's got all the hallmarks of out of juice. We saw the drama with the Camaro earlier in the day. Looks like the Lancer's got the same issue. The crew've made it now. They'll get the car handed to them. They've got to push it down the pit lane. It's a bit of Doug Shivers 1973 spec. At least you don't have to do it on your own here. Crew's ready. The thing is, though, once they've pushed this thing back in, then they've got to work on it. They'll be puffed like you wouldn't believe. But the crew's here. They've got the refueling ready. There's tyres. It's a long wait. It's a long push. I really feel for them. How cruel. In such a great spot, too.
They've got a lap up their sleeve with a car that's 2nd in class. So Colin Breeder's behind the wheel of that. They're 12th on the road at the moment, 2nd in A1. So they've got some time to burn, but this is costing them.
Well, he's got it fired there, so they've managed to clutch start that car or something. They've managed to get it rolling, and now it's actually going to make its pit base. So maybe it's not out of fuel. It might have an issue. If it is out of fuel, it's a big risk to take with an hour to go to get that close to the end of the pot in terms of what their capacity is when you've had such an advantage. So now the fuel goes into the car, driver change. They're going to do the full stop. It doesn't look like to be too much urgency around lifting the bonnet. So they're obviously just going to fill that car full of fuel. The crew's still trying to make that. And that's what we talked about earlier. You can just see the fuel now running into the car. So unless you prime that fuel line prior to your stop, it can waste so much time and you can actually get no fuel in the car whatsoever.
It was the shake of the head from the fueler that did it for me, Noons.
There was a reason why there was a shake of the head, because one of the crew members that was coming running back down the pit lane was the dead man hand holder. That car was being refilled without that person being on the fuel tower to hold that dead man handle. That's to cut off the fuel if there's any drama. He was still coming back from retrieving the car at the pit lane entry. So that's one that race control keep an eye on, because you've got to have someone manning that fuel tower and that dead man handle while the cars are being refueled.
And it's just generated a lead change in the A1 class. Tim Colin Breeder in the BMW has gone past and has taken the class lead. So this has been enormously costly for the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo team. This is another Mitsubishi further up pit lane, car 67. Green is behind the wheel of that car, so we're just getting a bunch of information thrown at us here from a race point of view, but a lot of stuff going on. So they're in pit lane. It all looks fairly relaxed down that end of the lane, and now they're going to put tyres on this car. Well, they may as well. They've burnt enough time. They may as well just do the job completely and then get the car out. Interesting lifting that car up to the front. I wonder if they put front tyres, 2 front tyres on that car.
Water running out the back there. They were topping up a tank in there for them, but that has really cost them, because now the Colin Breeder car has taken over the lead of that class. It was a close battle, but they did have an advantage. The Colin Breeder car, we'll find out whether that can actually make the end of the race. They're currently in 11th place. Those guys have now rejoined, dropped out of the top 10, down to about 20th position.
And that was 7th when they pitted Barks. 7th.
Yeah. It's a very expensive mistake if that car's run out of fuel. Big risk. Why take the risk at this close end of the race when you're actually in a position where you've only got an hour to go? You know you'll make the end on fuel anyway, with the capacity of the car. So unfortunately for them, that mistake has certainly cost them in terms of both the class lead and an outright position.
Car number 1's
Ojeda Pitts. Jaden Ojeda Pitts. This is the first roll of the last dice in the race with 1 hour and 55 seconds to go in this race. So Ojeda in to brim the car, and this should be their last pit stop.
This is extraordinary because I don't understand why you would stop, why you wouldn't wait for a safety car opportunity if you didn't need fuel. What is going on with that car? Is there an issue with the fuel they haven't told us about? Because to stop from an hour to go without that chance of a safety car, you don't need to comply to a compulsory pit stop. I think they've got a tyre drama. That's my opinion. They're coming and putting tyres on that car again because basically what's happened is they put 4 tyres on it only, 35 minutes ago?
So this car was in 32 minutes ago and did 4 tyres. So exactly to your point, I reckon there might be a slight tyre drama with this car. Keeping in mind though, they could have gone as far as 25 minutes left in this race, and they're only going to put right-hand side tyres on that car. So burning that time up now, making sure that the working side of the car has got fresh rubber, knowing they still had to do pretty well a fully serviced pit stop. And now it puts this car number 23, second overall, 1 minute and 34 seconds away from our leaders out in front. We're hearing some big news in Class D, and Aaron Noonan is right on the spot.
Brian, I am. The 500 Subaru, the Castro car with Alice Buckley. I've got Hayden Hume here. This car shouldn't be in the pits, but it is for a reason, and you've got the reason. What's this?
Yeah, so we've had a belt fall off. We've run a pretty faultless race for about 5 hours, but yeah, as you can see, not a very healthy looking motor.
How long is this going to take to get another one put on?
So we've been in the pits for about 2 minutes. We've got a really healthy lead, but should be good. Yeah, hoping for the best. Don't really know. Obviously, they're working on it in the background, but yeah, should be out and should all go well, hopefully. But yeah.
Props to Hayden and his whole team. They had already thrown the belt in the bin out the back. I got him to grab it because I love a prop.
Good stuff, Noon. Well done, Hayden Hume as well there. Yeah, I was just getting some numbers fed to me about the Class D strategy battle as well, and it's all going to end up on top of each other there. There's a bunch of different cars in the mix. So we're within the final hour of the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 hour. It is all building. The strategies are unfolding. Where is your favourite driver running? Well, check out the class leaderboards. Bottom right of screen, the traffic problem is as busy as it always is, heading up the hill. So Crick Davison, Ojeda 1, 2 and 3, they are the contenders in Class X. Tim Collenbreed, a big moment in Class A1, and the BMW now leads the way from Cody Gillis. Tyler Mecklem still leads Aaron Seaton in A2, and they're still hovering around the top 5. Courtney Prince on top in B1, and the 999 still looking good, potentially to defend their class victory. Pat Navin on top, the Class C car with Nathan Holstead still leading the way, the Volkswagen in Class C. This is where the big development has been. Tyler Cheney behind the wheel of car 500, but they've lost the lead for Class D, and Chris Wall in the 22 now on top there. Kim DeBritt leads the way in Class E.
On Insight, invisible illness.
My favourite term was hysterical.
It was something that I hid. It didn't feel safe to talk about in the workplace.
Recovering, I felt as if I'd achieved something miraculous.
Inside, Tuesday 8:30 on SBS and on demand.
We're for morning dippers and seashell collectors. And right now, we're for Ben, who gets the best deals at over 70 NRMA travel destinations across Australia. Join My NRMA Rewards, a world of road, travel and rewards.
Dreaming of your next getaway? Charge up your Qantas points balance with Red Energy. Switch to a Qantas Red plan today so you can switch off on holiday sooner. Where will Red Energy take you?
Other mattresses versus the Sleeping Duck mattress. Episode 8.
I bought my mattress from a store that I've been going to for years. And I saved heaps of money and bought mine from Sleeping Duck, the new way to buy. I'm stuck with the foams inside my mattress that have gathered dust mites for years. But I know them all by first name. Chompy, Chewy, Bitey. I can replace the cover and foams whenever I want to refresh it like new.
So maximum attack into pit lane. Cameron Crick will hit his marks and they'll put enough fuel in this car to last 54 minutes. Well, there's 30 seconds, so 55 minutes is all they need. Do they do tyres?
Looking in the background to see if their crew's ready with jacks and tyres to see whether they're going to roll the dice on the tyres as well. Can't see in the background there. It looks like they're just going to go fuel, top that car up and make sure they finish the race.
There's a guy waiting with a jack stand. I reckon they're doing tyres.
They're going to come and they're going to go tyres.
Well,
That's going to be the key.
You've got 90
seconds.
seconds.
They're going for tyres as well. So they're going to put 2 tyres on it. They've got the advantage. They know they had a minute 34, so it's worth the risk knowing that 30 to 23 car is going to have to stop again. Why take the risk? They've blown tyres. They've got the advantage. Now's the time to use it. And we know on fresh tyres, he is fast in that car.
Well, I think it's clear that this is probably the quickest car in the field as well. So even if they do lack track position...
4 tyres. They're going 4 tyres. They're going the full hog. So they don't want to take any risks. They want to make sure they get this car home without any problems whatsoever.
And even if they do lack track position, they've got enough car speed to get it, because we'd expect that Davison, if they roll the dice, is going to be conserving. So they've got this freedom, this opportunity to do what they want, and they've earned that over the course of the day by being really smart with how they play that race out. Here is Will Davison. So Crick still stationary in the lane. Left-hand side tyres going on that car. And 23 will cycle to the front. So the D.A. Campbell Transport BMW is rolling in pit lane at 40 k's an hour. At 140 k's an hour plus goes Will Davison through and will assume the race lead. It won't be by much. It's probably going to be 20 seconds, maybe 25 by the time that Crick exits pit lane.
Even from this point on, even if Will Davison can squeeze that car out, get every inch of fuel in that, every litre, he's going to have to back that pace down. Cameron Crick, he's full of fuel, fresh tyres, he's going after it. But that might answer the question in regards to why they stopped when they did.
Noons?
Boys, while the fight for the outright battle is going on, we've got a completely changed game in Class D, because the gutting news with less than an hour to go, the 500 Castrol AC Delco Subaru, it's cooked the engine. That belt going off has completely cooked it. They thought they're going to just change the belt and get going. They're done. It's over. It's a gutted Alice Buckley over here. Oh, it sucks so much, doesn't it, this place? So good, yet so bad all in one day. But yeah, they're done. The motor's cooked.
And it just throws Class D wide open, Noons. It's now led by the 22 entry Prestige Tuning, Chris Wall, Andre Simon and David Thompson leading that race, but there's a whole lot of strategy stuff going on in there that's all going to play out in the final hour of the race. So Class D now very much up for grabs. Lots of storylines. That margin, 17 seconds. And then a further 11 down the road is this car with Jaden Ojeda. So all of a sudden, with 50 seconds to go, the top 3 outright covered by less than half a minute. Tyler Mecklen's only 4 and a bit seconds behind car number 1 too, by the way.
He is, but he's only done 3 compulsory stops.
They've still got the one.
Again.
Yep.
So I'm surprised that it's actually gone this far since its last stop. They must be very close to stopping for fuel.
Well, they are waiting to see if a safety car comes along to tick that 90 seconds off under yellow for their last stop.
What would have been critical to understand is you saw that delaminated tyre, of course, come off the 118 machine. On their previous stop, they did 2 tyres. So if the delamination might have been on the working side, on the right-hand side of the car, that stint then when they last did tyres was just over an hour ago. So there would be a big question mark in order to get that car home, and this might just change the game with a possible safety car, although hopefully both cars might be able to get themselves moving. A tricky spot there on the right-hand side of the cutting.
Ryan Godfrey behind the wheel of the Tour de Cure Ram Motorsport car. He and Mike Sheargold have got the team back together. It's the OG Ram Motorsport guys.
Oh, well, at least there's a way around the back of that car now. Yep, they've managed to find a way to both get going. So
amazing.
The safety car was in gear, ready to go, but we've just gone, calm down, guys. We're not going here at the moment.
I can't remember the last time we saw 2 cars stuck at the cutting, pointing the wrong way, and have been able to rejoin. Oh, wow, this has had a huge problem. It's got a tyre gone. It's got a left rear tyre gone. The Mitsubishi, and a huge save from Dieter Holtzel to catch that at the top of Reed Park.
So looking at the position of those cars at the cutting, it's fair to say there was some contact between the two. It was most likely on that left rear for the 140, and as they've just got going again, it's had enough and cried, I've had enough, I'm out of here. So done a great job to save that. That could have been very, very dangerous right at that position of the circuit. But here's that contact that I thought might have happened, and that's why we've got a flat tyre, absolutely no doubt.
Cause and then effect later on. So Ryan Godfrey was up the inside of Dieter Holzl. That's the look from outside of the Worth cutting. High Tech Oil's replay. And then this brilliant bit of car control as the tyre comes off the bead basically from that damage. Yeah, used to seeing Evo Lancers sideways, but on dirt in full rally trim. That was wild. Good catch.
But hasn't their afternoon gone from bad to worse after leading in class as well, and then a possible issue with running out of fuel, and now this coupled on top of that as well. A case of what could have been. Like I mentioned, it could not have gone any worse for them, unfortunately.
Hey, can I just tell you a little feel-good story? We've been talking about this being the wholesome Bathurst. We've been following the story of the AA Racing Honda, and it had an all-night rebuild, and then it had some welding done out the back mid-race. Shane Nowicki's behind the wheel of that car. They've just done their fastest lap of the race. Thank you very much. After all of that, 51st position, 2:43.4 on lap 84. That's awesome. What a great story.
Gotta love the spirit of Bathurst, don't you? It throws everything at you, and it's certainly thrown everything at us this weekend. They obviously involved in that accident that caused the red flag very early in practice 3. A great job by the team to rebuild that car. To go your fastest lap after 5 hours, well done, guys.
And some welding.
And some
welder out.
A few cable ties, a bit of race tape, and hold it together and make the finish.
Talking to one race team back in the day, said, "Oh, we've got to do some plastic welding." Oh, like actually melt the plastic? No, plastic welding, cable ties,
yeah.
And race tape, and hold the racing world together. Pit stop on for the number 50 Mustang that was subbed into this race after practice 3 before qualifying. Cam Crick going very quickly, 4 seconds a lap faster than Will Davison at the moment, who is driving to a number to try and get that car home, potentially on fuel. But the margin already down to 11 seconds. It was 19 and a half after those pit stops were completed. It's good to see this car back out. The Right Way Industrial HSV Astra. It's broken engine mount early in the race, we understand, for this car, among other dramas. But they're back out and circulating a long way down the leaderboard. Car number 4. It's all part of the journey, isn't it? Tony Ordino. They've completed 11 laps. They're 94 laps down.
And in 68 overall at the moment.
Unlikely to be classified, let's be honest, but they are going to have a real crack at it just to get the checkered flag at the very least. So Tony Ordino back behind the wheel. That's a huge recovery.
Thomas Randall is back in the lane now as well. They're 8th overall. Geez, they've had a tough day at the office, haven't they? In fact, a tough weekend when you think of the limp mode issues they've been having. They're just over 1.5 laps behind your overall race leader at the moment, with just 46 minutes remaining. So we ride on board here with the Juice. Jaden O'Jada, a bit of traffic in front here, which he'll negotiate before Forrest's elbow. And he is 13.7 seconds behind now. Cam Crick in front of him. He's a little bit quicker on this particular lap at the moment, particularly to the second sector. So that margin, you would suspect, will ebb and flow with the effect of traffic as well. What would be interesting is if we had a safety car that would bunch the field up for that fight towards the end.
Thomas Randall in the lane. They've got that car back into the top 10 remarkably after the issues they've had. Up to 9th just before this pit stop, so this will be their final stop. And they're putting one of the Cabbage boys, can't tell you which one, they're both the same height and they both wear the same race suit and similar helmets. We'll confirm that when they drive out of pit lane, but Randall was good to go to the end, but he was their bullet in the gun, and we are going safety car. Full course yellow with 45 minutes to go, and all of a sudden it changes the complexion of this race again.
And there's the cause of the safety car. On the exit of pit lane, we've got the 50 Mustang, the car that was brought into the race very late. We just saw it in pit lane actually with a tyre change going on, so unfortunately it hasn't made it all the way out of pit lane. This has just played into the hands of Crick perfectly, hasn't it? With a situation like this, Davison will no doubt pit if they think, or they might roll a dice. This is the safety car they've been waiting on. The Seaton car is in pit lane. That's one that we weren't sure about whether it would make the end or not, but it's confirmed that it won't. It's taken the fuel stop. It's going to drop from the lead the second in class. The Mecklem car is still yet to stop.
Yeah.
I was surprised by that. That must be a track position type situation that it's gone past pit lane, because I would expect that car to certainly be in pit lane at the end of this one. There's the safety car sitting there just in the right of your screen. They're waiting there at the moment to pick up the leader of the race. So they've been instructed to sit and wait. They let the cars through, so we don't see that situation that developed earlier with the whole bunch of cars. So they'll wait for the cars to pick up the leader, which is obviously at this stage Will Davison. Will they stop? That we'll wait to see.
Well, this is going to be key at the moment in the battle for Class A2 honours, because Tyler Mecklem, you would expect, will actually make that stop, but it's going to have to be a full 1 minute 30 compulsory pit stop. Aaron Seaton has just left the lane and only done a 1 minute 5 stop, because he doesn't have to complete a full compulsory pit stop. You've got some shots of that car looking very sick heading out of the pit lane, but for me, Tyler Mecklem here, they're going to be so close. They're almost going to be in amongst the fight with each other in that battle for Class A2 honours. A lot to play out here in the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour.
How long can we play the game for?
The moment of truth.
Rock and roll, baby.
I know I have to catch a fish. Forager is back in the game.
Alone Australia, Wednesday 7:30 on SBS and on demand.
Behind the control of the safety car at Mount Panorama, the Bathurst Mazda leads the field down Conrod Straight. The race leader is directly behind. Will Davison will lead the race. Cameron Crick further down the queue, but the big story is this car. Barry Sternbeck behind the wheel. The big Holden Commodore that has been very strong today and leading the way in Class B2 is stranded on the run up to the Worth cutting and is moving nowhere. Meanwhile, car 92 back in the lane. Thomas Randall, they drag this thing back up into the top 10. In fact, it's one of the Cabbage boys behind the wheel. They haven't changed their driver transponder yet. But they're back in the lane now, seemingly with an issue on the left front. You two next to me, I don't even want to talk about this.
I'm gonna bring it up.
Oh,
I've just got a text message, and it's from a friend of mine who's currently just hanging around the paddock area, telling me he's getting wet. There's spots of rain falling in the paddock area. It's not. Oh, we've got another car stopped. It's not a Bathurst Classic Enduro, is it, without this late drama in the afternoon? We've got some pit lane reporters that may be able to confirm for us if there is some spots falling. But we've got a couple of cars parked out on the circuit late in the day, 38 minutes remaining. Will Davison, he's trying to save fuel. Every lap under safety car here will help him. Cameron Crick, he's on fresh tyres, fresh fuel. He's ready to sprint to the end. And hopefully Noons can give us an update of what's happening in pit lane.
Yeah, Bugs, I'm with the 92 car. They've had an absolutely fraught day. It's Ben Cabbage who's at the wheel of this BMW. I just caught Thomas Randall's eye and he just looked at me and gave me that look of, ugh. They reckon there might be something touching in underneath that front left wheel. Not too sure, but he felt something, so he's brought it on in. But they've had one of those days here. In fact, it's really been one of those weeks here at Bathurst. They barely did any running in the lead-up. They were struggling to complete a lap. This doesn't look like it's one of those Control-Alt-Delete things that they've had to do. This is something else, so it's one of those days.
Tough stuff. Ben Cabbage, his wife Tula, was the one that spurred on this breast cancer trials program. So we're still behind the wheel of the safety car at Mount Panorama. 37 minutes to go in the 6 hour.
Spring awakens, and with it, the soul of cycling. Take on Europe's toughest routes.
Moments of carnage.
Where grit meets glory. Through dust and thunder, over brutal cobblestones and climbs that have broken legends.
A beautiful race in brutal conditions.
Go Harvey Norman for Easter super deals on bedding. Get 10% off already low prices on selected big brand mattresses, bedroom furniture and kids furniture. Plus bonus standard local delivery on selected purchases. Best prices guaranteed. Easter super deals now on at Harvey Norman.
ready to go all the way to the checkered flag on the mountain, the high-tech oils, Bathurst 6 Hour. This place never fails to deliver something new every year, and we have got it again. Let's set the scene for you. Will Davison, there was a massive fuel question mark over the race leading number 23 car. We didn't think they could get to the end without a safety car. Here it is, presented to them as if on a gold platter. Behind them, the quickest car in the field, the new lap record holder, a car that started 66, right back around by Ridges Mount Panorama. Cam Crick behind the wheel there, new lap record holder, looking to win the race with Dean Campbell. And then 12 seconds back in the queue, Jaden Ojeda looking to give himself and Simon Hodges a three-peat, and George Medicki back-to-back wins on the mountain. Your class leaders left of screen. That's Class X in the outright fight. Class A1, Tim Colombrita still leads there, but that has closed that up. The Gillis car, the BMW, led early. They're now right in the mix. Ram Motorsport third, but I think they're a lap back from the leader. Aaron Seaton leads the way in A2. Tyler Mecklem in pit lane, having led that class. Lindsay Kearns is third, but a lap back from those two Mustangs. Courtney Prince, Team Bacchini Racing, still lead the way in a brutal run in Class B1. And the bonnet's gone up. They're talking about circuit breakers there. Or power steering, surely, the way he was weaving the steering wheel there. Gosling Sternbeck, it was the car that we saw stopped up at the cutting. They've lost the lead in Class B1, so that's another lead change late in the race. The Class C battle, Patrick Nevin looking for redemption. The wheels fell off that car with half an hour to go in the race last year, so these are tenuous times for them, looking to make up, make amends. And then it's now Demelwick who leads Wall and Westaway. The Toyotas 1 through 5 in Class D, but this is all going to tee off towards the end. There is a furious battle unfolding, and Isaac Demelwick and Caleb Wall are 1 and 2 in that class, and they are split by nothing at all. So they're going to box on for the lead. And the 35 car leads the 76 in Class E in the Mazdas, and they've got a little bit of time up their sleeve. DeBritt currently scored in 40th outright in the leading Class E car. So that's the scene. Light rain being reported at the top, light rain being reported in the paddock and at the chase as well. What can Will Davison do? Does this buy them that little bit of extra time? And then, of course, hanging over the head of that car is that weird circumstance where they were penalised, served a drive-through penalty, and then had the penalty rescinded after they've done it. So there's very little way you can have recompense for that. The best way, perhaps, just win the race, and then it won't matter at all. The question is, can they get to the end? There's 31 minutes to go.
Well surmised, Richard Crail. Still, of course, the question mark around the skies, and good to see the Graham Cheney car possibly, hopefully, getting that thing refired, because that was the reason for the stoppage when it came to a stop on the exit of pit lane on driver's left here. So a lot to play out, a lot of excitement. It wouldn't be Bathurst without a huge finish, would it? And that's what we're going to get here again this afternoon. You've got to feel like Cam Crick's got some pace to burn underneath that car. Slightly fresher tyres on the right-hand side. And even that pace prior to the safety car, he was quicker than Jaden Ojeda. So it's a case of redemption. They were in this position last year. They had the race win within their grasp, and the car gave up with basically an hour to go. And for all that time, they've been having to think about this race for an entire 13 months. And now this is their opportunity to make the wrongs right in 2025.
So at least another lap behind the safety.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow. They've decided to pit. They had to pit. They've decided.
Left front,
it's left front tyre.
It's flat tyre.
Yep, left front flat tyre on car number 23. So race-changing stuff. There it is. Unbelievable set of circumstances here at Mount Panorama. Your race leaders with 30 minutes to go have a flat left front tyre and will hand the race lead over to Cam Crick.
Well, that answered the fuel question for us, didn't it? It didn't really matter in the end. And to get a flat tyre during the safety car period, maybe it picked up a bit of debris. A lot of bad luck there. It certainly hasn't gone down due to a blister or a tyre failure from what we would see in these cars at high speed. They've been cruising around now for about 4 laps, and it's had that drama. But they're going 4 tyres. They're not just going to do the one. they're going 4 tyres and no fuel in the car. They're obviously that confident they've packed the fuel rig up.
It's going to drop them. They're off the podium. Aaron Seaton's third, and it'll drop them behind Tyler Mecklem as well. Mecklem's still playing catch-up at the moment to get in the queue. I'm waiting for him to cross the line. I think he's right at the very back of the safety car queue. Either that or he's way out of sequence. Remember, they stopped under this safety car period in the number 9 Ford Mustang. Aaron Seaton on the outright podium, potentially in a Ford Mustang. That's a huge performance. Ben Barguana.
Yeah, just an update on the number 9. Really devastating. They've got something electrical. They're going to bring the car into the garage, get it up on the stands, pull the under tray off and check all the wires relating to the power steering. They're not quite sure what the issue is, but it's not looking good for them.
That explains that pit stop we saw, and they were wiggling the steering.
That we saw a few hours ago as well.
And that too, a bit of prolonged drama. The siren you heard in the background was the pit window closing. This isn't a compulsory stop for this team.
So clearly the fuel question's answered, because even during this period, they had not putting fuel in that car. They were confident they're going to make the end. They had no risk. Look at that damage to that tyre. Inside walls collapsed again, which we've seen on a number of these big BMWs during the course of the day. It's a left front though. It's a little bit strange, unless it's done a lot of Ks or it's been used earlier in the race and they put it back on again.
And I sort of hate to say it, but with that penalty thing hanging over the head, but it sort of answers that question really, doesn't it? The tyre was going to go. Maybe it was not their day. Who knows? There's still 28 minutes to go, and a whole lot of crazy stuff can happen at this place. We know that. And Will Davison will be more than up to the job to bring this car home and bring it home speedily. And at least they'll be able to know that they'll be able to do it flat out as well.
Now, the real question for me is the amount of cars between Cameron Crick and Jaden Ojeda on the actual racetrack. Is there only a couple of cars between them? There's the 23 that's now going to rejoin right at the back of the queue behind all that traffic. The lead, oh, look at that. That's pretty sad for them right towards the end of the race, isn't it? But that inside wall has just collapsed on that tyre wall, has collapsed on that tyre. And that certainly put the end to it. Where's our race leader? There he is, car 118, the Cameron Crick wow. 1, 2, 3. Was that 1, 2, 3? We have got a race on our hands, boys and girls. Look out, there's only 3 cars between the first and second on the road with 27 minutes remaining. And we're hearing, and there we go, the safety car has certainly pulled away. The pressure here is going to be on Cameron Crick, trying to find a way through that traffic, although we do know he's full of fuel and he's got great tyres on it. Noon's got an update for us.
Yeah, Bugs, I just dived in and had a quick chat to Tim Lay, sort of saying, well, maybe we should have done them all at the last stop, but nevertheless, I mean, they did all 4 then. That's cost them more time, though. So with what is it, 27 minutes to go, something like that. I don't have a monitor in front of me. Maybe they just needed to do 2 and send him just to try to catch up to the train. But restart this time, it's on.
Yeah, and they're right at the back of the queue as well, Noons, and I don't even know if they've got to the back of it yet. I'll tell you when they cross the line. Restart, away we go. All eyes on car 118. Cameron Crick has the job to do. 1, 2, 3 cars between himself and Jaden Ojeda, who is trying to deliver a Bathurst hat-trick. Third place, Aaron Seaton. He's only 6.5 seconds behind Ojeda. If anything happens to these BMWs, that car is very much in the mix, at the very least, for an outright podium. Still haven't seen Davison cross the line. He was right at the back of what is still more than 50 cars circulating Mount Panorama. Still haven't seen Davison. Still haven't seen Davison. He's miles behind. This has been hugely costly. And then you've got that group of cars that are frustratingly a lap off the pace. So David Russell, they got their lap back, then they lost it. They got their lap back, then they lost it. Oscar Target as well in the 60 BMW. Another car just 1 lap off the pace, but with the speed potentially to challenge. It's Crick versus Ojeda for the race win. And the margin, Will Davison, is 57 seconds behind Cameron Crick.
Oh, even another safety car at this point will bring them back to the back of that queue. But if we get another safety car here, that traffic is going to play into this result like you wouldn't believe. Even Aaron Seaton, who is currently in third, has a really good breather over the top of that Will Davison car, which will be chasing him hard. Juice, though, I've just watched that car float across the top of the hill. He's lit. He wants it. He's going after Cameron Crick. And these boys are going to be pushing hard. Jaden Ojeda, 2/10 faster in the first sector, and he had a clear bit of road. So did Cameron Crick. This is going to be on for the next 24 minutes. Can that one car chase down Cameron Crick and get the three-peat that everyone's been hoping for?
5 cars still on the lead lap of the race. One more than at the finish of last year. The car in between the two leaders is Lindsay Kearns in the Mustang that's 6th outright, and he's pressing on. He wants to be in the right position if anything happens to the other A2 contenders, but right now they're looking at a podium in Class A2, and 6th outright he and Brad Carr in a massive comeback story from today.
So just so we're understanding, Crick currently is on some good but used tyres. So at that stop, we weren't sure what was going on. They had a blistered left rear tyre. So Ben tells me, he sent me a text message to say the tyres they put on at that stop were used, but they were in a good condition.
Jada Ojeda, 224.38, best lap of the race for car number 1. But wow, 223.0 for Cameron Crick. Head down, driving away. Car 118, it seems, has pace to burn at the moment. The question for mine is, how hard does he go now? Or does he need to keep something up the sleeve for the last 5 minutes? Because as we know, that's when everything happens at this place. Go, Aaron.
Rich, remember that number 50 Mustang that stopped on Mountain Straight not long ago? It was right when Will Davison had that tyre go down. That car's back in the race. They'd had a battery warning light, and then about 4 or 5 laps later, it died. It died when it was leaving pit lane, but it came around into the paddock, which is all permitted, fired up, new battery, through the garage, through the lane, back on the track, so they're back in the race. And this is the car that when we got here on Friday wasn't in the field of 72. Remember, it was inserted into the field after the number 24 BMW was crashed and withdrawn. So it's never over till it's over, but we've got an epic street fight here. 118 v number 1. There's history on the line here for the Juice. Has he got enough to squeeze? I can't wait for this run to the checkered flag. This is good stuff.
Noons, more news coming through. We're being told a drive-through penalty, car 17. That's Tim Colombreda. He's the leader in his class, in Class A1, 12th outright. We're still waiting on a reasoning, on an explanation on that from Motorsport Australia Race Control, but we're told drive-through penalty. Car 81's cop one as well. That's David Russell. He's a little bit further up the road, but they're that car that's sort of a lap back from that leading group. Pit stop infringements, we're being told. That is going to hand the lead in class to Cody Gillis in the number 93 BMW. They led this race early. They're going to end up back on top.
Well, guys, if you ever was questioning whether Cameron Crick was going to push or Cameron Crick was going to cruise to the flag, he's just gone purple sector for the first 2 sectors across the top of the mountain. He is absolutely pushing that 118 BMW M2 to its limits. He's come down the bottom of the circuit. He's done another 23.0, so he's absolutely flying. He doesn't want to leave anything on the table in the battle to win this 2025 Bathurst 6 hour.
Ojeda doesn't have the pace, 25.4, 6.3 seconds the margin all of a sudden. I'm interested to see the lap time to Aaron Seaton in car number 30 on screen now. He's given away a bit of time this lap, but he's been in the middle of dealing with all that traffic that the 2 leaders had to deal with on the first lap after the restart. Seaton across the line, 2:30.1, so gave away a lot of time. Maybe if we hope that they would have the raw speed to go with the 2 BMWs out in front.
So you could hear then the team then on the radio to him saying the Mustang is not on the same lap here, so there's probably a little bit of confusion, and Cam Crick just wanting a little bit of clear air to fight out in front here, and a little bit of respect shown to your race leader here, because the last thing you want is a Mustang right in your rear vision mirror when you're trying to control a race lead out in front with 20 minutes to go.
All of a sudden it feels close and incredibly atmospheric at Mount Panorama. I've felt this before. It's incredible how these races continue to deliver and deliver.
Just so you're aware, guys, that 18 Mustang just chasing Cameron Crick, that's Bryce Forward at the wheel at the moment.
Yes.
So he's doing his best to unlap himself. If he can get past Cameron Crick here, he'll be back onto the lead lap. There's a safety car, that brings him back into the game. So whilst it looks a bit weird, the car that's a lap down, he's entitled to push. He's entitled to try and pass the 118 car. Bryce Forward, he knows what he's doing. He's a good young driver. Certainly is an advantage to the BMW in a straight line there. But he's not going to give up on that fight to try and get back on the lead lap. The 18, we've seen it had its dramas today, but it's actually still doing a great job in P10 and is currently 5th in class in A2.
And how annoying, though, is that for Cam Crick when you're in that position, knowing that there's potentially a driver that's just as hungry to get past you, even though they're in a totally different situation?
I mean, at the end of the day, Cameron could make the decision to let him go. If he knew that car was a little bit quicker and he had the conservative situation he's in at the moment, with an almost 6-second lead, it is worth considering letting that car go. The problem is that BMW's got such an advantage in a straight line that if he can get to the straight, get a little bit of a gap, he can create some clear air. So whilst it's not a clean cut, Bryce Full will continue to push on and see if he can find a way to get past that car, and hopefully the advantage will come his way in the course of a safety car and getting back on the lead lap. Cameron Crick doesn't want the safety car at the moment because he does have that 6-second lead. Jaden O'Day just doesn't have the pace. He's got the pace in the first sector, across the top of the mountain. He just doesn't have the pace to go with Cameron Crick, who's now opened up that little gap. But you watch Bryce Forward now, those Mustangs handle really well across the top of the mountain.
Cricky's just settled into a lap time groove now. 26.3 last time by, so he punched out those 2:23.0s and then has gone exactly back to the same lap speed that the number 1 car is. So that margin now just consistent. That was a flex, a genuine flex going, we've got the raw car speed. We will beat you if we have to. And now I'm just going to cruise and make sure we get to the end and not have any issues. This has been an awesome performance. And remember, cast your mind back 5 hours and 40 minutes ago, that car was gridded up on Conrod Straight. It was in front of Ridges Mount Panorama in grid position number 66. No car has ever won an endurance race at this place from that far back. We've been talking about records. We started 69 cars officially. That was a record. It's been a record crowd. We've had lap records. Could we see that one fall as well?
Well, Davison closing on the back of Tyler Mecklem as well in the battle for position number 4. So that's down to 1.3 seconds, and we continue to see the sorry sight of the Cavic and Randall entry, car number 92, back in the garage now, and they have not rectified that issue throughout the course of this weekend, and unfortunately it now might be a case of game over for those boys as well. But watch for Davison. He is closing in, and if he can get this job done nice and quickly, I still reckon time is going to be against him to catch Aaron Seaton in the battle for the final podium position. And by the looks on timing, Davison has now got past the number to get to position number 3, 33.5 seconds in 17 minutes.
It's going to have 3 seconds a lap quicker, if not more, to get there. I wonder if anyone has seen Dean Campbell lately, the co-driver in car 118. This has been a dream of his. He is Bathurst's own second-generation truck driver who set up D.A. Campbell Transport and now has a fleet of more than 20 trucks. They primarily run up to Brisbane and back into Sydney and sometimes further interstate. Proudly based here in Bathurst. This is home, and he is fiercely proud of his hometown and his local business and the employees that he supports here. A passionate motor racer. He's been in production cars for a while, and a couple of years ago had an almighty crash in a Mitsubishi Lancer and turned it very rapidly into a former Mitsubishi Lancer, and that car was written off. They built this BMW. He and Cameron Crick led last year. They were the quickest car potentially last year, but ultimately couldn't get it home. They've gone GT4 racing this year. They've got a Ford Mustang. They had a tough weekend at Phillip Island, bounced back well in the Sunday race in the opening round of Monochrome GT4 Australia. But since the start of the year, they have had this race circled. The BMW M2 competition, built by the same team, the same organisation that won this race in 2022 from 63rd position on the grid. All the synergies, everything is aligning, and there's 15 and a half minutes to go, and Cameron Crick has done the business today, but Dean Campbell has been superb, and the team watching on, hoping they can survive this final quarter of an hour.
Remember a moment ago, Rich, you said the margin was around 6 seconds. That's been halved.
Traffic.
The juice, 2.9 seconds now in arrears. Traffic to negotiate at Forest Elbow. It's now down to 2.5 seconds, and the team very much on the radio here to Cam Crick out in front, trying to manage him, manage the pace, look after it, car. Look after the car. Make sure that that Mustang doesn't affect you too much, because Jaden Ojeda is having one last push at the moment here in car number 1, gunning for that three-peat here at Mount Panorama.
Just said Jaden Ojeda doesn't have the pace. He's now just set his fastest 2 sectors of the race. So he's actually now put himself in a position where that gap closed a little through that traffic. He's not going to let this opportunity go. Jaden Ojeda still pushing on and predicting to do the fastest lap of his race at the moment. A 37.9 at the second sector versus Cameron Crick's 24. Well, there you go, 25.8 for Cameron Crick, 24.4 for Jaden Ojeda. So he is not giving up on this. He is pushing as hard as he possibly can. He's matched his best time of the race with only 14 minutes remaining at the end of the day here. But the fastest car on the circuit in that last lap was actually Will Davison, who is pushing on hard. He's not leaving anything on the table as well. Right towards the end of the day here, can Aaron Seaton hold on to that podium position as you've got now about 30 seconds back to Will Davison. Noons, you got something for us?
Yeah, Bugs, I've just stopped in at the 118 garage, and as you can see, the engineer in the garage, out the garage, in the garage, out the garage. What I heard him say is critical. Save the tyre. We're not done here yet. Let's see if he's got enough rubber to get home. Ojeda's starting to come on strong. Has Cameron Crick spent too many pennies in this push to get to the lead, in this push to stay in the lead, in this push to get through the traffic? He keeps on getting told, save the tyre. Oh boy, oh boy, this is getting stressful. And I'm not even in this race.
Yeah. Well, remember as well, when he put those tyres on the car, he went and did that fastest third sector on that outlap, so he was pushing straight away in that car. So it's a very good point. Great update down in the lane there with Aaron Noonan. Look at Jaden Ojeda. The car was complaining then as it came off the curb, heading down towards the S's. He can sniff for three-peat here at the moment. And if you give any race car driver a sniff, they're going to push this thing as hard as they possibly can. He is sprint car style heading down into Forest Elbow as well as they come out at that particular point of the racetrack. The margin, 2.1 seconds.
Traffic hasn't been kind to Cameron Crick lately either. It's cost him some time across the top. That's the margin down Conrod. How does this place do it every time we come here? It doesn't matter what race, it doesn't matter what drivers. It is the most special place to go car racing, and we are privileged to be here. This will complete 117 laps. Not going to give a distance record a shove today. Been a lot of safety car, especially in the first half. Fascinating how it sort of calmed down though, back half of the race, isn't it? Everyone got in their groove and got some green flag running, and it calmed itself down, and it turned into a fascinating race of strategy and different things unfolding. 24.8 Crick, 24.8 Ojeda. Identical lap times to the 10th of a second.
Cameron Crick's been asked to spare tyres. Jaden Ojeda's spending all his pennies right now. He is putting everything on the table. That car floating across the top of the mountain. You saw it come out of the cutting sideways. You saw it going under the tree. It floated into the dipper. He's not leaving anything on the table. He wants to go after this 118 car. Noons?
Yeah, Bugs, I'm hanging at 118. I'm not going anywhere. This is box office stuff. The element of this is they just told him that Ojeda's using his tyres now, so it's a mental management job for Cameron Crick. They're telling him that now Ojeda's using his, so he's got a little bit of time left up his sleeve here, but every lap, oh my God, they're backwards and forwards, and they're backwards and forwards, trying to coach him, coax him, get him to this finish line. There's still time left here, but there's still time left. Oh boy, this is stressful. I can't deal with this.
George Medicki watching on. Back-to-back on offer for him, but for Simon Hodges, who put all this together initially, it's his car, it's his program. It's just grown and expanded over the years as they added the juice, and then they added Medicki and all George's crew that have come on board as well. He's looking for 3 in a row at Bathurst. Right now he's 3.5 seconds behind. He won last year, he won in 23. And at the end of both of those races, it was this young bloke from Sydney's West, who's now on the Mercedes payroll as a factory GT driver. It's been him doing all of the special things.
We're watching this battle for the lead at the moment. It's down to 3 seconds, but it's Will Davison that's also hunting down Aaron Seaton, who's currently in the A2 car on the podium. That gap now coming down to under 30 seconds. So Will Davison, there he is on screen. We know they put tyres on that. We weren't sure about their fuel. They played it well. They didn't need fuel at the last stop. So They've had to go to tyres, and he's now going to try and chase down Aaron. Ben, you're down in the lane.
Well, we just heard Aaron talk to the 118 crew, and they're talking about juice and everything about what's going on with the number 1 car. I just walked in, spoke to the engineer. Juice has the green light to give it everything. It is win it at all cost.
4th place at the moment in Class A2. Lindsay Kearns has got some smoke pouring out of the rear of that 25 machine. Hopefully no fluid at all going on. The Bray Tatani Jackson car has come to a stop, and that looks like it's on pit entry with the right rear completely missing on that car. It's not on the racetrack, it's on pit entry, so it's not in a precarious position, but tough if you want to try and make a late dash into pit lane here as the worried faces inside the 118 garage, and there's the Hancock tyre right next to the Hancock sign on the entry into Murray's Corner.
Do you reckon you're nervous at the moment? Race control have got the button on the safety car. Do we go, don't we go? Obviously that car had an issue. It's lost the wheel. It's made it back into pit lane. But if it's blocking pit lane, they have no choice but to actually safety car this and get that out of the way. If they can, just risk the race leader as well. If they can actually clear that car out of pit lane, they won't have to go safety car. But in terms of nerves, race control will be nervous at the moment as well.
Well, the beauty of it being where it is they can probably deal with it under local yellow. It's got it a long way down, and maybe there's a car with just on the inside there. They all smash that curb on the inside, and we're being told they've cleared it out of the way. And yeah, there it is. So get it down to Maisie Place Motorsport. It's been a tough old day for these guys. They just want to get this car to the finish if they can. I wonder if they can get another wheel on the back, but it doesn't look particularly healthy, does it? Will Davison going quickly. Off in the gravel trap. Key contender, Tyler Mecklem, Class A2, P2. It's in the chase, and it's not coming out of that. And is that the motor race? It could be the decisive moment of all of them that have happened, and safety car. Safety car with 7 minutes to go. Is that the moment for Dean Campbell and Cameron Crick? Or can they drag that car out and set up a dash to the line?
That car is deep in the gravel trap there. Obviously, the power steering issues they had, the electrical problem that Ben mentioned earlier, they've decided not to stay out on the track. But that's 7 minutes remaining now. That's going to take a good... that's deep. That's gone. That's well into in the sandpit. That's going to take a good 7 minutes to clear this. Will we get a one-lap screamer at the end? Who's got anything left? Will Aaron Seaton hold on to that podium in the Mustang? But the Tyler Mecklem car, what a disappointment to go 5 hours, 52 minutes into the race and end up in the sandpit.
And that's going to drop them. They were top 5 outright, but they were second in class. Oh, wow.
Dean Campbell in the background there, he turned white. He's holding his head in his hands. The pressure, the anxiety, this is fantastic at the end of this day.
Remember, we had a one-lap dash in 2023 as well to the flag, and maybe potentially we'll wait and see if we get that one once again. Look at the eyes of George Meadicke. Contrast that to Dean Campbell here on the right of his shot, just about to take a seat.
Remember, the other battle we were looking at was for third outright. Davison was nibbling away at Aaron Seaton. Wasn't going to get there. Aaron was driving superbly in the Mustang, but this now pulls all of that margin out between car 30 and car 23. If it does go back to green, that's going to be a huge challenge. Seaton versus Davison. A couple of famous Aussie racing surnames there.
Now, the key to this is the cars between them. So if we do end up with a one-lap dash at the end, we've got the Mustang, we've got a Toyota 86, we've got an RX-8, we've got a Sirocco, and then we've got P2. So there is a number of cars there that Jaden Ojeda will have to navigate. He can't overtake before that control line. We've seen what happens when you do that. The penalty is severe. So he will have to find a way through that lap traffic, whilst Cameron Crick on a restart has clear road ahead of him. It's just a matter of now whether they can clear that in the last 5 minutes, or we're going to end up in a situation of a safety car finish.
It's tense wherever you are here at Mount Panorama in the central west of New South Wales. It's going to be a massive finish if we do get back underway here. So much to play out wherever you look, whether it be for outright honours, outright class, podium honours as well. It's incredible stuff.
What a cool race this has been.
Now, we spoke about this earlier, trying to get back on that lead lap. The car that was following Cameron Crick there, Bryce Forward in the A2 Mustang, they're currently fourth on the road, basically, because the Mecklem car will obviously not finish. That means that with the Zach Best car, which is the 21 car in A2 that's racing under appeal, well, after all that Bryce Forward car could end up on the podium at the end of all this. So you never know till this is over. That's why he was putting himself in a position to fight for it. But at the end of the day, we're down to 4 minutes remaining. I cannot see a way they can get this race restarted.
Well, Bryce Forward will pass Tyler Mecklem, who's looking back up Conrod straight from the gravel trap. So they're going to be third in A2. They're going to get a trophy. What a drive it's been from Bryce at the end of this one. From one pit garage to another. Still haven't seen Dean Campbell.
George
so they're going to be fourth, yeah. Well spotted. Just pointed out on the timing monitor that Forward needs 2 spots to get on the podium. But yeah,
but one of them
you're saying there's a chance.
One of them's racing under appeal. So
yeah.
Whether he finishes the line fourth or crosses at third, there's a potential of still being on the podium.
Clock ticking down. 5:10 local time. Dean Campbell sitting on a couple of well-used, a couple of well-used hand cooks down there.
Don't hold your breath for the last 3.5 minutes, Dean. Don't do it. Breathe.
So what was quite interesting is that obviously we could see George Medici looks very, very nervous. There'll be no fingernails left on him down there at the moment. If we get this one back underway here, we bide our time. There is 3 minutes left on the clock. It's Crick, Ojeda, Seaton, Davison, and here is this number 9 car that has been retrieved from the sand trap.
They've actually got it out in front of Bryce Forward. So it's the quickest recovery of the day so far.
What does that mean? That means we're going to have a restart.
Well,
that means we're going to get to the end of this lap.
We're hearing
they're going to have an opportunity for a restart with 2.5 minutes remaining. As we know, the clock clicks down, and then there's every potential. Why is
one more lap? So they've moved the lap cars out of the way essentially, and they've done that by just telling car number 1 to move up, is what I'm understanding. So the message from race control was that rather than waving those cars past, the interesting thing is they've not done that today at any point for a restart.
I'm not sure about where that rule fits in, but we might have to get some paper out here and read that one on a restart. I didn't think they could do that, but clearly, obviously, they've had some instruction to move that car up into the position right behind the 118. So we've seen that often in the in a situation where the cars in between the leaders at the end of the race can get waved through. But in this case, they haven't waved them through. They've just moved the one car up. So we'll get a report on that and give you a bit more of an update. What does that mean? It means that it looks like we may have a 1-lap race towards the end here. That safety car's been asked to speed up, which it looks like it has. Come down the straight, and it'll pull the lights out, and then we could have a 1-lap race. What we spoke about there is those cars in between doesn't exist anymore. Now we've got the leader and P2 nose to tail. Who's got anything left on the table? Now, in these last 5 laps that we've been following this battle, Jaden Ojeda has been the faster car. There's no doubt about that. He's been pushing the hardest. Cameron Crick has been sitting back, conserving the tyre. He's been told to go easy. Does he have anything left in this last lap, 1-lap screener? That 118 car has proven to be very fast all day, although the 1 car is good in a straight line. So if he can get up an advantage out of turn 1, and then we've got a braking duel into turn 2, it's going to be interesting to see how this goes towards this last part of the race. 1 lap.
The lights will be out on the safety car, and the way the timing will work and the way the clock ticks to 0, it's 1 lap after the clock ticks to 0. We are going to get a 1-lap dash to the line between the 2 fastest cars and 2 of the best drivers today. And then the pressure as well, and we'll try and follow it for you as best you can with Aaron Seaton looking to hold on to 3rd outright. In the back of his mind, he needs to remember that there's a Class A2 victory on offer. You don't want to end up losing your class just to get an outright podium that ultimately would be fantastic, but they get the big trophy for winning Class A2.
Let's not forget that the car that's currently leading the race started 66 on the grid. The car that's second in the race started from pole position. So We've seen how this is all played out during the course of the day. We've been here for 3 days. We've had 3 practice sessions. We've had qualifying. We've raced for now 5 hours and 58 minutes, and it's going to come down to a 1-lap dash.
It's going to be an almighty battle as the field files down Conrod Straight, and there's George Miedeke. He can barely look. Head in his hands, he's having a bit of a giggle at the same time. He goes, come on, don't show me on the TV screens at the moment. It's the last thing I want, but this is what it's going to be all about, gentlemen.
It's the mind games. It's whether Jaden Ojeda can put some pressure on Cameron Crick to force him into a mistake. Can Cameron Crick turn that mirror away, head down, not even think about the car behind him, and put a clean lap together to open up a little gap? Can Jaden Ojeda find a way past on this restart? Cameron Crick's in control. The safety car pulls away. He's got to maintain speed until the green flag. Then he can go at any point he likes after the green flag has been displayed. At that point, he's in control of the race, and he's the man that's got to do the job.
There is no bigger prize in production car racing in this part of the world than the Bathurst 6 Hour. And Jaden Ojeda knows it. He's rubbing the back of Cameron Crick as he gets down towards the restart. There is 1 lap remaining in the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour, and 2 bright young stars of Australian motorsport are going at it for the victory. And the stakes are enormous. The Bathurst race team, with Dean Campbell and Cameron Crick behind them, the team looking to go back to back to back. It could not be any bigger. 1 lap remains.
A great restart, you've got to say, by Cam Crick. He's already put 5 car lengths between himself and Ojeda. We know this car has got the legs going up and down the mountain as well. But you watch Juice going across the top. That car is going to be very sideways like it is at the moment going into Griffin's Bend. He is going to push the limit of this BMW as he fights for that back-to-back-to-back. But Cam Crick is going to try and hold him off in what's going to be a duel across the top of Mount Panorama.
Cameron Crick got the jump. He actually went as instant the green flag went out. He's caught Jaden Ojeda short. He's got a little gap, but Jaden is pushing hard. That car floating up under the tree, sideways. The car on the edge, right against the fence. He's leaving nothing left on the table. He wants the victory. Cameron Crick, head down, turn the mirror away, son. You're going after it because you've just set the purple sector of the race. 6 hours in, he's gone 57.6 across the top of the mountain. Jaden Ojeda, 57.8. That's his fastest lap. This is on.
Watch Jaden come down the hill. He takes a lot of curve there on the left-hand side. Now he's got to dip it down into the dipper as he chases Cam Crick in front. Cam has done an amazing job so far. The pressure in underneath the driver of the 118 machine through Forest Elbow for the final time. The sector times will come our way in just a moment. New fastest to the second sector and a personal best as well for Jaden Ojeda in position number 2. They are trading punches at the top of this race. It's going to be an almighty finish down Conrod Straight for the final time.
The margin is 1 second. Cameron Crick is on lap record pace to try and deliver a victory for the Bathurst team. A few corners to go. This has been a record-breaking Bathurst. It's been the biggest ever Bathurst. And today, a team comes from 66th position on the grid. And Dean Campbell and Cameron Crick, with 1 corner to go, will win the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour. And the Bathurst team wins the Bathurst Enduro and breaks the lap record on the final lap of the race. And the quest for a three-peat comes 0.8 of a second short. Jaden Ojeda misses out by less than a second in the closest finish in Bathurst 6 Hour history. Aaron Seaton across the line. He gets the A2 win and the Mustang is on the podium.
Down there in pit lane. You've got a Dean Campbell there. They're all very nervous. They're breathing again. How exciting for those guys. What a great result for the Campbell race team. Can you catch them down there?
Oh, Bargs, I will. Dean Campbell, the Bathurst bloke, just won Bathurst, and he broke the lap record on the last lap. You had already gone off the pit wall.
Oh, I can't believe this. He deserves this, mate. He is the best driver in a production car in this country. I don't care what anyone says. It's unreal. Speechless.
How's that heart? Oh, yeah, that's going fast.
Very fast. So proud of him. He's such a good fella. So proud of him.
When did you think today, from 66th on the grid, yeah, we can win this thing?
Mate, we sat in the trailer out the back there and we all just said to each other, we're all here together for a reason. We're all a good group. We can come from the back. And Cam Hill, you told us we could beat your record, and we have. But thank you, mate. He's a good fella in the background to have, I can tell you.
Well done. They've done it. The Bathurst team breaks the record from the lowest grid position in the biggest ever Bathurst Enduro with a lap record on the last lap. Rich, you can't write this stuff. You can't write it. Bathurst delivers again.
It's the best place in the world, Aaron Noonan. What a story.
Not only did Cameron Crick break the lap record on the last lap, but Jaden Ojeda was only 1/10 behind him, which also would have been under the lap record. So the two drivers right towards the end there, pushing to the limit, lapped within a 10th, both under lap record pace. That was intense and that was fantastic.
Oscar Target also went under the lap record on the last lap, and so did Bryce Forward actually in the Mustang. That's some kind of lap from Bryce. But let's just take a minute for D.A. Campbell Transport Racing. Local team, back to the lane.
George, I can see the devastation on your face. You wanted it so bad. That was heart and mouth. Juice gave it everything, but couldn't quite get there.
Yeah, I wouldn't have wanted anyone else in the seat of that car, to be honest. You know, we knew we were shot ducks, but I think you could see on the TV that car was being driven faster than I reckon anyone else could have. So he did a great job. It was such a shame for the team, you know, for Aaron and Simon and Matty and the boys. We worked really hard, but you know, credit to Cricky and to Dean. They had a great car and they drove it well. Shame we couldn't have got the boys the three-peat, but again, you know, Juicy just wrung the absolute neck of that thing, and I was proud to be here.
It's hard to win this once, but 3 times to be in position, you must be really happy with the team.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, like we feel like we put everything together and it just didn't quite work out for us. You know, the tyres obviously were a big talking point today. It was obviously failures and wear and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, we felt like we put the best race we could have put together. Obviously the M2 was a bit too quick for us today. But that's how it is. You know, Bathurst can be a cruel place, but it can also reward you.
That's the way it goes, but great job out there today.
Thanks, mate.
Cameron Crick, we spoke yesterday in that very garage over there, and we were like, you could make history tomorrow. Mate, you just made history. You won Bathurst, the 6 hour, the biggest ever enduro here, from 66th on the grid. Wow.
Yeah, I can't believe that, really. Unbelievable. When we did that tyre, I thought we were done, and the other set was pretty average too. I thought we were going to do another tyre there, and I felt like I was slowing down a lot, but they said it was still too fast, so it was really hard to figure out what pace we needed to do. But this guy drove absolutely unbelievable, just stayed out of trouble, and he probably made a fair few spots there when he got straight in, which was awesome. So the car was outstanding. Obviously the drama we had yesterday was sort of hit and miss whether it was fixed, but clearly it was, and the crew just with their stops and our strategy was unbelievable.
And do you know what you did on the last lap, by the way, too?
Probably a fast time, I would say.
You brocked it. Fastest lap of the race, lap record on the last lap of the race.
Yeah, well, the last person I wanted behind me was Juice, let me tell you that. Yeah, but I got a sort of good jump, and yeah, I sort of had a crack across the top. I knew that the tyres were a little bit hit and miss, but obviously we're going for the win there. But yeah, unbelievable.
Cameron Crick, Bathurst 6 hour winner. Nice ring to it?
Yes, yeah, very good. And to have Dean Campbell next to that name there it makes it even better. Such good mates, and we've been talking about this for a long time, so it's outstanding.
Week off for Campbell Transport this week, Dean?
Oh, we might as well have the month off. What do you reckon? Oh, this has been such hard work to get here. We've had so much adversity. We've had accidents, we've had breakdowns an hour to go last year. You know, so many setbacks. I've seen this. I know how good he is. You know, to finally see him get over the line like that is just so impressive. You know, very proud of him.
Well done, gents. Super stuff. Our winners of the High-Tech Oils Bathurst 6 Hour for 2025.
Wow, what a story. Bathurst delivers another absolute thriller, and in a day of records, in a weekend of records, it's the closest ever Bathurst 6 hour finish as well. 0.8 of a second, a racing finish between Cam Crick and Jaden Ojeda. Aaron Seat, Jason Gomersall, Todd Hazelwood, they get a V8 on the podium in an A2 car for the first time since 2019, and they win their class. Davis and Linton Lay, a question perhaps of what could have been for them today. A1 goes to Gillis, Laws and Webster in the BMW. Tim Colin Breeder at the end of the drive-through penalty probably cost them the win in the end.